Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Sleeping Dragon Awakens, The Throne Conquest. Part 1. Viserys Targaryen had been having that dream for 7 consecutive days. There was no color in the dream, only varying shades of gray. He stood on an endless flight of stone steps, cold, damp black stone beneath his feet, with fine dust floating in the air. The steps led into the depths of darkness, where something was calling to him, not with a voice, but a pull, like a dull ache hooked into his stomach. On the 5th night, he had descended 13 steps in his dream. On the 6th night, 27 steps. Tonight, as his consciousness sank into that gray expanse once more, the stone steps suddenly came to an end. It was a door, carved with runes he had never seen before yet somehow understood. Blood and fire, spirit and flesh, the giver shall receive a gift. The door opened. Viserys snapped his eyes open and found himself standing in the corridor outside his bedroom. King's Landing outside the window was still asleep, and the stone walls of Maegor's Holdfast were bathed in the dark blue of pre-dawn. He was barefoot, wearing only thin pajamas, his shoulders chilled by the night dew. Sleepwalking again. This had become a regular occurrence since he celebrated his 5th name day 2 months ago. At first, Queen Rhaella and the servants were panic-stricken, but the Grand Maester and several old servants, including Sophia, whispered that this was an ancient echo in the dragon's blood. There was no shortage of precedents in the history of the Targaryen family where members foresaw things or completed rituals while sleepwalking. Even the current King Aerys II had been found several times in his youth wandering the ruins of the dragon pit late at night, muttering to himself. Thus, the Red Keep gradually grew accustomed to a young prince who would wander unconsciously in the dead of night. The guards were instructed. As long as the prince's safety was not at risk, there was no need to force him awake or stop him, they were simply to follow and protect him in silence. This became another unique label for Viserys Targaryen. But Viserys himself knew that this echo was different. He was a transmigrator. The memories of his previous life were like a faded tapestry, blurry patterns but real textures. Car horns, flickering screens, crowded subways. Those fragments mixed with the 5 years of court life in this world, leaving him in a daze most of the time. It wasn't until recently, when the dreams began to grow clear, that he realized he had truly transmigrated and become the beggar prince, Viserys Targaryen from the world of the Game of Thrones TV show. To change his tragic fate, he had tried everything since his awakening to activate his cheat code, the mysterious god's altar. All his current bizarre experiences were related to this. He stood in the corridor for a moment, letting the early morning chill disperse the last traces of sleepiness. Then he turned, not to return to his bedroom, but to walk along the cold stone gallery, his steps slightly airy yet firm as he headed in one direction, toward the kitchens and the deeper, old cellars. 2 guards stationed under a pillar in the distance exchanged a look. One of them quietly followed, maintaining a respectful distance. This was their duty, to ensure the sleepwalking prince didn't fall down the stairs or walk into a wall. The cellar entrance was behind the kitchen area, an unremarkable oak door locked with a rusted iron lock. The following guard saw the prince stop before the door, seemingly lost in thought over the rusted lock, and did not approach. Viserys reached out, not to push the lock, but to press against a slightly darker wooden board at the bottom right corner of the door. The rotten board caved inward, revealing a gap. The prince turned sideways and slid inside with a flexible and strange posture unique to sleepwalkers. The guard was startled and stepped forward to check, but only heard steady, receding footsteps from within. He hesitated for a moment but did not force his way in, instead standing guard outside. The prince had entered a known area of the Red Keep, and his behavior still fell within the scope of sleepwalking. The smell of mold rushed toward him. Viserys took a flint and a small piece of candle from his robe, items he had kept on him during the day, as sleepwalkers sometimes unconsciously carry things. Once lit, the dim yellow glow pushed back the darkness. The cellar was larger than he had imagined. It wasn't an ordinary food storage cellar, but a series of interconnected basements. The air was cold and damp, with water droplets condensing on the walls. The first few rooms were filled with broken furniture, rusted armor, and bundles of moldy tapestries. The Targaryen family had ruled for 300 years, and who knew how many forgotten things were buried beneath the Red Keep. The further in he went, the more open the space became. In the center of the 6th room, he saw bones. They weren't human bones, but massive, curved dragon bones that shimmered with a dull luster even in the dim candlelight. The ribs arched like doorways, and the vertebrae were linked together, extending into the deeper darkness. The skull was at the very back, its jawbone hanging open, even as mere bone, it still exuded a suffocating majesty. It was the skeleton of Balerion, the Black Dread, the most powerful dragon of the Targaryen family. Viserys remembered the story. The dragon Aegon rode when he conquered Westeros, whose wingspan could shroud entire towns and whose dragonfire had melted castle stone. Its skull was kept in the Red Keep after its death, but no one had told him it was kept so casually. The skull was half buried in rubble, its empty eye sockets staring at the ceiling as if in silent interrogation. Then he saw the altar. It was exactly the same as the god's altar in his dream. Just 3 steps in front of the skull, the floor dipped down to form a circular area about 6 feet in diameter. The stone slabs were cut into regular geometric patterns, with a groove at the center and runes identical to those on the door in his dream carved around the edges. The surface of the altar was covered in a thin layer of dust, but the runic grooves were surprisingly clean, as if someone had just wiped them. Viserys approached, the candlelight dancing over the runes. With fire as the guide, blood as the medium, spirit as the sacrifice, I sacrifice all things. He spoke the words aloud, not in the common tongue of Westeros, but in High Valyrian, the mother tongue every Targaryen child began learning at age 3. The moment the words fell, the runes at the edge of the altar lit up. It wasn't the warm glow of fire, but a cold light, like winter stars, pale with a hint of blue. The altar mark on his chest pulsed with a slight heat, and at that moment, a piece of knowledge appeared directly in his mind, not through language, but a more primal understanding. The god's altar required sustenance. Any magical item or thing containing power could be sacrificed. A sacrifice could be exchanged for a corresponding gift, but the nature of the gift depended on the offering. Recalling the inscription he had just seen on the altar, with fire as the guide, blood as the medium, spirit as the sacrifice, I sacrifice all things, he vaguely understood something. He then placed the candle on the altar and took out a dagger, a Valyrian steel dagger from his brother Rhaegar, its blade glinting with a cold light. He took a deep breath and cut a deep gash in his left palm, letting the blood well up and drip into the groove on the altar. Mysterious altar, Viserys of House Targaryen makes this sacrifice. With fire as the guide, blood as the medium, I sacrifice the dragon bones of Balerion. The altar lit up again, more intensely this time. The runes seemed to come alive, shifting and rearranging themselves across the stone slabs. The burning sensation of the mark on Viserys' chest intensified, forcing him to drop to one knee and lean against the edge of the altar to keep from collapsing. In the darkness, 2 points of faint light ignited within Balerion's eye sockets. It wasn't reflected candlelight. It was a cold, dark red light emanating from within the bone, like clotted blood. The points of light moved slowly, focusing on Viserys. A voice spoke, not heard through the ears, but vibrating directly within his consciousness. It was ancient, weary, with the coarseness of grinding stone. Blood of Valyria, sacrifice of dragon bone, the pact is sealed. As soon as the voice faded, all the runes on the altar lit up. Countless fine cracks suddenly appeared on Balerion's dragon bones, the target of the sacrifice, and dark red light burst from the cracks, surging into the altar. Viserys felt his consciousness being torn open as something cold and ancient forced its way in. The pain almost made him faint, but at the edge of collapse, a clear stream of knowledge poured into his mind. The sacrificer has obtained a ghost dragon, a miraculous dragon existing between life and death, born from dragon bones whose consciousness has not yet completely vanished. He then learned of the ghost dragon's abilities. First, its form could switch freely between tangible and intangible. When tangible, it was a translucent shadow dragon that could interfere with the physical world. When intangible, it turned into a pure shadow to invade the spiritual world. Second, the ghost dragon fed on souls and life energy. The more it devoured, the faster it grew. Currently, the ghost dragon was in its infancy and required constant feeding. Third, it could interfere with consciousness and the spirit. Even in its infancy, it could disrupt memories, implant fear, or even peer into shallow thoughts. When mature, it could weave memories and briefly control thoughts. In its complete form, it could control souls and forge enslavement contracts. Viserys knelt before the altar, gasping for air. He looked up and saw a dragon-shaped shadow condensing in the air before him. It had a 4-foot wingspan and was translucent, with a touch of ghostly blue in its eye sockets. It had no physical body, and light could pass through it, but the air temperature around it dropped noticeably. The ghost dragon flew a circle around him, then stopped in front of him, lowering its head. At the same time, Viserys clearly perceived a new space deep within his consciousness, the dwelling place of the ghost dragon. A thought came from there, crude but clear, Master. Return, Viserys commanded in his mind. The ghost dragon turned into a shadow and crashed into the altar mark on his chest, merging into that conscious space. Everything had happened within a few minutes. The altar's light had dimmed, vanishing as the runes returned to peace. The red light in Balerian's eye sockets had completely disappeared, turning the bones into ordinary, pale remains covered in cracks, as if they had been eroded by thousands of years of time. Viserys forced himself to stand up despite the pain. Though his legs were weak and his whole body ached unbearably, a smile appeared on his face. Because the sacrifice was complete, and the long-awaited gift was now in his hands. The birth of this ghost dragon would be the beginning of his changing fate. He now possessed extraordinary power. He would never have to become that beggar prince again. He took one last look at Balerian's dragon bones and then turned to leave. By the time he climbed out of the cellar, the eastern sky was already turning pale. The guard waiting outside was visibly relieved to see him emerge. Your Highness, are you awake? The guard asked tentatively, noticing that the haze in the prince's eyes seemed to have faded somewhat. Viserys blinked, a hint of the confusion a child has upon waking appropriately appearing on his face. I am out again. Yes, Your Highness. It is good that you are safe. I shall escort you back to your room. The guard respectfully stepped aside. Thank you, Viserys said softly, allowing the guard to escort him through the awakening corridors. A sound came from the direction of the kitchen. The cooks were starting to prepare breakfast. Viserys returned to his room, and not long after he lay down, there was a knock at the door. Your Highness the Prince, it is time to get up. It was the voice of the old maid, Sophia. Come in. He pretended to have just woken up, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Sophia pushed the door open, carrying a basin of warm water. She walked to the bedside and naturally began helping him change out of his pajamas, which were stained with night dew and dust. Your Highness smells of the dust from the cellars. It seems you were sleepwalking again last night, Sophia said calmly, wiping his hands and feet with a damp cloth. Viserys let her do as she pleased without offering an explanation. A sleepwalker had no need to explain their destination. Sophia changed him into a clean velvet doublet, dark blue, with a small three-headed dragon sigil embroidered on the collar. Her back was to him as she tidied the clothes, her voice very soft, almost inaudible. His Majesty the King is in a very foul mood today. Some say something was broken in his bedroom last night, and there were screams. You, try to stay in your room and do not wander about. Viserys looked at the old woman's back and suddenly realized, in this mad palace, there were those who understood everything even if they said nothing. Thank you, Sophia, he said. The old maid's shoulders stiffened slightly, then she continued her movements without looking back. Outside the window, King's Landing was waking up in the morning light. The sound of bells drifted from afar. One chime, two chimes, the morning prayer bells of the High Septon. Viserys walked to the window and looked out at the courtyard. Servants were sweeping the stone paths, guards were changing shifts, and a black cat crouched by the fountain, licking its paws. He concentrated, sensing the ghost dragon in his conscious space. A thought came through. Master, I am hungry. Viserys touched the mark on his chest. It was no longer hot, but there was a faint pulse beneath the skin, out of sync with his own heartbeat, as if it were a second heart. Since the birth of the ghost dragon, Viserys had focused more of his attention on it, testing its abilities and characteristics in various ways. Because there were too many eyes and ears during the day, he could only communicate with it in his mind. However, the information transmitted by the ghost dragon was clear. It needed souls or life energy to feed. Now just born, it was too weak. It would dissipate if it left Viserys by more than 10 feet, and it could not maintain a physical form for long. How much do you need to become stronger? Viserys asked in his consciousness. Souls or life energy, the more the better. The ghost dragon's thoughts were still crude, but smoother than when it was first born. Viserys fell silent. He did not want to kill innocent lives, but the ghost dragon had to grow. It was the reliance upon which he would change his fate. Without power, he and his family would not escape their predetermined destiny. One afternoon, while he was alone in the library, an opportunity came. It was a sparrow that had flown in by mistake, crashed against a stained glass window, and fallen dizzily onto the carpet. Viserys walked over and crouched down. The sparrow's chest heaved rapidly, and one wing was unnaturally twisted. The ghost dragon sent a strong longing from the conscious space, life, energy. Viserys grit his teeth. He reached out and gently pressed down on the sparrow. At the same time, he commanded the ghost dragon, only absorb the energy, not the soul. An almost invisible shadow seeped from his fingertips into the sparrow's body. The small bird trembled violently a few times and then stopped moving. There were no wounds on its body, but it quickly shriveled up, as if all its vitality had been drained. A faint warm current returned to Viserys's chest through the shadow connection. It was very weak, like taking a small sip of water. The ghost dragon sent a satisfied ripple. Thank you, Master. Viserys looked at the shriveled bird corpse in his hand, and his stomach churned. But he suppressed it. He knew this was the first time, but it would not be the last. In this world, a soft heart meant death. He hid the bird's corpse in a stack of books and continued reading. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. Sir Willem Derry appeared before him. The Red Keep's master-at-arms was not wearing armor today, just simple brown leather clothes and trousers, but the sword at his waist was still there. His complexion was not good, and the bags under his eyes were deep, as if he hadn't slept well for days. Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen asked me to come and check on you. You haven't left your room much for 3 days. I'm reading, Viserys said. This was the truth. He was frantically absorbing all the knowledge he could find about magic, Valyria, and dragons, and some books were found through the guidance of the ghost dragon's memories, as the little fellow seemed to possess some of the memories of King Balerion. William walked over and sat opposite him, not speaking immediately, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. This movement betrayed his anxiety. Has something happened, Sir? Viserys asked. William was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. A letter has come from Prince Rhaegar at the Trident River front. Viserys sat up straight. The rebel forces are larger than expected. The Vale, the North, the Riverlands, the Stormlands, the combined army of the 4 regions exceeds 35,000 men. William's voice was heavy. The royal army has only 28,000, and morale is not very good. Some of His Majesty the King's recent orders reached the front, and the soldiers are talking a lot in private. Viserys knew those orders. The Mad King was pushing more people toward the rebels. Can Rhaegar win? Viserys asked. William did not answer directly. Your Highness the Prince is one of the best warriors in the 7 kingdoms. But war is more than just the clashing of swords, he replied after a pause. Her Majesty the Queen is very worried. She asked me, if necessary, to escort you and Princess Rhaenys away from King's Landing. These words were spoken very softly, but every word carried weight. Viserys looked at him. Is Mother leaving too? William shook his head. Her Majesty the Queen will not leave the king. But she hopes you. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The Targaryens needed to preserve their bloodline, but the king and queen could not flee. The room fell silent. How much longer do I have? William glanced at him. A 5-year-old child shouldn't ask such a question, but Targaryens raised in the Red Keep matured early. Uncertain. Perhaps weeks, perhaps months, or even years. The war situation changes quickly. Try to stay in the inner holdfast these next few days, don't go to the outer city. The city is not peaceful. Walking to the door, he turned back, hesitated for a moment, and asked, You asked me about Valyrian magic that day. Regarding your wanderings, have you been going to the cellars often lately? Viserys nodded. Sometimes, I feel drawn to it. William looked at him deeply. Ancient dragon blood sometimes guides the bloodline to where it needs to go, Your Highness. The Shadow Gallery, cellars beneath Maegor's holdfast were where Maegor I was obsessed with black magic. Such places attract specific echoes. He paused and continued, as if he knew something. Forgotten places are often dangerous, even for adults. Please be careful, Your Highness the Prince. This was both an admission and a warning. I understand, Viserys said. After William left, Viserys digested the information. The evacuation plan was on the agenda, time was running out. And William's last words, were they a warning or a hint? He decided to take a gamble. That night, the sleepwalking happened again. Wearing his pajamas, he walked out of the room with a blank look in his eyes. The 2 guards on duty immediately followed. This time, Viserys did not head toward the sealed cellar entrance in the kitchen area but seemed to be guided by some echo, turning into a less used corridor and stopping before a wall with an old tapestry. He unconsciously pushed a loose stone. Behind it was the entrance to a narrow ventilation shaft. This discovery surprised the guards, but given the prince's past exploits, they simply stood guard outside, listening to the rustling crawling sounds from within. Viserys regained conscious awareness inside the passage. Using the ghost dragon's newly acquired ability to influence shadows, he imagined his own shadow extending out. A few seconds later, he felt a pale gray mist coat his fingertips, the manifestation of shadow. The gray mist touched the shadow of the vent's iron bars, and the physical iron bars made a slight click sound. Pushing again, the bars opened outward just enough for him to squeeze through. He arrived near the cellar again, entering through a crack in the side. This time, he wanted to test the ghost dragon's combat capabilities. He let the ghost dragon leave the conscious space and condense into a dragon shape in reality. With a wingspan of 4 feet and a translucent body, it was completely invisible in the night. Go find your food, but be careful not to alert anyone. The ghost dragon turned into a thin mist and seeped through the door crack. Viserys closed his eyes and shared its perception. The mist spread through the passage, bypassing stacked wooden barrels. Turning a corner, it sensed light points of life, 3 rats, which were then enveloped by the mist. The light points went out, and a faint energy was transmitted back. The ghost dragon sent a sense of satisfaction, its body appearing to solidify a tiny bit. The mist continued forward, entering deeper underground passages. It was older here, and the air smelled of sulfur. The ghost dragon suddenly sent a ripple of alertness. There were stronger life light points ahead, 2 humans. The mist slowly approached, and perception became clearer. 2 men were hiding in an abandoned storage room, one dozing, one awake and holding a dagger. They were not guards, nor were they servants. Viserys' shared perception caught fragments of conversation. Tomorrow midnight. West Gate shift change. Are you sure the kid will pass through? The queen takes him to the garden every evening, the route is fixed. The target was him. The ghost dragon sent an inquiry, devour. Viserys hesitated. These were humans, not rats. But they were enemies. If they succeeded, then not only would he die, but so would his mother Rhaella and his cousin Rhaenys. The morality of his past life pulled at him, but the reality of this life was colder. Devour the awake one, but do it quickly and quietly. The ghost dragon's mist descended from the ceiling, wrapping around the head of the man holding the dagger. The man suddenly looked up. What? Before he could finish, he stiffened and then slumped down. The life light point went out. Energy surged back, 10 times stronger than the sparrow. A warm current poured into his chest, making his second heart beat more powerfully. Simultaneously, fragmented memory shards were sent back. A hooded man handing over a purse of coins. The silver-haired boy in the red keep, dead or alive. Go to the Rotten Apple Tavern in Flea Bottom after success, find Scarface. Viserys understood. Someone had hired assassins for his life. At that moment, the dozing man woke up, saw his companion fallen, and grabbed his sword in terror. Who? The ghost dragon's mist lunged at him. But this time it wasn't so smooth. The man swung his sword wildly, the sword light churning the mist. The ghost dragon sent a ripple of pain. It was still weak and struggled against a conscious resistor. Viserys grit his teeth, concentrated all his spirit, and commanded the ghost dragon, interfere with his consciousness. The ghost dragon's mist seeped into the man's eyes. The man's movements faltered, his eyes glazed over, and fear appeared on his face. No, don't come over, the shadows are moving. He was seeing hallucinations. The ghost dragon took the opportunity to wrap around his head. A few seconds later, the second man fell. Another surge of energy was transmitted back. This time it was even stronger because it contained the emotion of fear. The ghost dragon sent a joyful ripple. Growth, more. Viserys felt the ghost dragon's conscious space expand slightly, and its wingspan seemed to increase by half an inch. At the same time, information about a new unlocked ability was transmitted. Mental interference ability increased. Can now implant simple fear hallucinations, lasting about 10 seconds. Enough. Viserys recalled the ghost dragon. The mist returned, merging into his chest. A sense of exhaustion hit him. Using the ability consumed mental strength, but it was much better than 3 days ago. As the ghost dragon grew, the consumption decreased. He checked the 2 corpses. There were no external injuries, but they were shriveled as if they had been dead for a long time. He dragged the bodies to a corner and covered them with rags. No one would find them for a short while. Then, he found an iron plaque in one of their coats. It had a design carved on it, a hand holding a dagger. The mark of the Assassins' Guild. Someone had hired assassins through formal channels. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was premeditated. Viserys pocketed the iron plaque and prepared to return. As he crawled back into the ventilation shaft, he felt something again and stopped. There was someone ahead in the passage. It wasn't those 2 men from before. The footsteps were lighter, steadier. And that person had also stopped, seemingly listening for movement from this side. Viserys held his breath. In the darkness, he heard a very faint sound of metal rubbing. The sound of a dagger being unsheathed. There was more than one person. At least 3, maybe 4. They were lying in wait in this secret passage, and they knew he would pass through. The ghost dragon sent a warning. Danger, more than one. Viserys's hand reached for the small knife in his coat. But just then, a familiar voice rang out at the other end of the passage, calm and cold. Drop your weapons and retreat. I can pretend I didn't see you tonight. It was Sir Willem Derry. Viserys's heart pounded. Why was William here? Was he tracking him? Or was it a coincidence? Brief sounds of fighting came from that end, metal clashing, muffled groans, heavy objects falling. Soon, everything returned to silence. William's voice rang out again, closer this time. Your Highness, you can come out. It's safe. Viserys hesitated for a moment and crawled out of the ventilation shaft. William stood in the storage room with 3 corpses lying at his feet. There was no blood, their necks had all been snapped, clean and efficient. He held a sword in his hand, the tip dripping with blood, not his own. Sir, Viserys said, how did you? I've been keeping an eye on your wanderings, Your Highness. William interrupted him, sheathing his sword, his gaze sweeping over Viserys's dust-covered pajamas and his slightly tired but exceptionally clear face. Especially when your roots began to involve certain special areas. Her Majesty the Queen is very worried, and not just about your safety. He crouched down to check if Viserys was injured. Then, his gaze fell below Viserys's collar, at the location of the dragon-shaped mark. William's hand paused for a moment. The echoes, in the cellar, they responded to you, didn't they? His voice was very soft. Viserys did not deny it. Denying was useless, William clearly knew a lot. No matter. William stood up and brushed the dust off himself. But you must understand, Your Highness. Ancient power comes with an ancient price. You look very drained, and this is not without cause. Over-responding to echoes will erode your vital essence. He paused and looked toward the 2 men hidden deep in the passage who had been drained by the ghost dragon. Furthermore, if what you just did were discovered, you would be burned as a dark sorcerer. Even if you were a prince. They were going to kill me, Viserys said. I know. There are many in the Red Keep who want to use a Targaryen head as a letter of recommendation. But you cannot do everything yourself, Your Highness. You need allies, and more importantly, you need influence. He took Viserys's hand. Let's go, return first. I will handle these bodies. Sir, why are you helping me? Viserys still asked the question in his heart. William stopped and looked back at him. In the dim light, a complex expression appeared on the face of the Red Keep's master-at-arms. I have served the Targaryens for 40 years, Your Highness. I watched His Majesty Aerys grow up, watched Prince Rhaegar be born, and watched you learn to walk. His voice was somewhat raspy, carrying a hint of sighs and lamentation. This family may be mad, may be arrogant, but it is the legitimate ruler of Westeros. And you. He looked deeply at Viserys. You are different from them. Your wanderings may be ancient echoes, but I don't see madness in your eyes, only clear-headed choices. A clarity a 5-year-old child shouldn't have. So I thought, perhaps you can walk a different path. William turned and continued walking. But remember, Your Highness. Power needs control, and secrets need guarding. Do not expose yourself before you are truly strong. I will help you, but you must also learn to hide. They returned to the area where Viserys's room was located. The guards did not suspect anything when they saw Sir William himself escorting the prince back. Before leaving, William said one last thing. In 3 days, after evening, if you feel the need to go to the cellar again, I will ensure there are no extra eyes on that route. There are some records regarding the altar, perhaps you should see them. The door closed. Viserys lay on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the ghost dragon's space. The ghost dragon curled there, transmitting ripples of satisfaction and growth. It had become stronger, its wingspan was nearly 5 feet, the mist was thicker, and its mental interference ability had also improved. But William's words echoed in his ears. Price, erosion of vital essence, hiding. Viserys touched his chest. The second heart was beating steadily, but every beat felt like a countdown. He needed to become stronger faster. He needed to gain enough power to change his fate before the price exhausted his life. And the true use, William mentioned, what would it be? Outside the window, the night in King's Landing was as deep as ink. In a corner of the city, at the Rotten Apple Tavern, a man with a scar on his face waited until dawn but did not see the person he was waiting for. He cursed, smashed his wine glass, and got up to leave. The message had to be sent back. Mission failed, the target is strange. And at that moment, deep within the Red Keep, Mad King Aerys II woke with a start from a nightmare, screaming, "The shadows are eating me," knocking over a candlestick and setting the bed curtains on fire. The firelight illuminated his mad eyes and also the flickering, twisted shadows on the wall that seemed to have a life of their own. A new day was about to arrive. The sleepwalker would continue his wanderings. And the game in the shadows had only just begun. Time passed slowly amidst the increasingly tense atmosphere of the Red Keep. Viserys could clearly feel the air around him change. The servants walked with their heads bowed and steps hurried, their conversations kept to a low whisper, eyes hiding an unconcealable panic. The number of guards increased, their hands were always instinctively resting on their sword hilts, and the sound of armor rubbing together seemed particularly grating in the corridors. His mother, Queen Rhaella, visited him less frequently, and each stay grew shorter. Her pale violet eyes, so similar to Rhaegar's, were filled with exhaustion and deep worry, yet she said nothing, only hugging him more tightly as if she wanted to press him into her very flesh and blood to take him away. The madness of the Mad King, Aerys, grew more intense. The sounds of screaming and objects being smashed became more frequent in Maegor's holdfast during the dead of night. Rumors spread that the king had begun to suspect the food was poisoned, eating only simple bread and clear water that had been tasted by a few specific attendants. He even ordered the fire mages to be on standby day and night, claiming he would purify all traitors and their shadows with the fire of the true dragon. The entire Red Keep was like a pot being slowly roasted over a low fire. Those inside could feel the temperature rising but knew not when the lid would be completely blown off. In this oppressive weight, Viserys focused on two things: digesting the new abilities brought by the ghost dragon and feeding it. After devouring the life energy of the two assassins, the ghost dragon had indeed grown. The most direct change was that its appetite and digestion feedback became clearer. More importantly, the ghost dragon conveyed a definite intent. Devouring souls filled with fear, pain, or strong obsession provided more nourishment, and sometimes it could even strip away memory fragments or emotional residue, which seemed to have extra benefits for its understanding and interference in the realm of consciousness. Viserys did not take the initiative to hunt humans again. Morality was one aspect, but more practical was the risk. There might still be unknown corpses beneath the Red Keep, but the frequent appearance of bizarrely dead, mummified bodies would sooner or later arouse suspicion. So, he turned his target toward rats and other creatures. The Red Keep's ancient sewers and abandoned corners were never short of these rodents. Using sleepwalking as cover, he headed to remote areas in the middle of the night, ordering the ghost dragon to turn into a mist of shadows and silently sweep through. 1. 2. Energy trickled in. The ghost dragon's form appeared increasingly solid within the space of consciousness, its wingspan growing slowly but steadily, advancing from nearly 5 feet toward 6. Its control over shadows also became more refined, already able to make the shadows in a small area around Viserys crawl slightly or briefly distort light to create visual errors. This was far from invisibility, but in dim environments, it could already serve as a decent distraction. However, Viserys also felt a certain bottleneck. Simple life energy from rats seemed only to allow the ghost dragon to undergo quantitative change, making it difficult to trigger a qualitative change. The ghost dragon conveyed a vague longing, pointing towards something more powerful and primordial, vaguely related to the deep mysteries of fire and shadow, and even to the massive dragon remains in the cellar not far away. This longing was particularly strong whenever he approached the direction of the cellar. The sunset dyed the stone rooftops of King's Landing a sickly golden red. Viserys finished a simple dinner served by Sophia. As the old maid packed the dishes, her fingers trembled slightly, nearly knocking over a silver cup. Sophia. Viserys looked at her. The old woman shook her head and forced a strained smile. It's nothing, Your Highness the Prince. It's just, the rumors outside are very tense today. I heard His Majesty summoned Lord Varys and Grand Maester Pycelle again and spoke with them for a long time. She lowered her voice. Someone saw that when the Grand Maester came out, his face was as white as a dead man's. Viserys's heart sank. If an old fox like Pycelle could be frightened like that, it was definitely not good news. It was likely that his Mad King father was planning to do something shocking again. After night had fully fallen, that familiar feeling of being pulled surfaced again, and it was stronger than any time before, as if something deep in the cellar was urgently calling to him and the shadow in his consciousness. Viserys knew the time had come. As he had done several times before, his eyes went blank, and he walked out of his room with a slightly floating gait. The guards following him tonight were replaced by two unfamiliar faces, their expressions solemn and their gazes sharp. Clearly, they were not the veterans who had grown accustomed to the prince's eccentricity. They followed closely behind, much nearer than usual. Viserys was wary, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued to follow the unseen guidance. This time, the route was more circuitous, passing through several dim corridors he rarely visited even during his sleepwalking, and even passing the entrance of a semi-collapsed side hall said to be haunted. The two guards exchanged nervous glances, their hands always on their swords. Finally, he stopped before the cellar door that had been nailed shut with new planks. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. One stepped forward to check the blockage and looked back, saying, "Your Highness the Prince, this place is sealed. Shall we head back?" Viserys did not react, merely reaching out his hand, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough wood grain. Just then, Sir Willem Derry's low voice came from the shadows. "Leave it to me, soldiers. Her Majesty the Queen has ordered that I look after your Highness the Prince's stroll tonight." The two guards turned and, seeing the master at arms emerge from the shadows of the pillars, immediately saluted. "Sir William. Go and reinforce the patrols at the west gate. I heard there's some suspicious activity over there," Sir William ordered in an unquestionable tone. "But, Sir, His Majesty the King ordered us to guard the prince closely. His Majesty the King has also authorized me to have temporary decision-making power in matters involving the echoes of the prince's ancient bloodline." Sir William revealed a small token engraved with a three-headed dragon. "Go on, I'll handle things here." The guards hesitated for a moment but finally saluted and withdrew. After all, in the Red Keep, no one questioned Sir Willem Derry's loyalty and seniority, and it was beyond doubt. Once the footsteps faded, Sir William quickly stepped forward, pulling a specially made crowbar from his robe. With a few skillful moves, he pried a gap in the newly nailed planks just large enough for Viserys to pass through. "Your Highness. There isn't much time. His Majesty Aerys's state is extremely unstable tonight, he could summon everyone at any moment." He spoke in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over Viserys. "Your Highness, no matter what happens, I will stand guard here." Sir William only knew that the prince was drawn by ancient echoes, and frequently visited the cellar, possibly coming into contact with some residual magical or family secrets. He vaguely sensed some unusual changes in Viserys, perhaps an awakening of dragon blood under pressure, but he certainly did not know of the ghost dragon's specific existence, let alone the previous sacrifices. His help was based on his recognition of the Targaryen bloodline and his protection of Viserys, the lucid child. Viserys nodded to him without a word and nimbly slipped inside. The gap was roughly restored by Sir William behind him. The cellar was even colder and damper than before, the air thick with a faint, strange smell like a mixture of sulfur and old blood. Balerian's massive skull still stood in the darkness, though the cracks upon it seemed to have spread slightly. Under the faint light of the candle in Viserys's hand, it looked like a pale mask covered in fissures. The altar lay quietly in front of the dragon skull. But this time, the altar was different. Those originally dim runes were now emitting an extremely faint, breath-like pulsating glow, pale with a hint of dark red. As Viserys approached, the mark on his left chest suddenly grew hot, and the ghost dragon in his consciousness sent forth an unprecedentedly violent restlessness and longing. Power, completion. The ghost dragon's intent was clearer than ever, pointing toward Balerian's skull. Viserys summoned the altar again. He discovered that under the interplay of candlelight and the runes, faint glow, some smaller patterns seemed to emerge on the altar's surface that hadn't been there before. They were like guided paths, leading his gaze toward the groove and then winding toward the direction of the dragon's skull. A fragment of broken knowledge, perhaps unlocked by the ghost dragon after absorbing the aura of Balerian's remains, or perhaps actively revealed by the altar now, flowed into his consciousness. With the things of the true dragon, or blood of the same source, obtain the power of the true dragon, and forge the true form. Things of the true dragon. Blood of the same source. Viserys thought of something instantly. He carefully took a small object wrapped in a handkerchief from an inner pocket. It was a small, pitch-black, shiny, and unusually heavy stone fragment he had accidentally picked up while exploring the edges of the Dragon Pit ruins during several sleepwalking excursions. At the time, he just thought it was special, but now, under the reflection of the altar's light and the ghost dragon's longing, he could feel an extremely faint fluctuation within it, vaguely related to fire and destruction. Dragonglass. Or volcanic rock rich in special minerals. He felt in his bosom again and found an even smaller leather pouch containing a few dark, leather-tough fragments. These were from a previous, sleepwalk, to an abandoned display room in the Red Keep, where he had secretly peeled them off a broken, dragon-scale shield, decoration said to have been part of a Targaryen ancestor's collection. He didn't know if it was real dragon scale, but the material was certainly not ordinary. Finally, there was the blood of the same source. He himself was a Targaryen, the so-called blood of the same source. But the knowledge fragment suggested that to guide the true dragon power of a super dragon like Balerion, he would likely need a stronger sacrificial offering. He hesitated. This was undoubtedly another risky sacrifice, and with no one to guide him, he relied entirely on instinct and the guidance of fragmented information. But the ghost dragon's longing was almost a physical impulse, and that thirst for completion and greater power deeply affected him. Time waited for no one. The Red Keep was as precarious as a pile of eggs. Let's do it. First, he carefully placed the black stone fragment suspected to be dragonglass and the most dark red scale fragment into the altar's groove. Then, he cut his palm again, letting the fresh blood drip onto the offerings. Unlike last time, he deliberately recalled the ghost dragon's form, pouring his own will along with the ghost dragon's longing into the connection between the blood and the altar. With the blood of Targaryen, guide the ancient power of the true dragon, complete the form of my partner, the ghost dragon, he said in low high Valyrian, the words stiff but heartfelt. The altar's runes suddenly flared to life. The light was even more intense than last time. Pale cold light and dark red streams of light intertwined, and the entire groove seemed to turn into a miniature vortex. The two offerings vibrated violently in the vortex. The black stone fragment first turned into powder, releasing a wisp of pure, scorching aura. The dark red scale then softened and melted, flowing with a hint of dark golden, majestic fluid. These two forces mixed within Viserys's blood. Instead of merging directly into the altar, they followed the newly emerged patterns like a guided stream and shot rapidly toward Balerion's skull. Boom! A low roar, as if from ancient time and space, echoed in the cellar. From the hollow eye sockets of Balerion's skull, a blood-red light 10 times stronger than before suddenly erupted. The entire skull seemed to come alive, radiating a suffocating pressure. The two forces mixed with Viserys's blood were like a key inserted into this ancient lock. Deep within the skull, a more concentrated and essential point of dark golden light was drawn out. It was not Balerion's remaining violent will, but rather a tiny residue of its pure power source, mixed with the inherent characteristics of a dragon's shadow. This dark golden beam merged with the light stream from the altar's runes, becoming more solid, and then surged back at an alarming speed, not toward Viserys, but straight into his shadow beneath his feet. Ah! Viserys groaned, feeling as if his shadow had been cast into a branding iron, a sensation of intense burning and expansion. This pain was not physical but rather on the level of the soul, affecting his invisible connection with the ghost dragon. In the space of consciousness, the ghost dragon let out a cry of mixed pain and ecstasy. Its form expanded, twisted, and reshaped uncontrollably. On its shadow torso, clearer and more complex dark golden patterns began to emerge. These patterns were not decorative but seemed like structural reinforcements of its very existence. Its claws and teeth became sharper and more terrifying, its shadow solid as obsidian, and in the center of the black vortex in its eye sockets, that point of dark golden spark expanded slightly, burning steadily. At the same time, a massive flow of information accompanied the infusion of power, rushing into Viserys's mind. The ghost dragon, Shadow Flame, has received an essential enhancement, fusing a trace of the true dragon's power source and dragon shadow characteristics. New traits unlocked, original abilities enhanced. First, the ghost dragon's illusory body can now solidify prematurely, allowing it to briefly manifest as a physical dragon and release a faint dragon's aura, causing intimidation to creatures with weak minds. Second, the ghost dragon's physical lethality is increased. The condensed dragon claws can carry a slight, magic-breaking, and sharpness effect, providing a certain degree of penetration against enchanted items and low-level energy protection. Third, the range and precision of shadow manipulation are increased, and its foundation of existence is strengthened. The distance it can leave the body is extended to about 20 feet, and the time it can maintain a tangible state is significantly prolonged. This process seemed long but actually took only a few breaths. The light suddenly retracted. The altar's runes quickly dimmed and then vanished once more. The blood-red light in the eye sockets of Balerian's skull did not go out completely but became extremely faint, pulsating slowly as if falling into a deep, disturbed semi-slumber. However, the sense of pressure it radiated was more concentrated and unyielding. Viserys knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, yet his eyes shone with startling brightness. He could clearly feel the ghost dragon's transformation. It was a foundational reinforcement and sublimation, far beyond what devouring some life energy could achieve. The ghost dragon conveyed a solid, abundant sense of power, along with clearer consciousness and obedience. It worked. The enhancement he had figured out on his own was a success. But there was no time for joy. From the direction of the cellar entrance, hurried footsteps and a commotion suddenly erupted. Quick! There seemed to be vibrations and light down there just now. The cellar. Check the cellar. His Majesty the King has ordered that any abnormality must be investigated immediately. It was the King's fire mages and guards. The commotion was still too great. Viserys's expression changed. Forcing himself to stand, he ran without hesitation toward the deep darkness in another direction of the cellar. There was a narrow gap he had previously discovered that led to a lower drainage network. He had just squeezed into the gap when he heard the noise of a large group of people pouring into the cellar behind him. Fluctuations of magic. And, this feeling. The leading fire mage looked with uncertainty and fear at Balerian's skull, which emitted a faint red light, and the area of the altar where the residual heat had not yet dissipated. His face twisted with an expression of fear and fanaticism. The ancient dragon's grudge has been stirred. Someone performed a ritual here. Search. Report to His Majesty the King immediately. The knight in the Red Keep was completely jolted awake. Meanwhile, Viserys, struggling through the narrow and filthy gap, felt the ghost dragon's unprecedentedly powerful energy surging in his soul, but he was also somewhat shaken. The increase in power far exceeded his expectations, but the commotion it caused had nearly exposed him. The secret known to no one was preserved, but danger was already approaching. Sir William's voice drifted faintly from the entrance, seemingly inquiring about the situation and trying to explain the prince's sleepwalking, but the sharp, questioning voices of the fire mages cut him short. The ghost dragon conveyed a clear and stable intent in his consciousness, carrying a newfound majesty and satisfaction. Master, shadow invisibility. This intent told him that he could use shadows to hide his form. The drainage gap was narrow and damp, and Viserys almost had to crawl forward. The commotion in the cellar behind him gradually blurred, but the restless agitation of the Red Keep being awakened transmitted through the stone walls. More footsteps and shouts echoed from distant corridors. He focused his mind, and the ghost dragon sent a clear ripple of intent. A thin layer of shadow seeped from the mark on his chest, flowing over his body like water. Light distorted slightly around him, and his silhouette became blurred, as if melting into the gloom of the passage itself. Shadow invisibility. This was an ability naturally comprehended by the ghost dragon after its enhancement. He slowed his breathing and listened intently. The rapid footsteps of a squad of guards passed through a passage above, and the light of torches flashed past the entrance of the gap. No one looked down to examine this filthy corner. He was safe for the time being. He continued to move carefully, navigating the labyrinthine lower passages based on his previous explorations. The ghost dragon's perception extended outward like invisible tentacles, detecting the presence of life and obstacles ahead in advance. This was more reliable than simply using his eyes. About 15 minutes later, he emerged from under a loose floorboard in an abandoned greenhouse behind Maegor's Holdfast. The night was deep, and the garden was silent and deserted. He dispelled his shadow disguise, brushed the dust off his body, and walked quickly but as naturally as possible toward the tower where his room was located. He encountered two patrols on the way. Seeing him alone, the guards were somewhat surprised, but they breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing him as the prince. Viserys simply put on a dazed expression as if just waking from sleepwalking, saying vaguely that he had just ended up here while walking, and the guards, clearly accustomed to this, respectfully escorted him back to his room. Sophia was still waiting for him, the candle nearly burnt out. Seeing him returned by the guards, the old maid's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Thank the seven, she whispered, quickly helping him change out of his dirty pajamas and wiping his face with warm water. Your Highness the Prince, there was a commotion outside for a while just now. They say there was some strange movement over by the cellar. You didn't run into anything, did you? No, Viserys said as he lay down under the covers and closed his eyes. I just walked a bit far. I'm a little tired. Sophia asked no more, blew out the candle, and retreated quietly. The moment the door closed, Viserys opened his eyes. His consciousness sank into that space. The ghost dragon lay curled up quietly, its body clearly a size larger, with its wingspan stabilized at over 6 feet. On its shadow-formed body, dark gold patterns pulsed slightly like breathing, exuding a restrained majesty. He tried to channel the power. The ghost dragon responded swiftly. A wisp of shadow rose silently in the corner of the room, condensing into a translucent dragon claw with dark metallic luster at the tips. It lightly brushed across the heavy oak table leg, leaving a clear gouge without making almost any sound. His power had increased, and it was easier to control. But Viserys had no time to appreciate it in detail. The commotion in the cellar would inevitably arouse deeper suspicion and investigation from the Mad King. The fire mages were sensitive to magical auras, and Sir William was guarding the entrance. Would he be implicated? And then there was that mention of the ancient dragon's grudge. The eerie pulsing after Balerian's skull was activated always left him with a faint sense of unease. Over the next 2 days, the atmosphere in the Red Keep indeed became even more treacherous. The number of patrolling guards reached a peak, leaving no corner unsearched. The figures of fire mages frequently appeared throughout the inner keep, especially near the cellar and the ancient towers. They held strange magical instruments and chanted incantations as if searching for some trace. Mad King Aerys almost stopped appearing in public. But there were rumors that he could not sleep at night, convinced that the disturbance in the cellar was proof of collusion between traitor mages and the dragon's curse. He ordered a thorough investigation of everyone who had recently come into contact with the cellar, the ruins of the dragon pit, or who possessed Valyrian items. Several low-ranking fire mages and 2 old men responsible for cleaning the ancient display rooms were taken away and never returned. Viserys was strictly ordered by Queen Rhaella to stay within Maegor's Holdfast, and even short walks to the garden were cancelled. The queen's own face grew paler by the day, the worry in her eyes almost overflowing. She sometimes would hold Rhaenys for a long time, weeping silently. Sir Willem Darry still appeared daily to instruct Viserys in basic swordsmanship footwork, though the prince was too young, it was more of a formality, and brought news from outside. His expression was more solemn than usual, but he remained steady when facing Viserys. His Majesty has been frightened, William whispered after one session, gesturing for Viserys to move to the window away from the servants. He suspects everyone around him. Lord Varys's little birds have been unusually active lately. About the cellar. Viserys probed. It's been sealed off, guarded by fire mages and the king's own guards together. William glanced at him. My explanation that night was barely accepted, but Olipwalking, Prince had better stay away from there for a while, Your Highness the Prince. Some people's eyes see conspiracies in everything they look at now. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. There are new ravens from the Trident River, but the news has been suppressed by His Majesty. Grand Maester Pycelle has been ordered to stay in the Maester's Tower and must not leave without a summons. Suppressing battle reports. This usually meant bad news. Viserys's heart sank. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the trouble finally arrived. Viserys was in his room pretending to read when the ghost dragon suddenly sent a slight warning ripple, not of direct danger, but perceiving a large number of hurried, heavy footsteps converging toward Maegor's Holdfast, mixed with the sound of armor, leather, and a kind of anxious, fanatical aura. He went to the window and looked down cautiously. He saw a large number of gold cloaks pouring into the courtyard, but the leaders were not the commander of the city watch, but several fire mages wearing ornate flame-patterned robes. They were heading straight for the main entrance of Maegor's Holdfast. Soon, shouts and reprimands came from downstairs. Viserys heard his mother, Queen Rhaella, raising her voice in argument, but she was quickly interrupted by a sharp and excited male voice. By order of His Majesty the King. Search all places that may hide sorcery instruments, dragonglass, or items related to dark forces. This includes the Queen's chambers and the Prince's residence. Those who resist will be treated as traitors. It was the voice of a fire mage, filled with self-important authority. Viserys's pupils constricted. He quickly looked around the room. The various souvenirs he had collected from the cellar and the dragon pit ruins, suspicious stones, metal fragments, charred bone pieces, were all hidden in a secret compartment under his bed. But if the fire mages had means to detect magical items, the ghost dragon sent an inquiring thought, carrying a trace of instinctive wariness and faint hostility toward the uncomfortable aura of fire and fanaticism emanating from those fire mages. Be quiet, hide, Viserys commanded in his mind, while quickly walking to the bookshelf and pulling out a heavy history book, pretending to be disturbed by the commotion downstairs. The door was pushed open roughly, and it wasn't Sophia. Two gold cloaks entered first, standing on either side with their hands on their sword hilts. Following them was a tall, thin fire mage, his robes so new they were jarring, his eyes flashing with the excitement of an investigator and a touch of deliberate arrogance toward the royalty. Prince Viserys, the fire mage gave a cursory bow. By order of His Majesty the King, to ensure the Red Keep is pure and free from the erosion of dark sorcery, we must inspect your room. Please cooperate, Your Highness the Prince. Queen Rhaella rushed into the room right behind him, her face flushed with anger. This is my son's bedroom. He is only 5 years old. How dare you? Your Majesty, this is the King's direct command. The evil fluctuations from the cellar must be investigated to the end. The fire mage remained unmoved and waved his hand. Search. Be thorough. Do not let any abnormal items escape. The guards began to ransack the room. Viserys held his book tightly and shrank back to his mother's side. Rhaella held him close, her body trembling slightly, whether out of anger or fear. The fire mage pulled out a complex little brass compass from his robe, embedded with a small, dimly glowing ruby. He walked slowly around the room while staring at the compass needle. Viserys's heart leapt into his throat. He could feel that the compass was faintly emitting a weak magical fluctuation, seemingly responding to specific energies. Those things under the bed. The fire mage walked to the side of the bed. The compass needle quivered slightly. The fire mage's eyes lit up. Just then, the tall figure of Sir Willem Derry appeared at the door, blocking the light. His face was as cold and hard as iron. What is going on here? His voice was not loud, yet it made the guards in the room pause their movements. Sir Derry, we are executing His Majesty's orders. The fire mage turned around and held up the compass in his hand. William entered the room, his gaze sweeping over the ransacked items and the frightened mother and son, finally landing on the fire mage's face. Who gave you the specific authorization to search the prince's residence? Where is His Majesty's written warrant? The fire mage choked for a moment, then argued stubbornly, an oral command from His Majesty. The cellar sorcery incident concerns. An oral command. William interrupted him, taking a step forward. His battle-hardened presence forced the fire mage to take half a step back. Without a warrant stamped with the royal seal, you dare to disturb the queen and the prince based solely on an oral command. Everyone knows His Majesty has been troubled in his thoughts recently. If someone were to forge an order or overinterpret it, can you bear the responsibility? He turned to the gold cloaks. Are you the king's guards, or the private soldiers of the Alchemists Guild? Entering the inner palace without formal documents, do you know the penalty for such an intrusion under the law? The guards looked at each other, and their movements stopped completely. Sir Willem Derry's prestige and his duties in the Red Keep made them not dare to act recklessly. The fire mage's face turned pale and then flushed. He clearly hadn't expected to encounter such strong resistance. The needle on his compass shook more violently as William approached, but William carried nothing on him except his longsword and ordinary metal armor. After a moment of stalemate, the fire mage gritted his teeth and said, Fine, fine. I will go and request a formal warrant now. But if the heavy responsibility of clearing the source of sorcery is delayed because of this, Sir Derry, I'm afraid you will also be held accountable. With that, he angrily waved his hand and led the guards out. Quiet temporarily returned to the room, leaving only a mess behind. Queen Rhaella sat on a chair as if drained of strength, holding Viserys tightly. Sir William walked to the window and watched the group of people leave, his brow furrowed. They won't stop, Rhaella said softly, her voice choked with emotion. Aerys, he has truly gone mad. They won't dare to use force for now. William turned to look at Viserys. Your Highness the Prince, have you picked up or obtained anything unusual lately? Even if it's just a pebble you thought looked nice, or a strange fragment. His gaze was sharp, but there was no coercion, it was more like a reminder and a confirmation. Viserys hesitated for a second and shook his head. He couldn't admit it, the risk was too great. William nodded and didn't press further. Your Majesty, please be extremely careful with Your Highness the Prince lately. Food, water, everything that enters the mouth should ideally pass through trusted hands. He paused. And, be prepared. Perhaps, we will have to use that plan very soon. Rayella looked up suddenly, despair flashing in her eyes, which then turned into a motherly resolve. She nodded heavily. William bowed and retreated to arrange for the room to be tidied and to reinforce the reliable guards at the door. That night, Viserys waited until the dead of night to take out those souvenirs from under the bed that could cause trouble. Under the cover of the ghost dragon's shadows, he quietly took them to a secluded courtyard and threw them into a deep well. Listening to the faint sound of the stones hitting the water, he felt a wave of lingering fear. He had been a hair's breadth away from being discovered. The ghost dragon sent a comforting ripple, and a shadow lightly brushed his back, bringing a hint of coolness. It seemed to understand the crisis just now as well. Back in bed, Viserys found it hard to fall asleep. The Red Keep had become a dangerous nest, and the Mad King's suspicion was like a spreading poisonous fire that could consume them at any time. Although the Fire Mages' search had been temporarily blocked by William, the crisis had not been resolved. What made him even more uneasy was the news from the Trident River. Suppressing battle reports was often a precursor to defeat. If Rhaegar lost, he dared not think too deeply. The ghost dragon stretched its wings in the mental space, its dark gold patterns flowing under the illusory moonlight. It had grown stronger, but facing the impending tidal wave, would this power be enough? Standard lore suggests the battle at the Trident will decide the fate of the dynasty. Outside the window, there was no starlight in the night sky of King's Landing, thick clouds hung low, as if brewing an unprecedented storm. And in the far north, a raven was flying through the curtain of rain toward King's Landing. Inside the message tube tied to its leg was news sufficient to ignite the final fuse. The storm was truly coming. The next evening, the Fire Mages returned once more, bearing the king's warrant. Their presence was even more imposing this time. Besides the tall, thin Fire Mage and the group of gold cloaks from yesterday, there were two senior Fire Mages in more exquisite flame-patterned robes, their eyes cold with the usual scrutiny of heretics. Sure enough, they held a roll of parchment stamped with the king's iron seal. Sir Willem Darry stood before the corridor of the prince's quarters in Maegor's Holdfast, carefully inspecting the warrant, his expression so grim it looked as if it could drip water. The warrant was genuine and sternly worded, authorizing the Fire Mages to conduct a comprehensive and thorough search of any place within the Red Keep. Any obstruction would be deemed treason. Step aside, Esser. The will of His Majesty must be carried out. The leading senior Fire Mage's voice was flat, as if it were a routine matter. Willem stared fixedly at these arrogant Fire Mages, his right hand gripping his sword hilt so hard his knuckles turned white. Behind him was the prince's closed door, from which came Queen Rhaella's muffled sobs. Several guards loyal to the queen stood on either side of Willem, the atmosphere thick with tension. A conflict was imminent. Even Sir Willem could not afford the consequences of defying a royal command. Just then, the door to the prince's room opened. Viserys stepped out, his small figure standing among the tall knights. There was no expression on his face as he looked up at Willem. Let them search, Esser. If my father wants to know if there are strange things in my room, let him know. His voice was calm, unnervingly so for a child, but Willem heard a hint of unusual resolve in it. Willem gave Viserys a deep look, then slowly released his sword hilt and stepped aside. Today's search was even more brutal and thorough than yesterday's. Not only were all the furniture moved and carpets overturned, but the walls were hammered everywhere in search of hidden compartments. The Fire Mages used compasses and other strange magical tools made of crystals and bone fragments, constantly probing every corner of the room as if they wouldn't stop until they found something. Viserys sat quietly by his mother's side, holding Queen Rhaella's cold hand. His souvenirs had been cleaned up the night before, and the compartment under the bed was empty. He had nothing to fear, at least regarding the search itself. But the problem lay with the searchers themselves, their fanaticism and paranoia, their obsession with finding evidence of sorcery to appease the Mad King. More importantly, they had tools that could sense magical fluctuations. Although the ghost dragon was hidden deep within his consciousness, would the fluctuations from the previous altar enhancement and the ghost dragon's own nature leave some kind of trace? The longer these Fire Mages stayed and the more carefully they searched, the greater the risk of exposure. More importantly, they had come this time with a formal warrant, arrogant in their search. If they found nothing this time, what about the next? Or the time after that? As long as his father the Mad King's suspicion remained, these Fire Mages were like a sword hanging over his head, liable to fall at any moment. Willem could block them once, but not every time. Moreover, Willem's stubborn resistance had likely earned him the enmity of these royal favorites. He could no longer remain passive, these fellows had to disappear. The search lasted nearly an hour, turning the room upside down. Naturally, they found nothing. The fire mages' expressions shifted from excitement to confusion, finally turning sour. A grand search ending in failure was not a good thing to report to the now neurotic king. It seems this place is indeed clean. We shall report truthfully to His Majesty, the leading senior fire mage said dryly, putting away his magical tools. They withdrew with the gold cloaks, leaving behind a mess. Queen Rayella was nearly collapsed, while Sir Willem directed servants to tidy the palace, his brow remained furrowed. He knew this wouldn't end here. Viserys helped his mother Rayella wipe her tears, then excused himself, saying he was tired and wanted to be alone. After returning to his room and closing the door, he leaned against the cold wooden surface. The layer of childhood innocence in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a cold, sharp gaze. He walked to the window and watched the group of fire mages leave Maegor's Holdfast, crossing the courtyard toward their quarters and workshop within the Red Keep. That area was relatively remote, near the waters of Blackwater Bay, and deserted at night. A plan quickly formed in his mind. He intended to use the simplest, most direct, and most effective method. But he needed intelligence. After a while, Viserys left his room and found Sir Willem, who was arranging guard duties. In a tone of lingering fear and curiosity, he asked, Sir, those men in red robes, did they stay in the castle at night too? Will they have even more powerful things and come looking secretly at night? Willem took it as the child being frightened and knelt to comfort him. They stay in the turret, over by the old keep, far from here. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will post extra men at Maegor's Holdfast tonight. They won't dare come again. The turrets, is it far? Viserys asked, seemingly casually. In the southeast corner of the Red Keep, within the old keep near the banks of the Blackwater Rush. Willem then pointed in that direction. That used to be the place of the Alchemists' Guild. No one goes there usually. Knowing this was enough, Viserys nodded and asked no more. Night fell. After a day of tension, the Red Keep seemed to fall into a temporary, weary silence. Viserys lay in bed, his breathing even, as if he were fast asleep. Sophia let out a light snore from her small bed in the outer room. Viserys opened his eyes. He rose quietly without lighting a lamp. The mark on his chest grew slightly warm, and a layer of shadow, richer and more natural than before, flowed out to cover his entire body. His figure vanished completely in the darkness, and even his breathing was suppressed to an extremely low level by some power. Shadow invisibility, combined with the ghost dragon's keen perception of the surroundings, made him like a true phantom. He slipped out of the room soundlessly, passing through the heavily guarded corridors. The guards on duty yawned at the top of the stairs, completely unaware of a blurred shadow gliding past them in the darkness. Based on Willem's description and his own memory of the Red Keep's layout, Viserys sneaked toward the southeast corner. The closer he got, the stronger the pungent smell of sulfur, saltpeter, and some chemical mixture became. The lighting here was poor, and the walls were old. It was almost a forgotten corner of the Red Keep. The turret was actually a cluster of high towers and fortress edges built against the old city walls, with several tall chimneys emitting pungent smoke. Most of the rooms were dark, except for one on the edge that still flickered with firelight, from which voices could be heard faintly. Viserys pressed himself against the rough outer wall of the stone house like a gecko, the shadows camouflaging him perfectly. He concentrated, and the ghost dragon's perception seeped into the room through the cracks in the wall like invisible threads. There were 3 fire mages in the room, the 2 seniors and the tall, thin one from the search earlier that day. They sat around a table piled with bottles, jars, and parchment, their faces looking gloomy in the flickering candlelight. Found nothing. The little prince's room was as clean as if it had been licked, the tall, thin fire mage said resentfully, taking a gulp of a suspiciously colored liquid. Derry, that old dog, was in the way. Maybe something really was hidden or destroyed by him in advance, one of the senior fire mages said, stroking his chin. His Majesty is extremely concerned about the ancient dragon's grudge. If we can't come up with a decent explanation, could it really just be an accidental fluctuation of ancient magical residue? The other senior man hesitated. Balerian's skull has been there for hundreds of years, some abnormality is. Fool. The first senior man barked in a low voice. What His Majesty wants is a conspiracy, a traitor. If we can't find one, we're incompetent. Don't forget what happened to Harris. Fear flashed in the tall, thin man's eyes, quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Then what? Search again. The queen sighed. We can't touch the queen or the prince. Derry is watching too closely. But what about that old maid? The one called Sophia, who follows the little prince all day, the senior fire mage said, a calculating glint in his eyes. No one cares if an old servant disappears. Grab her and question her, maybe she knows what junk the little prince usually picks up or which places he shouldn't go. With a few methods, she'll talk. Viserys's heart sank, replaced instantly by cold murderous intent. They actually dared to target Sophia. Just then, the tall, thin man seemed to feel stifled. He rose and pushed open the heavy wooden door, walking into the narrow courtyard outside for some air, his back turned exactly toward the corner where Viserys was hiding. Now was the time. With a thought from Viserys, the ghost dragon lurking in his shadow slipped out soundlessly. It expanded in the darkness into a shadow darker than the night, with a wingspan nearly 7 feet wide and faint dark gold patterns flowing on its surface. It had no physical form, resembling more a mass of living darkness, and it instantly pounced on the unsuspecting tall, thin fire mage. The ghost dragon's shadow was like the thickest pitch, suddenly enveloping the fire mage's head and upper body. The fire mage didn't even make a sound, his body stiffened abruptly, and the empty cup in his hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. The two inside heard the noise, and one of them asked, Rory. What's wrong? No response. What's going on? The man muttered, getting up and walking toward the door. The moment he reached the door and poked his head out to look, a strand of the ghost dragon's shadow shot out like a venomous snake, precisely entering his mouth and nose. The man's eyes bulged, his hands clawed uselessly at his throat, but he caught nothing. A strange gurgle came from his throat as he slumped down. What's happening? The last senior fire mage realized something was wrong and stood up abruptly, reaching for a small bottle of green liquid on the table as if to use it as a weapon. But it was too late. Having devoured 2 souls plus a fire mage with magical power, the ghost dragon sent back a sated and excited fluctuation, its power clearly having grown. The shadow it formed almost filled the doorway, spreading toward the last man. Extreme terror appeared on the senior fire mage's face as he saw the faint dragon silhouette and dark gold patterns within the shadow. He hissed, a dragon, a dead dragon. A curse. He tried to scream louder, but the shadow had already coiled around him. This time, Viserys ordered the ghost dragon to devour him directly. He transmitted a more specific intent: drain all energy, leave no trace. The ghost dragon understood. The shadow seeped meticulously into the fire mage's orifices and even every pore. The fire mage twitched violently. His skin lost moisture and luster at a visible rate, becoming withered and ashen. His eyes dimmed quickly, the light of life forcibly stripped away. Life energy, along with the soul, was drawn out, crushed, and absorbed under the ghost dragon's greedy and efficient extraction. The process lasted less than a minute. When the shadow dissipated, only 3 empty fire mage robes remained on the ground, with a small amount of fine, grayish-white ash beneath them, looking like bone ash left after a body is completely burned, yet even more thorough. A night wind blew through the courtyard, and the ashes swirled and scattered, mixing into the soil and stone cracks until no trace remained. The robes were also quickly swept up by the shadow and dragged into the deepest darkness of the corner. The ghost dragon's power corroded the fabric, making it rot and decompose rapidly. Viserys stood in the shadows, his face somewhat pale. Commanding the ghost dragon to devour 3 living people at once, even if they had no magical resistance, was a considerable burden on his mind. However, the feedback energy was also immense, a warm current surged into his chest. He could feel the ghost dragon letting out a satisfied low growl in his consciousness, its form seeming to have solidified further, and his control over shadows becoming more adept. More importantly, a fragment of broken memory was stripped from the senior fire mage's soul residue and transmitted into Viserys's mind. Mad King Aerys roaring at them in a secret room, demanding they find the source of the Cellar sorcery, hinting they could even use extraordinary means, and mentioning that Lord Tywin also believes there may be an unclean influence around the prince. Tywin, that hand of the king who had always been secretly defiant toward the Targaryens. Viserys's gaze grew colder. He understood the threat didn't just come from the fire mages. He took one last look at the eerily clean courtyard, only the shattered cup remained. He had the ghost dragon use shadows to grind the fragments into even finer powder and sweep them into the stone cracks. Then, he returned soundlessly the way he had come. The shadows enveloped him like a night-stalking specter. After returning to Maegor's Holdfast, he dodged the guards' patrols and slipped back into his room. The old servant Sophia was still in a deep sleep. Viserys dispersed the shadows and lay back in bed, covering himself with the quilt. His heartbeat soon slowed and steadied. His small fingers unconsciously rubbed his chest. 3 fire mages had completely vanished from this world, even a trace of ash might be scattered by tomorrow's morning breeze. No one would know where they went. Missing. Fled. In the current chaos of King's Landing, it was all too normal. In the short term, no one would come to his room with detection tools to search again. The Mad King might be furious or suspicious, but having lost the executors most enthusiastic about the matter and finding no clues, the issue would likely come to nothing or turn in another direction. He had resolved an imminent threat using the darkest and even bloodiest of methods. The ghost dragon quieted down in his consciousness, transmitting a sense of stability and power. Because it had grown again, after absorbing everything from the 3 fire mages, it had become a giant dragon with a wingspan of over 5 meters. Viserys closed his eyes, recalling everything that had happened in the last few days. If judged by the moral standards of his previous life, this would be unacceptable. But thinking of this world of Game of Thrones where one could die at any moment, the few traces of guilt in his heart quickly vanished. He knew that in this whirlpool of win or die, mercy was a luxury, surviving and growing strong was the key. He had only done what was necessary. To protect himself and those around him, he believed it was all worth it. Outside the window, the night grew deeper. In the far north, perhaps that fatal raven had already landed. The news of the fire mages' disappearance had spread before dawn. First, their assistants waited in the turrets, for a long time without seeing them. Summoning their courage, they went to their lodgings to search, only to find empty rooms and cold wine on the table. 3 senior fire mages, along with the magical tools and notebooks they carried, had vanished as if erased by the night, leaving behind no traces of struggle or departure. The news exploded like ice water dropped into hot oil among the lower servants and guards of the Red Keep. Or perhaps they had angered the awakened, ancient dragon's grudge, in the cellars and been dragged into the shadows. Panic ran faster than the truth. When the news finally reached the king's ears in the morning, Aerys too was using a gem-encrusted small knife to nervously scrape at some non-existent rust on the armrest of the Iron Throne. He wore a sleeping robe unchanged for days, with sunken eye sockets and a gaunt face, his pale purple pupils bloodshot. Upon hearing the report, his scraping stopped. The hall fell deathly silent, with only the king's heavy, irregular breathing audible. Missing. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grating. 3 men I personally assigned to investigate sorcery have gone missing under the strictest guard in the Red Keep. The messenger kneeling on the ground trembled like a leaf in the wind. Why yes, your grace. The fire mages' guild has not seen them, nor any trace of them. No trace at all. Aerys repeated, slowly rising from the Iron Throne. His tall, thin figure cast a long, twisted shadow in the dim morning light. Ha! No trace. He suddenly erupted, hurling the small knife in his hand towards a tapestry on one side of the hall. The blade embedded itself in the face of a knight woven into the fabric. This is the trace. Silent mockery. Traitors. Sorcerers. They are in my castle, right under my nose, and they turned my fire mages to ash. This is a challenge to me, your king. He stumbled down the throne steps, fingers clutching his greasy silver hair. They are laughing at me, the things in the shadows are laughing at me. Balerian's curse is alive, it's conspiring with those traitors. Your grace, perhaps the fire mages themselves just. Sir John Derry, one of the Kingsguard, attempted to console the king. Silence. Aerys whirled around, glaring at him with wild eyes. You want to deceive me too. You all want to deceive me. Everyone wishes for my death, for the Targaryens to be finished. He rushed back to the throne but dared not sit, instead pacing around the pile of twisted metal blades. Increase the guard. What use is that? Can guards stop shadows? Can they stop sorcery? He suddenly stopped, looking towards Grand Maester Pycelle, who stood pale and silent to the side. Grand Maester. Your books. Your knowledge. Tell me, how to deal with the things in the shadows. How to dig out those rats hiding in my castle. Pycelle trembled as he stepped forward. Your grace, ancient texts record, silver, fire, and certain specific prayers or holy oils can dispel the unclean. But most importantly, one must find the source for purification. Purification. Well said. Aerys interrupted him, a sickly light flashing in his eyes. Then purify. From top to bottom, a thorough purification. He shrieked his commands, his words rapid and chaotic, Reinvestigate everyone who has recently had contact with the cellars, the dragon pit ruins, the collection rooms. Search their lodgings, search their relatives. Any suspicious item, even a strangely colored stone, find it for me. Triple the guards at the cellar entrance. No, seal off all passages leading to the underground areas. With bricks, no, pour molten iron. And those fire mages, he gasped. Arrest all their assistants and apprentices for interrogation. They must know something, or they are accomplices themselves. Orders were issued one after another. The Red Keep, having just experienced a night of chaos, plunged into even more thorough terror. The gold cloaks and the king's personal guards poured out, questioning servants one by one, searching the rooms of officials and attendants of all ranks. Sounds of weeping, pleading, and scolding echoed between the stone walls. Sir Willem Derry heard the commotion in Mager's Holdfast. Standing by the window of Viserys's room, watching the soldiers scurrying in the courtyard, his face was unprecedentedly grim. They are missing, he said softly to Viserys, who had just entered. Those 3 fire mages who came to search yesterday are missing. The king is furious and has ordered a search of the entire Red Keep. Viserys's face showed timely surprise and a trace of unease. Missing. Where did they go? No one knows. They vanished completely, as if evaporated. His Grace is convinced it was the work of sorcery, or an inside traitor. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. Your Grace, did you sleep well last night? Did you hear or feel anything unusual? The question carried a hint of probing, but more so concern. Willem might suspect that Viserys's echoes, or some unknown bloodline ability was related to the cellar anomalies, but he could never imagine what specifically happened, let alone that the child before him was the mastermind. Viserys shook his head, his eyes holding the confusion a child should have and a hint of fear disturbed by the chaos outside. I slept very soundly, Sophia can testify. Sir, will father be angrier? I fear it's more than just anger, Willem sighed, rubbing his brow. This will make him even more convinced of a great threat within the Red Keep. He will use more extreme measures to purify. We must be even more careful, Your Grace, especially you. As if to confirm his words, in the afternoon, a squad of the king's personal guards came directly to Mager's Holdfast. Not to search, but to invite Queen Rhaella to the king's quarters for questioning. The reason given was that the missing fire mages' last task was to search the prince's room. Queen Rhaella's face instantly lost all color. Willem argued vehemently, even drawing his sword, but the leading knight coldly presented a second sealed order. The king wished to personally question the queen regarding the prince's recent words, deeds, and the items around him. This was direct pressure, and also a warning. Viserys watched his mother, forcing composure as she straightened her dress and followed the guards away, his small hands clenching into fists inside his sleeves. The ghost dragon stirred restlessly in his consciousness, emanating instinctive hostility towards those taking his mother away. Don't act rashly, he sternly commanded the ghost dragon in his mind. Acting now would be tantamount to telling everyone the problem was in Mager's Holdfast, was in himself. Willem accompanied Queen Rhaella, attempting to mediate. Viserys was ordered to remain in his room, guarded by Sophia and 2 other reliable guards arranged by Willem. Time passed slowly, each moment stretched thin. Viserys fidgeted restlessly. Sensing his emotional turmoil, shadows churned silently in the corners of the room. After roughly 2 hours, Queen Rhaella returned. She was almost leaning on Willem's support to walk back to the room, her face as pale as paper, her eyes vacant, her lips bearing bloodstains from where she had bitten them. Her hair bun was slightly disheveled, and her expensive skirt was stained with dust. Mother. Viserys rushed over and hugged her. Rhaella mechanically returned the hug, her body still trembling slightly. Willem gave Sophia a meaningful look. The old maidservant, her eyes red, hurried to prepare warm water and calming herbal tea. His Grace asked many pointed questions. About your sleepwalking, about whether you had picked up unclean things, even hinting whether the queen was aware of or condoned some influence. His words were full of insults and suspicion. He glanced at the still shaken queen and continued, I vouched for you strenuously in my capacity as a member of the small council and master-at-arms, emphasizing that your graces, echoes, are merely a resurgence of ancient Targaryen bloodline traits, with no concrete evidence linking them to sorcery. Although his grace ultimately allowed the queen to return, Willem did not finish, but the meaning was clear, the Mad King's suspicion had fallen directly upon the mother and son. This was just a warning blow lacking evidence, next time might not be so simple. Rhaella finally recovered somewhat, holding Viserys tightly as silent tears streamed down. He wants to destroy us. Aerys wants to destroy everything. Viserys nestled in his mother's arms, but his gaze looked past her shoulder towards the gloomy sky outside. The Mad King's madness had not subsided with the Fire Mage's disappearance. Instead, fueled by this unknown and provocation, it had intensified, and its focus had turned more explicitly upon them. Eliminating a direct threat had invited a larger, more irrational oppression. This was Aerys Targaryen too, a king consumed by fear and paranoia. That night, the Red Keep held an abrupt purification ritual. Presided over by the remaining Fire Mages and the High Septon, a huge bonfire was lit in the square outside the cellar entrance. Numerous old items deemed potentially tainted by the unclean were burned, and exorcism prayers were chanted loudly. The firelight illuminated the king's twisted, excited face, as well as the terrified or numb expressions of many courtiers and servants. The ritual could not bring peace. During the night, the Mad King's screams and roars once again echoed through Maegor's holdfast. It was said he wounded an attendant who tried to light more candles for him, because that shadow tried to strangle me. In Viserys's consciousness, the ghost dragon raised its head, dark golden patterns flowing in its ethereal form. It had grown stronger, more eager for all energy. Devouring 3 fire mages possessing weak magical energy brought significantly more growth than devouring ordinary soldiers or rats. It could venture farther from his body, its shadows were more substantial, and its perception of life and souls was sharper. Viserys touched his chest, where a cold vortex seemed to slowly spin, breathing in sync with the ghost dragon. Power came with a price, and with responsibility. He had used this power to protect himself, yet seemed to have pushed his mother into even greater danger. The Mad King's madness was an erupting volcano, and they were on its very edge. The plan, Willem mentioned, evacuation, needed to be prepared more swiftly. But before that, perhaps, this escalating madness could be used. A vague idea took shape in Viserys's mind. The Mad King feared shadows, suspected everyone. What if he was made to discover some evidence proving the threat came from elsewhere? For example, those courtiers who had always paid lip service, or even might be secretly colluding with the enemy. It was dangerous, playing with fire. But waiting passively was equally dangerous. Outside the window, the embers of the purification ritual still glowed red in the darkness, like an ominous eye. The Red Keep groaned under fear and suspicion, and the true storm, battle reports from the Trident River, could tear this fragile balance apart at any moment. Tywin Lannister. That name flashed through Viserys's mind, carrying a scent of rust and mingled gold. Fragments of memories from his past life surged forth: the Lord of Castle Rock, Warden of the West, Hand of the King. The man who, when King's Landing fell, not only failed to uphold his oath to protect the king but betrayed his vows to become a traitor, deceiving the city gates open, permitting his knights to sack the city, and even allowing his hounds to kill the crown prince's wife and children. His son Jaime would be the Kingslayer who personally thrust a longsword into Aerys's back. A larger, more dangerous target, yet one even more suitable for the current situation. House Lannister was rich beyond measure, with gold mines flowing in their blood. Their sigil was a golden lion roaring defiantly, symbolizing strength and pride. But from the scattered fragments of fantasy knowledge in his past life, Viserys vaguely recalled that some forgotten texts in this world seemed to link lions with certain shadowy existences: the night lion, a formless predator said to devour light. Grafting the Mad King's fear of shadows onto this glittering golden lion was nothing short of perfect. This was not just to divert attention, but to plant a poison thorn in the side of a future, inevitable enemy. The right moment needed to be awaited, but also created. Viserys began to observe more meticulously. The range of his sleepwalking seemed to have grown. Sometimes, in the evening, he would, unconsciously, walk to a windowsill overlooking the courtyard and parts of the corridors. Sir William followed faithfully, assuming the prince was merely affected by the recent atmosphere of panic, his strolls growing more restless. Through several observations and the ghost dragon's silent patrols in the shadows, Viserys locked onto his target, Sir Tygett Lannister, cousin to Lord Tywin, and deputy commander of the Gold Cloaks. This man possessed the Lannister family's typical golden hair and arrogant demeanor, with a fondness for the bottle. He particularly enjoyed slipping into the small, old armory storeroom turned resting room next to the guards' hall for a solitary drink during his evening duty breaks. It had only one narrow window, the light was dim, and the candlestick was thick with wax drippings. He decided. This act of retribution would be carried out on a sultry evening. As usual, Visery's feigned drowsiness after dinner. Sophia helped him lie down, and soon the sound of regular breathing arose. The old maidservant gently closed the door and left. In the darkness, Viserys quietly opened his eyes. He did not rise immediately, but first sank into his consciousness space. The ghost dragon coiled there, the edges of its wings spanning shadows flowing with dark golden patterns, rising and falling slightly as if breathing. Through recent devouring and practice, his connection with the ghost dragon had grown increasingly tight, as responsive as his own limbs. Go. Sense carefully. Proceed as planned. Immediately, the mark on his chest grew slightly warm. A shadow darker than the deepest night separated itself, silently sliding down the bedside, clinging to the junction of wall and floor, and flowing out through the door crack like liquid. Sophia's snoring in the outer room was steady. The shadow became completely invisible in the corridor's darkness, moving swiftly, avoiding the sporadic light of patrol torches, and stealthily advancing towards its destination. In the small resting room, Esser Tyget had just downed his third cup of deep red wine. The flame of the wall lamp flickered somewhat due to an untrimmed wick, casting dancing spots of light on his flushed face. The room was filled with the smells of leather, rust, and alcohol. He had loosened the collar of his doublet, muttering about the fooled weather and the even more fooled night watch. The ghost dragon hovered where the shadows met on the room's stone ceiling, like a coalesced patch of darkness. Viserys shared its perception, a strange experience beyond sight. He could see the outline of Esser Tyget's life heat, hear the dull echoes of his blood flow and heartbeat, and even vaguely sense the man's relaxed emotional fluctuations. Step 1. Create a tiny incongruity. The ghost dragon directed a thread of shadow energy, thin as an invisible wire, lightly touching the outermost heat currents of the wall lamp's flame. The flame suddenly contracted inward, then hissed and spat out a small, rare cluster of sparks tinged with green. The light dimmed momentarily before recovering. Tyget looked up, squinting at the wall lamp. He cursed under his breath, shook his cup, and muttered, "Even the fire's against me." He didn't dwell on it, simply blaming it on poor lamp oil or a draft. A few minutes later, as he tilted his head back for his fourth cup, the ghost dragon began the plan's second step. It manipulated the somewhat blurred, distorted shadow cast behind Tyget by the combined light of the candle and the twilight outside the window. Shadow energy, like the most dexterous fingers, performed an extremely brief modification on the shadow's head region, causing its outline to swell and stretch, with mane-like shadows radiating outward and the jaw's shadow elongating, forming a vivid lion's profile. Simultaneously, a chilling draft precisely brushed against the skin of Tyget's alcohol-warmed nape. That cold seemed to carry a faint trace of a scent, like aged metal or wet stone. Ha! Tyget shuddered violently, whirling around. The chair legs scraped sharply against the stone floor. He stared wide-eyed at the wall behind him. There was only his own elongated but normal human shadow, swaying with his movement. He swiftly scanned the empty room, his hand unconsciously moving to his sword hilt. The icy sensation on his nape hadn't faded. His heart pounded in his chest, the effects of the wine vanishing in an instant. What was that? He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with alarm and suspicion. Everything in the room seemed normal, but the feeling of being watched, touched by something cold, felt so real. He could sit no longer. Grabbing the half-full wine bottle in his cup, he fled the room somewhat frantically, not even noticing that a corner of his doublet had caught on the armor stand by the door. The seed was planted. It only needed to take root and sprout. Next, he needed the Mad King himself to water this seed into a tree of destruction pointing at House Lannister. Viserys knew his chief father, Mad King Aerys, had grown increasingly reliant on the fire mages and Grand Maester Pycelle lately. He increasingly believed in supernatural forces like magic and sorcery, even forcing them to consult every record concerning shadows, curses, and ancient magic. Viserys ordered the ghost dragon to infiltrate the royal library and the dusty corners of the fire mages, archives over several subsequent late nights. The ghost dragon's shadow, like an intangible hand, lightly brushed over those scrolls that had been frequently handled, their vellum edges marked with greasy fingerprints. Finally, in a tattered copy of Bestiary and Spirit Compendium of the Eastern Lands, annotated in a mix of obscure High Valyrian and the common tongue, the ghost dragon's perception captured a passage that had been repeatedly rubbed. Viserys concentrated, reading, the vague information fed back through the shadows. According to fragmentary scrolls from Ashai, Shadowy lands harbor formless entities that despise light and devour shadows, often taking the shapes of fierce beasts to confound men's minds. Rumors say they may be descendants of the death god, Night Lion, their nature greedy and evil, particularly fond of attaching to the shadows of the powerful, feeding on their fear and luring them to corruption. The text was incomplete, its context missing, but the core imagery was clear. Shadow monsters, possibly descendants of the death god, Night Lion, possessing terrifying, extraordinary abilities. It was enough. This was precisely the kind of plausible evidence Viserys needed. Several nights later, muffled thunder rolled over Blackwater Bay, yet no rain fell. Inside the Red Keep, the air was unusually stifling, even the candle flames seemed listless. Mad King Aerys had been startled awake by nightmares again. He refused to let anyone near, pacing his bedchamber barefoot in a silk robe, his eyes fixed on his own shadow flickering and shifting on the wall with the candlelight, his breathing ragged. The ghost dragon slipped into the antechamber connected to the king's bedchamber. Gifts presented by nobles from various lands were displayed here, standing like silent guards in the dim light. Among them, a golden lion head shield from the Westerlands, a gift for some nameday, was particularly conspicuous. Its surface was polished to a mirror sheen, the carved lion vivid, reflecting a dull golden gleam in the faint light. The ghost dragon spread its own shadow over the shield's surface like the thinnest mist, especially into the grooves and lines of the lion's relief. It didn't alter the physical object, but cleverly used the shield's own curvature, the angle of the candlelight, and the subtle oxidation spots on its surface to influence the reflection of light and the casting of shadows. When a faint, inexplicable draft brushed past the candlestick, the flame flickered. In that instant of shifting light and shadow, the lion shield's silhouette cast upon the opposite wall underwent a bizarre transformation. The lion head's shadow seemed to swell, its gaping maw growing darker and more profound. As if roaring silently, the shadow of its mane lengthened and writhed like living tendrils of darkness. The entire shadowy outline appeared larger and more oppressive than the actual object, exuding a static, unsettling malevolence. Simultaneously, Viserys held his breath, focusing all his mental energy on the resonance between the ghost dragon and the shadows. Using the air currents flowing from the outer hall through the doorway to the inner chamber, he fragmented the broken phrases about Night Lion, Shadow Devourer, attaching to the shadows of the powerful, into even more disjointed syllables. Mingling them with the distant rumble of thunder and the hiss of the wind outside, he sent these whispers, like murmurs from the depths of a nightmare, intermittently into Aerys's ears. Shadow. Night Lion. Greed. Attaching. Aerys, already teetering on the brink of mental collapse, suddenly froze. He first cocked his head to listen, a flicker of confusion passing through his clouded eyes before being replaced by overwhelming terror. He stumbled out into the outer hall, just in time to see the lion shield's shadow on the wall, which had gradually returned to normal as the candle flame steadied, yet still retained a lingering trace of ferocity. The lion! Aerys shrieked, his trembling finger pointing first at the shield, then at the wall. It's in the shadow. It's alive. The Lannister lion, hiding in the shadow, trying to devour me. His voice was shrill and piercing, filled with hysterical fear. The old servant and the Kingsguard from outside the door rushed in at the sound, only to find the king raving at the shadow of an ordinary shield on the wall, the shield itself appearing completely normal. The king would not listen to any explanation now. He stubbornly insisted he had seen the shadow lion, and heard the whispers of the shadows, and that all of this was inextricably linked to that gold lion emblazoned shield and the House Lannister who had presented it. Once suspicion combines with pre-existing fear and prejudice, it grows wildly. Tywin Lannister's immense power at court, coupled with his increasingly stringent responses to the crown's financial demands in recent years, often citing difficulties in the West as excuses, had long sown seeds of discontent in Aerys's heart. Now, the eerie vision and whispers of the shadow lion acted like a spark falling into a barrel of oil, instantly igniting all his accumulated resentment and paranoia, blazing uncontrollably like wildfire. Viserys did not stop. In the following days, he commanded the ghost dragon to create more traces, using shadows in places nobles frequently passed within the Red Keep. Faint, fleeting claw mark-like damp patches on stone walls at corridor corners, inexplicable twisted drag marks in dust on floors, occasional reflections in lamplight resembling the vertical pupils of a beast. Rumors bred and spread like a plague in the damp, dark corners of the Red Keep, then were caught and amplified by Varys's ubiquitous little birds, eventually weaving into a disquieting network of whispers that reached the king's ears and seeped into the hearts of every courtier. The shadow monster favors places with gold and lion markings. Did the Lannisters dig their gold from the shadows? They say the Night Lion seeks to possess nobles with guilty consciences. Lord Tywin soon received an urgent report written in cipher from a trusted agent at Castle Rock. The Warden of the West, renowned for his coldness, rationality, and pragmatism, initially found it utterly absurd. A shadow monster. Whispers. Rumors pointing at the Lannisters. It sounded like a clumsy court intrigue or the ravings of a madman. But years of political instinct made him instantly wary. Aerys too was a true madman, and madmen need no logic, only a target. The Lannisters' wealth and independent stance had long been objects of the crown's envy and apprehension. This sudden, bizarre shift in the wind was likely the prelude to a meticulously orchestrated political frame-up targeting House Lannister, or perhaps a sign of the king's madness itself spiraling out of control. Tywin immediately took two actions. First, he secretly ordered all Lannister-affiliated personnel in King's Landing to maintain extreme discretion, reduce outings, watch their words and actions, and avoid any handles that could be misinterpreted. Second, citing border banditry and Ironborn harassment, he further delayed a tax shipment due to King's Landing, while secretly strengthening the defenses of Castle Rock and Lannisport. Calmness and caution were Tywin Lannister's consistent style. However, through the distorted lens of the Mad King, these actions were all painted with sinister colors. Discretion was guilt, delaying taxes was open defiance and weakening the crown's military power, strengthening defenses was blatant preparation for rebellion. Pressure, like a heavy curtain of night, quietly shifted away from Maegor's Holdfast, settling over all people and matters related to the West. In his few remaining public appearances, the Mad King fixed his sunken, frenzied eyes on anyone in court adorned with gold or bearing the Lannister name, his verbal jabs and suspicions laid bare. The atmosphere within the Red Keep grew even more treacherous and unpredictable. Surveillance on the Queen's and Prince's quarters noticeably slackened. The whispered conversations of guards and servants increasingly revolved around the terrifying legend of the Shadow Lion, and the King's growing hostility towards the Western forces. Sir Willem Darry stood by the window of Maegor's Holdfast, watching the soldiers and officials hurrying through the courtyard with varied expressions, his brow furrowed. He couldn't comprehend why the panic over shadows had suddenly become so tightly linked to the distant House Lannister. It seemed an invisible hand was pulling strings behind the scenes. Nevertheless, this change bought crucial breathing room and operational space for Queen Rhaella and his secretly planned evacuation. Like the most vigilant hound, he seized this fleeting opportunity, contacting smugglers on the Blackwater rush through the few remaining reliable channels more covertly and swiftly, plotting escape routes to Dragonstone or beyond. Viserys remained quietly in his room, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the rough oak tabletop. Outside, the last glimmer of daylight was swallowed by thick clouds, thunder drawing nearer. He could clearly feel the strong, steady beat of that second heart beneath his chest, synchronized with the ghost dragon's long breaths within his consciousness. The ghost dragon was digesting the strain from days of meticulously manipulating shadows, also absorbing the increasingly dense nourishment of negative emotions permeating the Red Keep due to rumors and fear, its form seeming to solidify a fraction more within the illusory space. The shadow play he had orchestrated, leveraging the Mad King's deep-seated insanity, his pre-existing discontent with the Lannisters, and the vague basis provided by ancient legends from that other world, had successfully muddied the waters of the Red Keep and shifted the most scorching spotlight away from himself and his mother. He felt no joy from this, let alone any pride. Given the West's strength, the crown, possessing neither dragons nor a powerful army, could at most wag its tongue. Tywin Lannister was a true lion, cold, powerful, and intensely vengeful. This diversion of trouble might protect them temporarily, but it could also provoke the beast prematurely, sowing more dangerous seeds for the future. Moreover, the Mad King's attention was like a flame in the wind. No one could predict its exact course, and it might waver back at any moment. But at the very least, he had bought time. Time for the ghost dragon to continue growing, time for Sir Willem to perfect the evacuation plan, time for himself to prepare as many lifeboats as possible on this doomed, sinking ship. This is not enough. Viserys murmured softly, his gaze turning to the dark night sky outside the window. Distant lightning tore through the clouds, momentarily illuminating the turbulent waves on the Blackwater rush. The real storm, the storm of battle reports from the Trident River, the thunderous counterattack from an enraged Lord Tywin, the colossal wave of this crumbling dynasty's final collapse, was rapidly approaching. He had to become stronger. The web woven in the shadows, while offering temporary protection, could one day turn against him. Only true power mattered, and dragons were that power. As House Lannister became the target of scrutiny, the Mad King's attention shifted outward, no longer fixated on the internal affairs of the Red Keep. For several consecutive days, Mad King Aerys roared in condemnation, claiming that the Golden Lion of Lannister was tainted by shadows, even ordering the melting of several gold items presented as tribute from the Westerlands. The small council ministers were as quiet as cicadas in winter, and officials connected to the Westerlands lived in fear. Patrols outside Maegor's Holdfast were noticeably reduced, and even when Sophia went out to gather news, she returned saying the guards were gossiping about whether Theshot O'Lion would come for the Westermen in the middle of the night. Sir Willem Darry seized this opening and was rarely seen. Viserys knew he was making final preparations for their evacuation. Time was growing tighter, news from the Trident River hung over their heads like a sword that could fall at any moment. He had to seize the time. True power is the dragon. This thought burned in Viserys's heart. The ghost dragon was his shadow and his sharpest tool, but this power wasn't enough. He needed more things directly related to dragons to consolidate the ghost dragon's foundation and perhaps bring other possibilities. The ruins of the dragon pit. That collapsed dome atop Rhaenys Hill was the final resting place of the Targaryen dragons and surely buried countless secrets and remains. Aerys strictly forbade anyone from approaching it, viewing it as a symbol of the family's failure and decline. But a prohibition also meant it likely hadn't been thoroughly scavenged. Viserys began to sleepwalk more frequently, his route intentionally or unintentionally drifting toward the side of Maegor's Holdfast facing the dragon pit. Sir Willem was initially wary, but seeing the prince merely lingering by high-level corridor windows to gaze into the distance, he assumed the child's curiosity had been piqued by the recent rumors regarding dragons. He needed to go there in person. It was impossible during the day, and at night, the Red Keep's security remained tight, especially the gates leading out of the city. He needed an opportunity to, reasonably, leave the inner castle of the Red Keep. A sudden downpour provided that opportunity. In the afternoon, dark clouds loomed over the Blackwater Rush, and a torrential rain poured down. Thunder rolled, and puddles quickly formed in the courtyard. In this weather, most guards huddled under watchtowers and porticos to escape the rain, their vision obstructed. The Mad King loathed thunderstorms and was said to have taken a sleeping potion to retire early. Viserys changed into old, dark clothes and stuffed several pieces of coarse cloth and a small bag of salt into his tunic. He glanced into the outer room. Sophia was busy sewing, the sound of rain masking his slight movements. The ghost dragon's shadow spread from beneath his feet like a living cloak, enveloping his entire body. Light distorted slightly on the shadow's surface, allowing his form to almost blend into the background of the dim room. This was a more subtle manipulation of light following the ghost dragon's empowerment. He slipped out of the room like a silent shadow, moving along the servant passages. The rain perfectly masked his footsteps. Encountering a squad of patrolmen hurrying toward shelter, he pressed himself against the shadows of the damp stone wall. The ghost dragon's power allowed the wall's darkness to briefly swallow him. The soldiers cursed the weather as they brushed past him. There was a side gate in the Red Keep's inner wall leading to the hill area, usually manned by 2 guards. Currently, they were hiding inside the gatehouse to escape the rain, their backs to the gate as they grumbled in low voices. Viserys crept near a pile of damp hemp sacks. Concentrating his mind, he commanded the ghost dragon to split off a thin wisp of shadow, which slipped under the door crack and churned the puddles outside, creating a pitter-patter sound like someone stepping in water. What was that sound? One guard asked, poking his head out to look. The rain was a hazy curtain, and he could see nothing. Probably a stray cat, the other muttered. The moment their attention was diverted, Viserys moved. Enveloped in shadow, he wasn't fast, but he was quiet enough. Hugging the shadowed areas inside the gatehouse, he shifted past the 2 guards from less than 3 feet behind them and slipped silently out the door. Rain immediately soaked his shoulders, the icy touch making him shiver. Outside was a steep rocky slope and sparse bushes leading to Rhaenys Hill. The rain grew heavier, and visibility was low. Viserys ignored this, scrambling upward with uneven steps. Rain washed over the stone paths, forming murky rivulets. He tried to use rocks and ruins for cover, extending the ghost dragon's perception to its limit to detect signs of life ahead. Fortunately, there was no one but a few crows taking shelter from the rain. The ruins of the dragon pit loomed through the rain, like the black skeleton of a dead behemoth. The massive stone dome had long since mostly collapsed, revealing jagged gaps. Charred stone pillars leaned or lay broken, and the ground was littered with massive, blackened bone fragments and stones. The air was thick with a faint scent of sulfur and ash that even the rain couldn't fully suppress, along with an indescribable sense of age and desolation. It was more open than the Red Keep's cellars, but also more deathly silent, as if even time had frozen here. Visories squeezed through a gap in a collapsed side wall. The interior space was staggeringly large, even with the roof in ruins. Dim light filtered through holes and cracks, mixing with the dampness of the rain to form a hazy atmosphere. The ground was covered in thick ash, rubble, and debris, with massive, petrified ribs and vertebrae half buried in the wreckage, looking like pale thorns growing from the earth. The mark on his chest grew hot. It wasn't the ghost dragon, but the dragon-shaped mark on his left breast. It felt as if something was resonating, subtle yet clear. The ghost dragon also raised its head in his consciousness, conveying a mix of longing, alertness, and a complex, hard-to-define emotion. The lingering dragon aura here was far stronger and more multifaceted than that of the solitary skulls in the Red Keep's cellars. He moved carefully, avoiding puddles and sharp stones. The ghost dragon's perception swept around like tentacles, searching for unusual energy fluctuations. Most of the bone fragments were just ordinary remains, their last traces of spirit long since exhausted by the passage of time. Deep within the ruins, near what might have once been the core of the dragon nests, he stopped. A massive, charred, and deformed metal plate, seemingly melted by high heat and then cooled, was wedged into the rubble, with intricate patterns faintly visible on it. Beside it lay several dark-colored, sharp-edged scales. They didn't look like biological tissue but more like mineral crystals, dark red or deep purple, cold and hard to the touch. Was it dragonglass? Or something else? Visories picked up a dark red scale. It was about the size of his palm and heavy, with a natural texture on the surface that looked like flowing lava. When his fingers touched it, the burning sensation from the mark intensified significantly, and the ghost dragon sent a clear sense of attraction. This thing contained something. He found several more similar fragments of varying colors and textures, some still embedded in twisted metal or stone. He gathered them as best he could, wrapping them in coarse cloth. These were likely unique creations formed by the high heat of dragonfire combining with certain minerals, metals, or even dragon blood during the dragon's final frenzy or death. Continuing his search, he found a small pile of relatively intact, grayish-white, eggshell, fragments at the base of a collapsed pillar. They were thick with a large curvature and had dark patterns on them that had long since faded. They were dragon egg fragments. He carefully picked up several of the largest pieces and wrapped them up as well. Even without life, these items held strong symbolic meaning and potential value. The ghost dragon's perception suddenly pointed in another direction, toward a hollow half hidden by a massive fallen rock. A more obscure, viscous, sense of energy emanated from there, not as overt as the fragments, but rather so restrained it was somewhat unsettling. Visories laboriously moved a few loose small stones and peered inside. The hollow wasn't deep. The bottom was filled with a black, oily, sludge-like substance that emitted a strong smell of sulfur and a certain rotten, sweet metallic scent. In the center of the sludge was a half-buried, fist-sized, irregular obsidian-like object, but its surface faintly shimmered with a dark golden glow, like flowing lava, appearing and disappearing. What was this? Some highly condensed residue of dragonfire? Or something worse? He hesitated for a moment, but the heat of the mark and the ghost dragon's longing urged him on. Using a long bone fragment he had picked up, he carefully poked the strange object out of the black mud. The object was bone-chillingly cold to the touch, but soon a heavy, lifelike pulse of heat emanated from within. It was faint, but it was definitely there. On the black body, those dark golden patterns looked like living blood vessels. Just then, the ghost dragon sent a sharp warning. Almost simultaneously, Visories heard the sound of footsteps crushing rubble, more than one person. It came from another direction, drawing closer. His heart constricted instantly. He shoved the newly acquired strange object into the deepest part of his tunic and tied the bundle tight. Shadows surged to envelop him as he hid behind a pile of tall, crisscrossing fallen stone beams and bone fragments, while simultaneously erasing his own tracks. Just as he hid, 3 figures stepped from the rain into this collapsed hall. They weren't Red Keep guards. They wore waterproof dark cloaks, with fine leather armor visible at the edges and swords at their waists. They moved with agility, alertly observing their surroundings. One of them held something resembling a fire mage's compass, but larger, inlaid with multiple gems of different colors. The fire element fluctuations are strongest near here, the reaction of the residual, dragon's blazing ember. The guildmaster said this thing is crucial for improving our craft. The fire mage holding the tool said in a low voice, his words echoing in the empty ruins. Search quickly. This godforsaken place is no spot to linger, another urged, his voice hoarse. They began rummaging through the ruins with a clear goal, heading straight for areas likely to contain special minerals. One of them kicked the black mud Viserys had just poked through, looking down briefly, but didn't seem to notice the core object had been taken. Viserys held his breath, the shadows suppressing his presence to the absolute minimum. Who were these people? Sent by Lord Tywin? Or some other power? What did they mean by Guildmaster and craft? Dragon's blazing ember, were they referring to that strange object? He didn't dare move, watching as the three skillfully collected some scattered dark mineral fragments and placed them into their pouches. The fire mage with the tool seemed somewhat disappointed. The reaction source seems to have moved. Or is it buried deeper? Perhaps the judgment was wrong. Let's take these back first. The rain is too heavy, tracks won't last. The three didn't stay long, quickly disappearing into the rain on the other side with their collected items, just as fast as they had come. Viserys waited a good while longer until the ghost dragon confirmed they were truly far away before emerging from his hiding spot. The rain had slackened slightly, and the sky was even darker. The bundle in his tunic was heavy, and the strange object sent a cold pulse through the cloth. The harvest from this adventure far exceeded expectations. Not only had he found fragments and dragon eggshells suspected of containing dragon power, but he had also obtained this mysterious item called Dragon's Blazing Ember, and unexpectedly discovered that other forces were secretly gathering dragon-related materials. The immediate crisis was over, but greater mysteries and potential threats had already surfaced. He delayed no longer, carefully returning the way he came. The heavy rain covered his return journey. When he slipped back through the Red Keep's side gate, the two guards were dozing off. Back in his room, he quickly hid all his spoils and changed out of his soaked clothes. Sophia came to check on him once midway through. Seeing him, fast asleep, she left reassured. Viserys lay in the darkness, clutching the cold ember, his mind racing. Power was accumulating, but the undercurrents beneath the surface seemed more complex than he had imagined. In the consciousness space, the ghost dragon coiled around the phantoms of the newly acquired fragments, letting out a satisfied low purr. Its shadow seemed more solid, and the dark golden patterns became increasingly clear. In this respite before the storm, every moment was precious. And he had to make good use of every chip he had in hand. 6 months later, news that Prince Rhaegar had once again encountered an ambush on the battlefield and was forced to retreat with the Crownland's army slammed into the Red Keep like a powerful winter cold front. Though it wasn't a total rout, it was a loud enough alarm. One might even say loud enough to shake the very foundations of the Iron Throne. There were no bells tolling defeat, but the emergency small council meeting convened late at night, the lights in the Maester's tower burning until dawn, and the pale, panicked faces of the messengers could not be hidden from observant eyes. When Viserys was softly awakened from his restless sleep by Sophia, the old maidservant's eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice was kept extremely low. "Your Highness, the Queen requests that you come over immediately." His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dressed. As he passed through the corridors, he saw 2 members of the Kingsguard hurrying toward the throne room, their armor reflecting cold, hard light under the torches. The air was thick with a tense, oppressive feeling, like the calm before a storm. Only a small lamp was lit in Queen Rhaella's room. She was already fully dressed, not in her usual ornate court attire, but in a dark traveling gown suitable for movement. Her face was pale, but her eyes were exceptionally sharp and clear, like tempered glass. Little Rhaenys was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping on a nearby lounge chair, her small face still marked with tear stains. His mother the Queen's voice was very soft, yet it carried an unquestionable power. "Viserys, your brother Rhaegar, things are not going well at the front. The current situation may become very dangerous." Viserys listened quietly, his fingers curling unconsciously. He knew this day would come sooner or later, but he hadn't expected it at this moment, while Rhaegar hadn't yet completely failed and King's Landing still seemed secure. King's Landing is no longer safe. Rhaella walked to the window, looking out at the heavy night. There was a faint, imperceptible tremble in her voice, but more than that, there was resolve. Aerys's madness will only worsen with the pressure of the war. His suspicion of the Lannisters is a temporary shield, but that shield could shatter at any moment, or turn against us. More and more people in the Red Keep will want to trade Targaryen blood for their own futures. She turned around, her gaze burning as she looked at Viserys. Sir Willem has already made arrangements. You and Rhaenys must leave the Red Keep for Dragonstone tonight. That is the ancestral seat of our Targaryen family. It is not only easy to defend and hard to attack, but also far from the conflicts of the mainland. If the situation truly becomes irredeemable, that will be the final sanctuary. Mother, what about you? Viserys asked. Rhaella's eyes dimmed for a moment before becoming firm again. I am the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the wife of King Aerys. Anyone else can leave, but I cannot. My departure would be seen as a total betrayal and might even accelerate the collapse of the situation. Besides, she walked to the lounge chair and gently stroked Rhaenys' hair. I must stay here to buy time for your departure and to deceive those prying eyes. Viserys understood. This was a separation, but also protection. Queen Rhaella intended to use herself as a distraction and a hostage to ensure her two children could safely reach the relatively stable Dragonstone. This decision was cruel yet rational, filled with the icy resilience unique to royal women in desperate straits. Sir Willem will escort you to the harbor and accompany you to Dragonstone until you are safe. Sophia will go with you as well, Rhaella instructed quickly, taking a small velvet pouch from her bosom and pressing it into Viserys' hand. Inside are some gems and gold dragons for your future use in emergencies. Once you reach Dragonstone, you must follow the orders of Sir Willem and the garrison commander there. Remember, survive and protect your sister, and wait for a turning point. Viserys gripped the cold pouch, his throat tightening. He looked up at his mother, this beautiful and melancholy woman who now stood like a stone statue about to step into a storm. He wanted to say something, but all the words were blocked in his chest. In the end, he simply nodded heavily. Go, child. May the gods protect you. Rhaella leaned down, hugged him tightly, and kissed the sleeping Rhaenys. Her embrace was very tight, carrying the weight of a final farewell. Sir Willem Darry appeared silently outside the door at almost the same time. He was fully armed, covered by a dark, inconspicuous cloak, his face devoid of expression save for a steely solemnity. Your Highness, please follow me. A boat is already waiting at a hidden inlet of the Blackwater Rush. We must leave the city before the dawn guard change. The evacuation began. Viserys shouldered a pack containing a few essentials. Sophia picked up the groggy Rhaenys, wrapping her well in a thick cloak. With Sir Willem leading the way, the group slipped like shadows into the Red Keep's labyrinthine servant passages and abandoned corridors. The darkness of night was the best cover. Sir Willem knew every dark corner and every shortcut in the Red Keep like the back of his hand. They avoided the main roads, traveling through storage rooms, kitchen courtyards, and even a narrow maintenance crawlspace within the walls. Viserys' heart was beating fast, but the presence of the ghost dragon gave him a strange sense of calm. He could clearly perceive his surroundings. Through the ghost dragon's keen awareness of shadows and life, he could see in advance whether there were guards around the next corner and sense the movements of distant patrols. He could even spare a bit of focus to have the ghost dragon's shadow slightly rattle a distant hanging chain at a critical moment, or cause an imperceptible flicker in the light of a wall torch, subtly diverting the patrolman's gaze. This wasn't a flight, it was more like a highly tense secret transfer. Every step was precisely calculated, and every pause was timed perfectly. However, just as they were about to reach a low door in the southeast corner of the Red Keep that led to a secret path by the river, an accident occurred. A squad of gold cloaks who shouldn't have been patrolling this area, perhaps having received temporary orders to heighten security, happened to turn out from a cross archway. The torchlight instantly illuminated half of Sir Willem's figure. Who goes there? The squad leader shouted sharply, his hand going to his sword hilt. The soldiers behind him also quickly fanned out, their eyes wary. Willem instantly stepped in front of Viserys and the others, his hand on his own hilt as he said in a deep voice, on orders from the Queen, performing special duties. Move aside. Sir Darry. The squad leader recognized him, his brow furrowing as his gaze swept toward the hooded Viserys and Sophia holding the child behind him. So late at night, what duty requires bringing children? Please show a warrant from His Majesty or the hand. The air instantly froze. Willem knew that if they got entangled and drew more guards, or if word reached certain ears, the entire plan might fail, and it could even bring disaster upon the Queen. At that moment, Viserys moved. It wasn't a physical movement, but a cold and clear command issued to the ghost dragon from deep within his consciousness. There was no hesitation, just as he had done with those fire mages, eliminate the threat completely, then withdraw quietly and quickly. A thick darkness, which seemed capable of absorbing all light, surged frantically from the corners of the walls, the cracks in the ground, and the soldiers' own shadows without warning. Like a living tide, it instantly swallowed the squad of gold cloaks. The torchlight struggled for a moment in the darkness before being extinguished. There were no screams, only a few short, muffled grunts as if throats were being throttled, and the dull, abrupt clatter of metal armor and weapons hitting the ground. The darkness lasted for less than 5 seconds before receding as quickly as a low tide, merging back beneath Viserys's feet as if it had never appeared. In its place remained only 7 or 8 sets of empty, limp gold cloaks and armor piled on the ground, helmets tilted to the side, containing nothing. There was no blood, no corpses, and not even a trace of a struggle. As the night wind blew, only a slight whistling sound came from the gaps in the armor. Dead silence. Sophia covered her mouth tightly, burying her face in Rhaenys' cloak, her shoulders trembling violently. Sir Willem turned his head sharply, his gaze shooting toward Viserys like lightning. In that look, there was shock, horror, and a deep, knowing sharpness. He had clearly seen the connection between the source of the surging darkness and Viserys. But he asked nothing, only closing his eyes for a very brief moment. When he opened them again, only a harder, colder resolve remained. Go! He barked in a low voice, stepping forward to kick aside the pile of empty armor and pushing open the low door. Outside the door were steep rock walls and simple stone steps leading down to the riverbank. A small two-masted ship without any flags was quietly moored in the shallow water, with two dark figures waiting on board. The group quickly boarded. Willem took one last look at the dark silhouette of the Red Keep before jumping onto the stern. Cast off, to Dragonstone now. Oars broke the calm surface of the Blackwater Rush as the small boat quietly pulled away from the shore, heading downstream toward the mouth of Blackwater Bay. The lights of King's Landing gradually blurred into a single mass behind them, and the massive shadow of the Red Keep eventually merged into the deeper night. Viserys sat by the gunwale, watching the receding capital. There wasn't much sorrow of parting, only a cold, settled clarity. He had finally left that ornate and dangerous cage. A sense of exhaustion surged up belatedly, more intense than after previous uses of his power, and his temples throbbed with pain. From the depths of his consciousness, the ghost dragon sent a sense of post-meal lethargy and satisfaction. Its power seemed to have grown once more, but the drain on the host's mental energy was also more apparent. Sir Willem came to sit beside him, remaining silent for a long time. Only the sound of the river and the rhythmic rowing echoed in the night. The tense Sir Willem finally spoke, his voice low. Prince, as you surely know, Dragonstone is the place of origin for the Targaryen family on this continent, and it is also our final fortress. The garrison on the island is still loyal, the castle is strong enough, and the natural barrier of the gullet is sufficient to withstand most armies. Once there, you and the princess will be safe for the time being. He paused, his gaze falling on Viserys's face, his expression unreadable in the night. But before that, we still have a long sea voyage ahead of us. The sea is not peaceful either. Your Highness, what you just did. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Viserys looked up, his eyes beneath the hood reflecting the faint shimmer of the water in the darkness. To survive, and to protect my sister. His voice was soft, yet it carried an unquestionable firmness. Willem fell silent for another moment before slowly nodding. I understand. From now on, what you face will likely be more than just swords and blood, there will be more, unspeakable things. Regardless, I will fulfill my oath to protect your safety. Afterward, he patted Viserys firmly on the shoulder and said no more. The small boat cut through the night mist, heading toward the vast and unknown Blackwater Bay. Ahead were the cliffs and castle of Dragonstone, a temporary refuge and the starting point of a new journey. Behind them, the crisis in King's Landing was brewing. The Mad King's wild dance, the Lannisters' cold stares, the approaching footsteps of the rebels, all would eventually converge into a giant wave that would sweep everything away. Viserys gripped the cold embers at his chest that nonetheless gave him strength, feeling the increasingly powerful shadow dragon in his consciousness. He was far from home, yet for the first time, he truly held his own course. The road ahead was destined to be filled with thorns and reefs, but he was no longer that young child who could only drift with the tide and be manipulated by others. He was Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King who had sworn to change his destiny. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Sleeping Dragon Awakens, The Throne Conquest. Part 2. The small boat sailed through the night in Blackwater Bay for half the night. As the sky was just beginning to lighten, several points of moving light suddenly appeared on the sea ahead. It was a small fleet. Sir William immediately became alert, signaling the sailors to drop to half sail and observe the flags. Soon, he cursed under his breath. Those are driftmark ships. The one letting seems to be the Sea Snake, Lord Montfort Valarian's flagship. House Valarian of Driftmark had been historically close to the Targaryens, but their current attitude was ambiguous. Lord Montfort, the head of the house, was known for being shrewd and pragmatic, maintaining a cautious neutrality between the crown and the rebels. Why would they be here at this time? Sophia clutched Rainey's nervously. William's expression was grave. It could be a routine patrol, or they might have received news from King's Landing and came to this area specifically to take a look. No matter what, we must keep our secret. If they discover us leaving port late at night with the prince and princess, it will not only cause major trouble for Her Majesty the Queen but might even lead to our detention. The opposing ships were larger and faster, closing in on them from all sides. There was absolutely no way to avoid them. Viserys watched the approaching fleet, the sea breeze carrying a salty tang against his face. He prepared for battle, sinking his consciousness into the space where the ghost dragon resided. After devouring that squad of gold cloaks, the ghost dragon's power had changed again, and a vague piece of knowledge regarding soul imprisonment and enslavement emerged. A deep-level ability unlocked as the ghost dragon entered a new stage of growth. Viserys suddenly spoke, his voice calm. Sir William, wouldn't it be better if I could make Lord Montfort cooperate with us and have his men handle something for us? William snapped his head around to look at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Highness, you mean? Give me a chance to meet him alone, on his ship, Viserys said, his eyes appearing somewhat deep in the morning mist. Get closer, let them think we want to negotiate or are seeking help. Sir William took a deep breath, looking at Viserys's unquestionable expression and then at the sleeping Rainies. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered the sailors, signal them. Request a dialogue with the Lord, stating we have urgent secret information to report. The driftmark ships pulled alongside, and the sailors threw over lines. The other side clearly recognized Sir Willem Darry as well and was quite surprised. After some negotiation, they agreed to let the important figure board the Sea Snake for a private meeting with the Lord. Viserys wrapped his hood tightly and, under William's worried gaze, stepped onto the gangplank alone. The shadow of the ghost dragon spread silently beneath his feet. Lord Montfort Valarian was a lean, middle-aged man with the silver-gold hair and violet-blue eyes typical of House Valarian. He was checking a sea chart in the captain's cabin. Seeing that the person who entered was actually a child, his brow immediately furrowed, as Sir Darry joking. Who are you? Viserys Targaryen. Viserys pulled down his hood. Lord Montfort's pupils constricted as he immediately understood the situation. He waved his hand for the guards to retreat outside the door. Your Highness the Prince, out at sea in the dead of night, for what purpose? Is the king aware of this? Viserys did not answer his question. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and looked him straight in the eye. My lord, Driftmark has always been a loyal ally of the Targaryens. Now that the war for the Iron Throne has not truly begun, I understand Driftmark's predicament and, on behalf of the royal family, will not pursue the matter. Now, it remains to be seen whether my lord wishes to be a friend or an enemy. Montfort narrowed his eyes, speculating on the meaning behind these words. Just as he was fully focused on analyzing the young prince's words, Viserys made his move. The mark on his chest vibrated slightly, providing a surge of pure energy. The ghost dragon deep in his consciousness roared silently, and a streak of shadow, refined to the extreme, suddenly shot out from Viserys's eyes. Ignoring physical distance, it pierced directly into Lord Montfort's mind. The Lord's whole body jolted as if struck in the head by an invisible heavy hammer. He wanted to cry out, but found his throat could make no sound. Before him was no longer the captain's cabin, but an endless, churning dark abyss. In the darkness, 2 dragon pupils burning with dark gold flame stared at him. An ancient, cold power filled with an absolute will to dominate crudely forced its way into his consciousness, tearing through his mental defenses and branding a twisted dragon shadow mark into the core of his soul. The process was brief and intense. Viserys's face turned pale, and his temples throbbed. This was his first attempt at deep soul interference in an enslavement brand, and the cost was enormous. A few seconds later, the struggle and fear in Lord Montfort's eyes vanished. His gaze became somewhat vacant but quickly regained clarity. The way he looked at Viserys had completely changed, filled with awe and obedience from the depths of his soul. He knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Your Highness the Prince. It was a success. The Ghost Dragon's enslavement contract had taken effect. Viserys could vaguely sense Lord Montfort's thoughts at this moment. Absolute obedience, along with a clear awareness of his soul being controlled and the helplessness to resist. My lord. There are now two things I need you to do, Viserys ordered quickly, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion but remaining unquestionable. First, you did not encounter us tonight, your fleet was merely on routine patrol. Return to Driftmark as usual and remain neutral for the time being, but keep a close watch on the movements of King's Landing and the rebels. Second, from among your confidants or reliable subordinates, select a group of shrewd and capable men who are familiar with the waters of the Stepstones. Give them ships and equipment, and have them operate in the Stepstones under the name of Broken Flag Pirates. No need for large-scale looting. The focus is to gain a foothold, map the area, establish connections with local powers, and gather all intelligence, especially regarding the ruins of Valyria, strange cargo, the slave trade, and mercenary movements. Report to me regularly through secret channels, and you, in turn, will pass it to me when necessary. Viserys wanted to plant a nail in the chaotic lands across the Narrow Sea in advance. The Stepstones were rife with pirates and a mix of various factions, making them an ideal springboard for gathering intelligence, hiding supplies, and even relocating in the future if necessary. Understood, Your Highness. I will arrange for the most capable and silent men to do it, Lord Montfort responded without hesitation. Now, see us safely away, and provide some fresh water and supplies. As you command. A moment later, Viserys returned to the small boat with extra supplies. The Driftmark fleet, as if nothing had happened, adjusted its course and slowly sailed away, soon disappearing into the morning mist. Sir William watched this scene, speechless for a long time. He certainly saw that Lord Montfort's attitude had undergone a bizarre transformation, but he wisely did not ask a single question. He simply patted Viserys on the shoulder and handed over a waterskin. Rest for a while, Your Highness. In another half-day, we will almost be at Dragonstone. When the black dragon-shaped main keep of Dragonstone revealed its fierce and familiar silhouette in the morning sun, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The towering volcanic rock fortress, Dragonstone Castle, stood at the highest point of the island, shaped like a coiled dragon, exuding gloom and majesty. This was the starting point of the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, and every piece of black stone seemed soaked in ancient blood and fire. The boat docked at the only pier. The captain of the guard of Dragonstone had already received word and led a squad of soldiers wearing black robes with the Targaryen sigil to greet them respectfully. Their attitude was loyal, but their eyes also carried deep concern for the situation on the continent. After settling in, Viserys took almost no rest. Dragonstone Castle itself was a massive, dragon ruin. Relying on the resonance of the mark on his chest and the ghost dragon's perception, he began a systematic search. He explored the cold underground storehouses, where strange items brought from Valyria by generations of Targaryens were piled, most of them long covered in dust. He found more dragonglass weapons and ornaments, some stone fragments carved with Valyrian runes, and even a small jar of what appeared to be fossilized dragon dung powder. In a sealed, observation room, deep within the castle, he found a complex bronze device resembling an orrery. The shape of the central groove vaguely matched the god's altar in his hand. When he tried to place the ember inside, some gears within the device emitted a faint light and an almost inaudible hum. Brief, distorted patterns, seemingly a mix of the starry sky and dragon shadows, were projected onto the walls, but they quickly flickered out. The device seemed severely damaged or required other conditions to activate, but it proved the ember's extraordinary nature. The most critical discovery was inside a naturally formed, hot cave filled with sulfur steam within the volcanic rock. This place had been used by ancient Targaryens as a special hatchery, or dragonfire meditation chamber. In the deepest part of the cave, several large, dark, iron-like scale-shaped fossils were embedded in the rock walls. They were burning hot to the touch, as if still retaining eternal dragonfire. The ghost dragon was exceptionally active here, its shadow body almost condensing into substance as it frantically absorbed the thin but pure mixed energy of fire and shadow in the air. Viserys himself felt the mark burning, and the pulse of the dragon's blazing ember resonated with the cave. He left the ember in the center of this cave, allowing it to continue receiving environmental nourishment while also establishing a more stable remote connection with the ghost dragon. Here, the ghost dragon's recovery and growth rate significantly accelerated. Over several days, Viserys's harvest was bountiful. He not only collected a batch of valuable dragon-related items but also found this treasure land that could accelerate the ghost dragon's growth. The gloomy and secluded environment of Dragonstone also perfectly concealed his and the ghost dragon's secret activities. Standing on the highest tower of Dragonstone Castle, looking at the faint outline of the continent across the narrow sea, Viserys knew that a temporary period of safety had arrived. But this safety was fragile. The war on the continent would eventually reach here. He touched a piece of cold dragonglass in his pocket, his gaze firm. With the unexpected hidden piece that was Driftmark, the base of Dragonstone, the discovery of the cave, and the continuously growing ghost dragon, he was no longer a destitute prince fleeing in panic. He would use this time to make the ghost dragon even stronger and let the seeds he planted take root and sprout. He would accumulate every bit of strength possible before the storm descended. In the second week after Viserys Targaryen settled on Dragonstone, he began to work on establishing his own foundation. The population of Dragonstone was small. Aside from the garrison, it consisted of fishermen, miners, and a few servants who had lived there for generations. Many bore traces of Valyrian blood, silver gold or pale gold hair, violet or lilac eyes, though years of sea winds and hard labor had made these features less distinct. Viserys sought out the captain of the guard, a stern veteran named Osmond. He requested some reliable, young servants and guards, preferably with clean family backgrounds. Osmond asked no questions and quickly selected about 50 boys and girls, aged 10 to 16, from the children of the garrison and the islanders. The screening took place in the inner courtyard of the castle. Sir William and Osmond were present, while Viserys sat quietly to the side, observing. On the surface, it was just a matter of inquiring about family history and testing physical strength and basic reflexes, but Viserys secretly released an extremely faint perception from the ghost dragon. This perception did not touch the depths of their souls, but it could vaguely capture their emotions when facing him: curiosity, awe, fear, or hidden greed and calculation. Most of the children were merely nervous and bewildered. Viserys ultimately selected 7 people. 4 boys, the sturdy and silent Halwyn, whose father was a squad leader in the garrison, the clever and nimble Alan, whose mother had been a castle maid, and a pair of fisherman brothers, Mathos and Valen, who had a stubborn tenacity in their eyes. 3 girls, the gentle and attentive Leah, who had a basic knowledge of herbs, the lively and bold Tessa, the cook's daughter, and the slightly older, composed Mary, whose late grandfather was said to have been an attendant. With the people selected, the next step was to ensure their loyalty and begin their cultivation. Viserys did not use forceful enslavement as he had with Lord Montfort, that was too taxing and not suitable for long-term use on close personal attendance. So he adopted a more refined approach. He had Sir William arrange simple training and instruction, while he himself often, accidentally, appeared around them, sharing exquisite candies brought from the Red Keep or telling modified stories about the Targaryen family's glorious history and current plight. He deliberately cultivated an atmosphere. He was an ancient and noble but endangered prince, and they were the chosen, insiders, who had the opportunity to be close to and protect this bloodline. At the same time, the ghost dragon's shadow power was used on a more subtle level. At night, when these young men and women fell into an exhausted sleep, a faint, almost imperceptible shadow aura would quietly drift across the edges of their dreams. It subtly reinforced their positive impressions of Your Highness the Prince Viserys, planting a faint sense of belonging and a desire to protect him. This influence was extremely slow and subtle. It would not twist their nature but could guide their emotional tendencies like water dripping through stone. In addition, Viserys would summon each person individually once a week for conversation and ideological education. In a quiet room, he would look them directly in the eye and say in a calm but unquestionable tone, I need loyalty, absolute loyalty. Your loyalty is not to the Iron Throne, nor to the Targaryen name, but to me, Viserys, personally. In return, I will treat you as true insiders, granting you trust, instruction, and a future within the realm of possibility. As he spoke, he would slightly release a trace of the ghost dragon's dragon might simulation. That faint but real pressure was enough to make these young people's hearts race, making the experience even more impressionable. With both carrot and stick, coupled with the ghost dragon's secret psychological guidance, this combination of techniques proved remarkably effective. Soon, the way these 7 looked at Viserys was completely different from the other servants and guards, filled with a heartfelt awe and closeness. Viserys organized them into a small squad. Sir William was responsible for the boys' basic martial arts training, while the girls followed Sophia to learn the finer points of courtly service. All of them began to learn basic reading and writing, a rare blessing among commoners. The prototype of a direct lineage was thus quietly established. Having handled the matter of his people, Viserys turned his gaze toward the Dragonmont on the island. That massive volcano, emitting faint plumes of sulfurous steam, was the reason Dragonstone got its name. Legend had it that the Targaryen ancestors had tamed dragons here, and the volcano's interior hid countless secrets. One early morning, taking only Halwyn, Mathos, and Sir William, he set out for the Dragonmont under the guise of becoming familiar with the island's environment. The ghost dragon's power became unusually active as they neared the volcano, and the mark on his chest pulsed with steady heat. The mountain path was rugged and difficult, covered in black volcanic rock, and the smell of sulfur grew stronger the higher they climbed. Following ancient maps and the limited information provided by Osmond, they found several cave entrances suspected to be dragon nests. Some had already collapsed, while others were too narrow and dangerous. Eventually, behind a rock crevice half hidden by vines, they discovered a narrow passage leading underground. The passage sloped downward, the temperature rose significantly, and the cave walls were damp, even encrusted with shimmering sulfur crystals. Sir William lit a torch to lead the way, with Viserys following closely behind, his heart involuntarily quickening. The end of the passage opened up into a massive underground cavern. Half of the cavern was a steaming hot spring pool, its water a murky yellow-green. The other half was a rugged stone platform scattered with large, heavily weathered bone fragments, clearly belonging to some giant creature. The cave walls were covered in strange grooves and vitrified surfaces, as if washed over by high-temperature liquid flow. Dragons once nested here. Sir William whispered in awe, holding his torch aloft as he looked at the scene, the firelight casting flickering shadows in the cave. Viserys allowed the ghost dragon's perception to fully expand. The cavern was permeated with a strong fire element and a certain lingering aura of majesty, but there were no signs of active life. He carefully searched the platform and walls, finding some dull, scale-like fossils embedded in the rock. They were larger than the ones he had found in the Dragonfire cave before, but also more lifeless. The true goal, dragon eggs, was nowhere to be found. The last known dragon eggs of the Targaryen family had long since been lost in an earlier era or turned to stone. Just as Viserys felt a slight sense of disappointment and was preparing to carefully examine the edge of the hot spring pool, the ghost dragon suddenly sent a strong warning. It wasn't from ahead, but from the entrance of the narrow passage they had just passed through. Almost simultaneously, a low, threatening growl came from the direction of the passage, accompanied by heavy crawling sounds and the scraping of rock. In the halo of the torchlight, a massive dark shadow blocked their only way out. It was a giant lizard. Its size was comparable to a pony, covered in rough, dark green hide. Its long snout was filled with sharp teeth, and its small yellow eyes glinted with fierce greed in the firelight. It was clearly a permanent resident of this warm cave and had been disturbed by the intruders. Protect His Highness. Sir William instantly drew his sword, stepping in front of Viserys. Halwyn and Mathos also nervously raised their short spears. Though they were clearly terrified facing such a beast, they did not retreat. The giant lizard seemed to judge William as the greatest threat. With a low growl, it lunged forward with surprising speed. Sir William dodged to the side, his steel longsword slashing hard against the lizard's neck, but it only cut through the thick hide without going deep. Stung by the pain, the lizard's thick tail swept around like an iron whip. William had to leap back to avoid it, and the situation turned critical. Viserys did not panic. He quickly assessed the situation. The passage was too narrow, and now the lizard was blocking it. Even if they could win a direct confrontation, they might get injured, and it would cause too much noise. His mind raced as he issued a command to the ghost dragon. The cave was already dimly lit, with the torch being the primary light source. The ghost dragon's shadow power quietly activated, not attacking the lizard, but targeting the torch. Shadows as thick as ink instantly enveloped the top of the torch, and the light abruptly went out. The cave plunged into pitch darkness, with only the faint heat glow from the hot spring pool outlining vague shapes. The giant lizard, Sir William, and the others were all momentarily stunned, having lost their vision. In the instant the darkness fell, a ghostly light flashed in Viserys' eyes. The ghost dragon's dragon might ability activated, a wave of pure mental dread, mixed with dragon might specifically targeting lower-order creatures, slammed precisely into the lizard's simple brain. In the darkness, the giant lizard let out a completely different, sharp shriek of terror. Its simple mind was instantly filled with the incomprehensible pressure of a top-tier predator and an inexplicable horror. It no longer cared about the prey before it. It twisted its body frantically, scurrying toward the memory of the passage entrance without regard for anything else, crashing into the cave walls and sending rubble tumbling down. Soon, it scrambled and vanished into the depths of the passage. Sir William gripped his sword hilt tightly in the darkness, listening alertly to the movements. A few seconds later, Viserys's calm voice rang out, "It's gone. Relight the torch, Sir William." Flint struck, and the torch flared back to life. Only the four of them remained in the cave, along with the scratches and scent left by the fleeing lizard. Halwyn and Mathos were still shaken, looking at Viserys with looks of unbelievable shock. They didn't understand what had happened in the dark, but the lizard's panicked flight stood in stark contrast to the prince's composure. Sir William gave Viserys a deep look but did not press for answers. He checked the passage entrance, confirming the lizard was long gone. "This is no place to linger. Your Highness, did you find anything?" Viserys shook his head, pointing at the bones and the cave walls, "Only these ancient remains. No living things, and no eggs." His tone was calm, but he was already making plans in his heart. There might be deeper, undiscovered areas within the Dragonmont, but exploration would require better preparation. Today's encounter also reminded him that Dragonstone was not absolutely safe. His own power and the combat strength of his followers needed to be improved. The return journey was peaceful. Although this exploration had not yielded dragon eggs, it had verified the ghost dragon's various uses in combat and exploration, and allowed his new followers to witness his extraordinary nature. More importantly, he now had a more direct feel for the secrets of Dragonstone. Back at Dragonstone Castle, Viserys placed a warm, jade-like dark red stone he had picked up from the edge of the hot spring pool on the table. He looked out the window at the gloomy sky and the surging narrow sea. His foundation had now begun to take its initial shape, and his exploration of Dragonstone had taken its first step. The fires of war still burned on the continent, but in the shadows of an unnoticed Dragonstone, a new power was silently accumulating. Next time, perhaps it would be time to actively touch the deeper secrets of Dragonstone. His first exploration of Dragonmont had ended in failure, making Viserys realize he needed to change his approach. There were too many limitations and unknown risks when bringing people along. He needed a way to move freely in complex terrain, ignore darkness, and not be limited by toxic gas levels. The ghost dragon was naturally his best choice. Late one night a few days later, Viserys remained alone in his room on the top floor of Dragonstone Castle. He sat cross-legged on the cold floor, with the rough map of Dragonmont spread out before him. The windows were tightly shut, leaving only a small oil lamp to provide dim illumination. He needed to focus his entire spirit without being disturbed by anyone. After calming down, his consciousness sank into that dark space, where the ghost dragon resided. After devouring the life essence and soul of that giant lizard away from everyone's sight, the ghost dragon's wingspan had reached nearly 8 meters. Dark gold patterns flowed slowly like lava within its shadowy body. Since devouring the 3 fire mages, the ghost dragon's wingspan had exploded to 5 meters. After arriving on Dragonstone, it continued to devour elemental energy. Creatures like the giant lizard, which contained thin traces of dragon blood, became nutrients. It was clear that the ghost dragon's growth rate had accelerated further. Viserys transmitted his thoughts clearly. "Go, follow the previous tunnel deep into the volcano. Search for any abnormal energy fluctuations, large spaces, or remains of powerful life. Focus on scouting, and mark all abnormal locations and creatures." The ghost dragon sent back waves of understanding and eagerness. In the next instant, a condensed shadow shot out from the mark on Viserys's chest, passed through the cracks in the wall, merged into the endless night outside Dragonstone Castle, and sped toward Dragonmont. Viserys closed his eyes, concentrating fully on sharing the ghost dragon's senses. It was a strange experience, as if a part of his own soul had split off to ride the wind in the darkness. He saw the silhouette of the black volcano under the moonlight and felt the increasingly thick sulfur steam and geothermal heat. The ghost dragon easily found the cave entrance hidden by vines from last time. Turning into a thin shadow, it slipped into the narrow passage. Without the constraints of a physical body this time, it passed through without hindrance. After traversing the downward sloping path, it re-entered the cave with the hot spring. The residual scent of the giant lizard had already faded. The ghost dragon did not stop. Its shadow senses were fully unleashed, exploring every corner of the cave. The crevices in the rock walls, the bottom of the hot spring pool, the bone fragments. Suddenly, behind a seemingly solid rock wall at the deepest part of the cave, the ghost dragon captured an extremely subtle yet exceptionally heavy energy fluctuation. That fluctuation was very slow, almost stagnant, yet it carried a heart-palpitating sense of ancient majesty. The ghost dragon seeped through an almost invisible crack in the rock wall. Behind it was not solid rock, but a natural fissure extending downward, even narrower and more winding. The temperature inside was higher, so scorching that even the ghost dragon's illusory body felt somewhat uncomfortable. The ghost dragon shrank its form, like a flow of black water, determinedly probing deeper. Passing through the end of the fissure, the space inside suddenly opened up. This was a massive cavern hidden deep within the heart of the volcano, far larger than the previous hot spring cave. At the bottom of the cavern was a slowly flowing, dark red magma lake, emitting incredible light and heat. And on a huge, protruding black platform at the edge of the magma lake lay an unimaginably massive skeleton. Those were not scattered fragments, but a nearly complete dragon skeleton. The entire skeleton was a deep black color from long-term scorching by fire, with a metallic luster. It lay on its side, its skull massive, its empty eye sockets facing the magma lake, and its lower jaw open as if in a silent roar before death. The winding spine was like a mountain ridge, and each rib was comparable to a giant tree. Its length was estimated to be at least over 100 meters. Although the wing bones were somewhat broken, the silhouette of their span still allowed one to imagine the sky-blotting power it held in life. Most of the skeleton was half embedded in the rock, as if it had merged with the volcano, having slept here for an unknown amount of time. Most shocking was that even as mere bones, this dragon corpse still emitted a suffocating, invisible pressure. The light and heat of the magma lake seemed to be attracted and tamed by it, flowing over the surface of its bones. There was no sense of charred destruction like ordinary objects near magma. Instead, there was a strange symbiosis. This can only be the glutton. When Viserys's consciousness saw this dragon corpse through the ghost dragon, the name surfaced naturally. According to records, the only dragons of the Targaryen family with a length exceeding 100 meters were Balerion and Vhagar. Besides them, the largest was the wild dragon, the glutton, the most massive, oldest, and most untamable dragon during the Dance of the Dragons. Legend said it eventually disappeared, and no one knew its end. It seemed now that it had never left Dragonstone after all, eventually dying in the deepest part of the Dragonstone volcano. Wild joy instantly swept through Viserys. Finding a nearly complete skeleton of such a powerful ancient dragon was worth far more than a few potentially fossilized dragon eggs. The ghost dragon sent back a desire so strong it was almost uncontrollable. To it, this dragon corpse was an unimaginable supplement. It was no longer simple life energy, but something more fundamental, the origin and dragon soul echoes, belonging to a top-tier dragon. By devouring it, the ghost dragon would undergo a qualitative leap. But the risks were also obvious. The residual dragon might and potential self-defense mechanisms of such a powerful set of remains were by no means comparable to the fire mages or the giant lizard it had devoured before. Once provoked or if it triggered a backlash, the ghost dragon or even Viserys's own body could suffer heavy damage. Approach cautiously, Viserys commanded the ghost dragon, suppressing his excitement. Try to contact the outermost parts where the energy is most peaceful first. Try absorbing just a sliver. The ghost dragon carefully approached the massive black skeleton. Reflected in the blazing light of the magma lake, its shadow body appeared exceptionally small. It chose a section of the tailbone tip that was slightly further from the main body and half buried in rubble. The shadow slowly wrapped around it, attempting to extract energy. At first, it went smoothly. A sliver of pure, heavy energy carrying a scorching and ancient aura was slowly drawn out and flowed into the ghost dragon's body. The ghost dragon gave a joyful tremor, and the dark gold patterns on its shadow body suddenly lit up. However, the moment this sliver of energy was drawn away, a sudden change occurred. The entire massive dragon skeleton seemed to have a dormant switch flipped, and the dark red light on the bone surfaces suddenly intensified. The magma lake surged without wind, and a boundless, furious wave of residual dragon soul will, filled with the intent to destroy, erupted from the dragon's skull like an awakening volcano. It wasn't a conscious soul, but rather the intense resentment, anger, and wild instinct of the dragon before its death, which had combined with the volcanic energy over the long years to form a natural defense mechanism. This invisible shockwave swept through the entire cavern, carrying visible dark red ripples. The ghost dragon, bearing the brunt of it, was hit as if by a heavy blow. Its shadow body was instantly blasted to the point of nearly dissipating, and it let out a pained shriek. Its connection with Viserys vibrated violently. Back in Dragonstone Castle, Viserys's physical body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he felt as if his soul had been seared by a branding iron. Hold on. Try to communicate, or fight to the end and devour it. Viserys roared in his mind, enduring the sharp pain. If he retreated now, not only would all previous efforts be wasted, but the ghost dragon itself might be severely damaged. He had to go all out now. The ghost dragon struggled to condense its form amidst the impact, mobilizing all the mental strength Viserys transmitted, along with its own accumulated power and the pure, cold energy sent through the connection by the dragon's blazing ember in his possession. It no longer tried to absorb gently, but instead displayed its essential characteristic as a ghost dragon, devouring and enslaving. Dense shadows poured out from the ghost dragon like a black flood breaking a dam. No longer targeting the tailbone, it lunged directly at the core of the erupting dragon soul wave, the massive dragon skull. The shadows and the dark red dragon soul wave collided violently, intertwining and eroding each other. The light in the cavern flickered uncertainly, as if two invisible giants were brawling. The ghost dragon's shadow carried a cold death and the greed to devour all things, while the dragon soul wave was a scorching destruction and unyielding wildness. This was a clash between two completely different yet equally powerful forces, both originating from the concept of a dragon. The process was fraught with danger. Viserys felt as if he were being roasted over a fire one moment and thrown into an ice cellar the next, his consciousness struggling on the edge of tearing apart. The ghost dragon's shadow was constantly scorched and dissipated by the dragon soul wave, but it was also constantly regenerated by the support of the dragon's blazing ember and Viserys, pressing forward step by step. An unknown amount of time passed. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity. The ghost dragon's shadow finally forcibly penetrated deep into the dragon's skull, touching the condensed, violent core of the dragon soul wave. In the next moment, the ghost dragon's devouring talent was fully activated. It wasn't pure energy absorption, but a more tyrannical plundering of the residual origin. The ghost dragon turned into countless tiny tentacles, entangling, decomposing, and assimilating the dark red wave. Fragmented images of the dragon's life, soaring through the sky, tearing apart prey, fighting its own kind, sleeping in the volcano, flashed through Viserys's mind like broken mirrors, bringing a massive impact of information. The resistance of the dragon soul wave grew weaker and weaker, until it was finally completely swallowed and digested by the ghost dragon. Calm returned to the cavern, with only the magma lake still flowing slowly. That massive black dragon skeleton seemed to dim slightly, no longer possessing that active pressure. It became more silent, as if it had truly fallen into an eternal sleep. The ghost dragon's shadow hovered above the dragon corpse, its form having undergone a world-shaking change. Its body had expanded significantly, its wingspan directly breaking 10 meters. Although its body didn't seem to have grown much in size, its illusory form had solidified to the point of almost having texture. The surface was no longer simple dark gold patterns, but instead featured deep black bone-like textures similar to the dragon skeleton below, with dark red lava-like light flowing along the edges. The faint blue in its eye sockets had turned into two clusters of steadily burning dark flames. A brand new aura, a mix of ancient dragon might and deep devouring power, radiated from its body. According to the classifications, it had completed the evolution from a young dragon to a juvenile dragon, and it had done so without further mishap. However, Viserys also felt a bit of lingering fear. If the glutton hadn't been dead for over 100 years, it would have been hard to say who would have won this encounter. But the benefits of the risk were obvious. Massive, incredibly pure energy and dragon soul origin were fed back through the connection. Viserys's recent injuries healed at an astonishing speed, and his lake of mental strength seemed to have widened several times over, becoming deep and full. He clearly sensed that the ghost dragon's abilities had been comprehensively strengthened. Its control over shadows, the intensity of its mental interference, and the degree of its physical manifestation had all jumped to a new level. More importantly, it seemed to have absorbed a trace of certain traits from the glutton, a higher resistance to fire, or perhaps even its devouring ability. The ghost dragon sent a clear and powerful thought, carrying satisfaction and a new majesty. Master, I am stronger. I can devour more. Viserys slowly opened his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp, heartfelt smile appeared on his face. This was truly a sudden turn for the better. A risky scouting mission had actually brought such a massive harvest. The remains of the glutton still contained a large amount of unabsorbed essence. It was a treasure trove that would take a long time to digest. And this evolution of the ghost dragon had increased his confidence for the future by more than several times. He looked out the window at the silhouette of Dragonmont, his eyes burning bright. Dragonstone was indeed unfathomable. And this was just the beginning. With the ghost dragon evolved again and its abilities comprehensively improved, many things he wanted to do but couldn't before could now be attempted. The joy of unexpectedly discovering the skeletal remains and remnant soul of the glutton deep within Dragonmont had not yet completely dissipated when the urgent tolling of bells echoed from the watchtower of Dragonstone Castle, 3 short, 1 long. It wasn't the sharp alarm of an enemy invasion, but a formal signal announcing the arrival of a royal vessel of high status. Viserys's heart suddenly tightened, as if seized by an icy hand. He strode to the narrow window of his room and pushed open the heavy wooden shutters, letting in a sudden gust of salty, fishy sea breeze. On the leaden gray surface of Blackwater Bay, a slender royal warship with bulging sails was cutting through the waves, heading straight for Dragonstone's only pier. The black banner with the red three-headed dragon hung from the prow, snapping in the wind, and beside the figurehead, a tall figure stood alone. Even from such a distance, that gleaming white and gold armor and the golden hair that was almost dazzling in the sunlight were far too recognizable. Jaime Lannister. Viserys's lips moved almost silently as he breathed the name. A member of the Kingsguard, the future Kingslayer, and currently the King's sharpest sword and closest shadow. He should have been in King's Landing guarding the increasingly mad king, yet he had crossed the sea to appear here. The meaning behind this could never be a simple visit or message. A cold sense of urgency instantly washed away the excitement born from the ghost dragon's evolution. He quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath of the air scented with sea salt and sulfur, forcibly suppressing the slight surge of heat within him caused by his growing power. He could not show any abnormality, he had to be just an ordinary boy somewhat unsettled by an unexpected visitor. He carefully adjusted his slightly worn, dark robes, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles, then turned to Sir William, who had rushed over upon hearing the sound. Sir William's face was colder and harder than usual, his hand habitually resting on his sword hilt, his knuckles turning slightly white. "It is Jaime Lannister," he said, his voice low with a quality like grinding metal. "Your Highness, Jaime comes with ill intent. No matter what message he brings or what he says, you must be cautious, extremely cautious." Viserys nodded without saying much. The two of them walked down the spiral stone steps one after the other to the castle's main hall. Osmond, the captain of the Dragonstone Guard, had already gathered some soldiers and was standing solemnly in the hall. The atmosphere at this moment was quite heavy. The warship docked elegantly at the simple pier, and the gangplank was lowered. Jaime Lannister did not lead a large retinue, he stepped onto the soil of Dragonstone alone. As expected, he was not wearing a full set of heavy plate armor, but rather a refined studded leather brigandine more suited for movement, covered by the pure white cloak symbolizing the Kingsguard. The longsword at his waist gleamed quietly in the overcast light. His movements possessed an innate elegance and a precision honed through 1,000 trials. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, and he was almost silent as he stepped onto the stone slabs of the pier. His sharp, emerald green eyes, like a deep pond in midsummer, slowly scanned Osmond and the others who came to meet him. His gaze was not fierce, but it carried a condescending, cold scrutiny, as if he were evaluating the value and threat of a group of objects. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Viserys." Upon seeing Viserys in the main hall, Jaime followed court etiquette, touching one knee to the ground in a standard and impeccable knightly salute. His lowered golden head seemed to shine like a crown, but when he looked up and met Viserys's eyes directly, Viserys felt little warmth or genuine respect. There was only a business-like detachment and, deep down, perhaps a faint weariness that even Jaime himself hadn't noticed. "By order of His Majesty King Aerys II, I have come to deliver a decree and escort you back to King's Landing." As expected, his worst premonition had become reality. Viserys struggled to control his facial muscles, allowing an appropriate amount of surprise to surface. He even took a slight step back, as if shocked by the news. "Return to King's Landing. Sir Jaime, is it father, is it His Majesty who calls me back? But Sir William told me the war on the front lines." He deliberately gave his voice a hint of childish confusion and subtle timidity, his gaze shifting as if he didn't dare look Jaime in the eye for long. Jaime stood up with fluid, natural movements, casually brushing his white cloak's hem, even though there was no dust there. His posture was relaxed yet carried an unquestionable authority. His Majesty misses you dearly, Your Highness. His voice was steady, his tone without much inflection, as if stating a simple fact. He believes Dragonstone is remote and lonely, and the situation on the continent has been delicate and volatile lately. His Majesty wishes for all family members to return to the Red Keep. This is not only to ensure the absolute safety of the royal bloodline but also to demonstrate to the Seven Kingdoms the unity and resolve of the Targaryen family in the face of challenges. These words were high-sounding and airtight. But both Viserys and William, standing nearby, understood the subtext. The Mad King's suspicion and desire for control had never ceased. Instead, they had likely intensified due to Rhaegar's setbacks and the tension in the Westerlands. Keeping the princes and princesses, who could become potential hostages, bargaining chips, or even banners, scattered outside did not fit his pathological sense of security. Holding all direct bloodlines firmly in King's Landing was both a form of protection and a just-in-case constraint, perhaps even something that could be used to appease or threaten certain people. Viserys tried to make his voice sound more natural, tinged with concern for his sister, but Rhaenys is still so young, and her health isn't strong enough. The waves and turbulence at sea. I worry. Her Majesty the Queen and Princess Rhaenys are likewise under His Majesty's care, and other proper arrangements have been made. Jaime interrupted him, his words concise and without the slightest hesitation. His gaze seemed to inadvertently brush past Sir Willem Darry, who stood behind Viserys. That look was as fast as a hawk's. Sir Darry, His Majesty has always remembered your loyalty and capability. He also hopes you will return to King's Landing with the prince. His Majesty has other important duties to assign you. He paused, his tone calm yet cutting off all possibility of bargaining. The ship is ready and well provisioned. We set sail in 3 days' time, on the morning tide. 3 days. The words hit Viserys's heart like a dull hammer, bringing a brief sense of suffocation. The time was desperately tight. In a flash, he saw his situation clearly. Open defiance was absolutely impossible. Jaime Lannister was currently the extension of the king's will, representing the unquestionable authority of the Iron Throne. Forcibly refusing, or even showing obvious resistance, would immediately be categorized as disobedience, equivalent to treason. This would not only bring disaster to the loyal garrison on Dragonstone but would also plunge his mother, Queen Rhaella, who was already in a difficult position in King's Landing, into a hopeless abyss. The ghost dragon had evolved and grown stronger, but it was far from being able to openly oppose the entire royal family or directly challenge the Kingsguard and the king's authority. A blade in the shadows was still not powerful enough against the political rules in the sunlight. He had to go back, at least on the surface, he had to obey. But he absolutely could not leave now. The massive remains of the glutton were like a newly discovered treasure, and he had only absorbed a negligible sliver of the ancient dragon essence within. This was the key to his power's qualitative change and the foundation for all his future plans. Once he returned to that ornate cage in King's Landing, filled with spies and madness, under the gaze of the Mad King and Varys's countless little birds, the ghost dragon would not be able to be so far from him, nor would he have the conditions to let it devour and grow so freely. He had to stall for time, even if only for a few days, ideally a few weeks. But this had to be done under Jaime's nose, to gain a precious window for the ghost dragon to continue its digestion and absorption. To be honest, he had considered taking out Jaime, but on second thought, now was not the time. Not only because of what his mad father might do, but also because of what that old lion Tywin might do in a frenzy. He had to think of another way quickly. A simple, even somewhat crude and risky plan quickly formed in his mind under extreme pressure. It required acting, control over his own body, and a bit of luck. The risk lay in Jaime's sharp perception and the possibility of genuine health damage. But compared to losing the chance for a leap in power immediately, the risk was worth taking. I understand, Sir Jaime. Viserys lowered his gaze at the right moment, his thick silver eyelashes hiding the flash of resolve in his eyes. He let his shoulders slump slightly, showing a submissive and somewhat helpless childishness. I need to make some preparations and also discuss some island matters with Captain Osmond. After all, leaving so suddenly. Of course, Your Highness. Jaime nodded slightly, his tone remaining steady. I will wait at the castle. Please hurry, we depart in 3 days. His Majesty in King's Landing eagerly awaits your return. He specifically emphasized the words, eagerly awaits, his emerald eyes scanning Viserys's face again, as if trying to catch any subtle emotional shifts. For the next half day, Viserys acted like an ordinary prince about to leave home, appearing somewhat flustered. In front of Jaime and the others, he ordered Halwyn, Mathos, and others to begin carefully packing the few personal items brought from the Red Keep, instructing them on what to take and what to leave behind. He then summoned Captain Osmond to the drawing room and, in a slightly louder voice, discussed inconsequential island matters such as, the warehouse needs regular ventilation, and, coastal watch must not slacken, deliberately letting Jaime, who was waiting outside the hall, overhear. Meanwhile, he used Sir William as a cover, using the excuse of missing the unique flavors of the island before leaving, especially the rockfish cured with sea salt and herbs, to casually make a request to the kitchen. William understood perfectly and didn't ask a single question, personally going to the kitchen. Storage conditions on Dragonstone were limited. It wasn't uncommon for some cured seafood to spoil slightly at the edges if kept for too long. The kitchen staff didn't suspect anything and quickly prepared a small plate. In a corner of the shadows where no one noticed, a wisp of the ghost dragon's aura quietly brushed over specific pieces of that cured fish. The influence over the subtle physical levels after evolution made this process of accelerating local decay even more hidden and controllable. Viserys ensured that this special dish would be naturally placed before him during the later dinner. Dinner was arranged in the castle's somewhat simple dining room. Jaime, as a distinguished guest and guardian, sat at the same table as Viserys. The food on the long table was simple, consisting mainly of sea fish, black bread, root vegetable stew, and sour cheese produced on the island. That plate of pickled rockfish, slightly darker in color and with a scent a bit more salty and fishy than usual, was indeed placed not far from Viserys's hand. Jaime didn't eat much, his movements elegant and his chewing slow. He seemed preoccupied, appearing to be observing the surroundings and the little prince before him more than anything else. Viserys, on the other hand, played the part of a child with much on his mind and a poor appetite, aimlessly poking at his food with a fork. Finally, as if to give Jaime the impression that he was trying to eat, he speared 2 pieces of that specially prepared pickled fish, frowned, and put them into his mouth as if overcoming disgust, swallowing after a few quick chews. Beyond the saltiness and fishiness, an indescribable, slight taste of decay spread across the tip of his tongue, and a real, slight discomfort immediately welled up in his stomach. Is it not to your liking, your highness? Jaime noticed his expression. It's a bit too salty, the taste of Dragonstone. Viserys managed a forced smile and took a large gulp from his water cup. Late at night, all was silent. The planned reaction began to arrive on schedule. It started as a faint cramping and churning in his stomach. Viserys curled up in the darkness, enduring it silently. Soon, a surge of nausea rushed up, and he scrambled out of bed, retching violently into a ceramic pot before truly throwing up some of his stomach contents. Cold sweat instantly soaked his thin nightgown. He intentionally made some noise. Sophia, sleeping in the outer room, was the first to be startled awake. She rushed in carrying a candle, and seeing the prince's deathly pale face and the mess on the floor, she let out a short cry of alarm. Sir William appeared at the door almost the next second, his face grim. The commotion also drew Jaime Lannister, who had not been in a deep sleep and had maintained his nightly vigilance. Jaime was not wearing armor, only plain clothes, but his longsword was still belted at his waist. He stepped quickly into the room, his emerald eyes sharp as blades in the candlelight as they quickly scanned the entire scene. The prince curled in pain, the panicked old maidservant, the filth on the floor, and the sour, rotten scent permeating the air. He didn't approach immediately, but stood at the door, his gaze carefully scrutinizing Viserys's condition. That small face had indeed lost its color. His forehead and neck were covered in cold sweat, his body trembled slightly from discomfort, and his breathing was short. What happened? Jaime's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. His Highness suddenly vomited, he's very unwell. Sophia said with a sob in her voice. Sir William was already crouching beside Viserys, testing the temperature of his forehead with his hand. It was burning hot to the touch. His Highness has a fever, we need to call a maester immediately. He said in a heavy voice, looking at Jaime. The only maester in Dragonstone Castle, an old scholar with nearly all his teeth gone and cloudy eyes, was dragged from his bed. He was brought to Viserys's bedside and tremblingly performed an examination, peeling back eyelids, checking the tongue, asking about symptoms, and leaning in to sniff the scent of the dinner remains. The old man wrinkled his sparse eyebrows and pondered for a long time. The old maester spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. It seems like unclean food has upset his stomach and intestines. His Highness is young, his stomach is delicate, and things from the sea are not easily preserved by pickling. Sometimes it's inevitable that, they aren't fresh enough. A few days of quiet rest should suffice. His diagnosis was vague and conservative, but the implication was clear. For now, he needs to lie still and rest, take some mild herbs to stop the vomiting and reduce the fever, and be observed quietly for any changes. Remember, he must absolutely not overexert himself in the short term, nor is it advisable for him to endure the jolting of wind and waves at sea. Jaime Lannister stood to the side from beginning to end, listening silently. His gaze moved from the old maester's wrinkled face to Viserys's painfully closed eyes, then across Sir William's tense profile, and finally landed on that suspicious plate of pickled fish. He walked to the table, picked up a bit of the remaining fish with his fingertips, brought it to his nose to sniff, and then looked closely at the color. There was indeed a stale, musty smell, but not the pungent scent of something highly toxic. Everything looked like an unfortunate, accidental mishap, a child's fragile body reacting poorly to coarse food. How long will it take to recover? Jaime turned to the old maester, his tone flat, making it impossible to tell if he believed it or was suspicious. This is hard to say, Sir. The old maester rubbed his hands together somewhat fearfully. His Highness is still young, and the speed of recovery varies from person to person. If it's fast, the vomiting and fever might subside in 3 to 5 days, but to fully regain his strength and endure the hardships of a sea voyage, to be safe, it will take at least 10 days or more before there are no concerns. Jaime was silent for a moment. The air in the room seemed to freeze, with only Viserys's occasional unbearable groans and heavy breathing. Jaime's gaze fell back onto Viserys, a look that seemed to want to pierce through his sickly body to see the truth within. He could feel the king's agitation behind this mission, but the situation at hand was indeed troublesome. Forcing away a child who had suddenly fallen seriously ill, if his condition worsened or even, the consequences would be something even a member of the Kingsguard could not bear. The king's wrath never needed a concrete reason, especially now. A faint, almost imperceptible doubt might have flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by more realistic considerations. The order he received was to bring him back, on the premise that the prince is safe and sound. He loathed trouble, and he loathed pointless risks even more. Jaime finally spoke, his voice returning to that calm, waveless tone. In that case, we will wait until His Highness's condition stabilizes before considering the matter of returning to King's Landing. I'll trouble the Maester to do his best with the treatment and ensure His Highness recovers as soon as possible. He intentionally emphasized the words, as soon as possible, his gaze sweeping over the old Maester and William with deep meaning. His Majesty is in King's Landing, and his patience is not infinite. Hearing this, Viserys finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. The first step had succeeded, albeit precariously. Viserys lay on the bed, his body enduring the real pain brought by the gastrointestinal inflammation caused by the spoiled food. However, his heart was like the lava lake beneath Dragonstone, calm on the surface but surging within. The refined control over life force brought by the ghost dragon's evolution was quietly operating, accelerating the elimination of those harmful substances and regulating the immune response, while precisely maintaining the sickly appearance of an elevated body temperature and weakness. During the day, he was the fragile prince who needed to lie quietly in bed, tormented by bitter medicinal soups, occasionally coughing or groaning. Jaime Lannister would come to visit once a day at a set time, usually in the morning. He would stand a few steps away from the foot of the bed, wearing his spotless white cloak, asking the Maester about the progress of the illness and occasionally asking Viserys a question or two about how he felt. His gaze always carried that calm scrutiny, sometimes lingering on Viserys's cheeks, which were flushed from the fever, or on his hands, which hung limply from weakness. Viserys, for his part, played his role perfectly. When facing Jaime, his eyes were somewhat unfocused, his answers brief and weak, and he would occasionally reveal a bit of fear regarding the stern father he might face upon returning to King's Landing, or ask for news of his mother and his brother Rhaegar on the continent, showing the dependence and worry a sick child should have. He carefully controlled the scale of his performance, not being overly dramatic nor overly calm, mixing real discomfort with just the right amount of fragility. But outside of Jaime's sight, when Dragonstone Castle was immersed in the silence of the night and even the most alert knights inevitably relaxed slightly due to days of waiting, Viserys's true actions unfolded like a shadow. His consciousness once again became closely linked with the ghost dragon. The evolved ghost dragon's illusory body was more condensed, as if substantial, its range for perceiving and absorbing energy had expanded several times over, and its affinity for and efficiency in devouring the remains of kindred dragons had made a qualitative leap. Like a silent specter, it easily avoided the castle's occasional patrol sentries, blended into the night, and once again slipped into the hidden path leading deep into the volcano, returning to the side of the shocking, giant dragon skeleton by the lava lake. This time, there was no longer any resistance from the violent afterwaves of the dragon's soul. The last bit of autonomous defensive consciousness remaining in the glutton had been crushed and absorbed. The ghost dragon began to systematically and efficiently devour the essence that had settled in the remains for 100 years. If it were possible, he would have wanted to go and perform the sacrifice himself, but unfortunately, there was no opportunity. This process was not as intense as a battle, but it was more profound. Shadows, like the finest gauze net, covered those black bones with a metallic luster, strands of pure, heavy source power, carrying ancient flames and an aura of majesty, were slowly extracted and merged into the ghost dragon's body. With every bit absorbed, the ghost dragon's shadow body became more solid, those emerging black bone-like textures became clearer and deeper, and the dark red luster flowing at the edges became more vivid, as if lava were flowing through shadow veins. In its eye sockets, 2 clumps of dark flame burned steadily, their size appearing to grow slightly as well. Through the unbreakable connection, this power also continuously fed back to Viserys's original body. His mental strength grew steadily during this feast. On his sickbed, his perception becoming increasingly sharp, his connection with the ghost dragon deepened to an almost instinctive level. The bit of weakness brought by the food poisoning was quickly washed away and compensated for by this purer life energy, even making his foundation more solid. Jaime waited in the light, elegant and vigilant, with a sword that could be drawn from beneath his white cloak at any moment. Viserys lurked in the dark, enduring pain on the surface while greedily and silently devouring the ancient legacy in secret, accumulating the strength to break out of his cocoon. A silent contest over time was quietly being waged between the gloomy castle of Dragonstone and the scorching core of the earth, between the scrutiny of the light and the growth of the shadows. Viserys knew that this illness could not be dragged on indefinitely. Jaime's patience, or rather the king's patience, was limited after all. But he had to squeeze out every precious minute and second of time to let the shadow devour more and grow stronger. Because when he inevitably had to board the ship back to King's Landing, what he would face would be a vortex 100 times more complex and dangerous than Dragonstone. Every bit of increased strength was a chip for his survival in that storm. Time passed quickly in a blur of waiting and catching up, and soon a week had gone by. By day, Viserys was a frail prince tossing and turning on his sickbed. By night, he used his consciousness to drive the ghost dragon deep into the Dragonmont to frantically absorb the vast power remaining in the remains of the glutton. For 7 days, he raced against time to devour and digest, and nearly 1% of the glutton's massive dragon carcass was finally consumed. However, the change brought to the ghost dragon by this 1% of power was staggering. The ghost dragon's wingspan had now stabilized at over 12 meters, its shadow body so solid that in dim light it was almost indistinguishable from a physical entity. Dark gold patterns and dark red light intertwined, radiating a heart-palpitating mixed pressure. Viserys's own mental strength surged, his senses becoming so sharp that he could clearly hear the scuttling of rats on the other side of the castle. His control over the ghost dragon was as natural as moving his own limbs. He even felt that with a single thought, he could command the ghost dragon to do anything, reaching a point of near telepathic connection. But on the evening of the 7th day, when the old maester tremblingly reported to Jaime that His Highness's fever has basically subsided and his strength has recovered, but he still needs several days of quiet rest to consolidate his health, Jaime Lannister finally lost his patience. He stood at the door of Viserys's room, just across the threshold, calmly watching the boy leaning against the headboard with his emerald green eyes. This time, the usual laziness and detachment in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an unquestionable cold hardness. Your Highness, it seems your health is no longer a concern. Jaime's voice was not loud, but it struck the ground like a cold block of iron. The maester's caution is commendable, but the king's will cannot be delayed. The ships are ready, we must depart on time at sunrise tomorrow. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Viserys's heart sank. He appropriately showed a hint of paleness and hesitation typical of someone newly recovered from illness. Sir Jaime, I still feel weak, and the wind and waves at sea. The wind and waves at sea are better than the thunderous wrath of the king for keeping him waiting. Jaime interrupted him, his tone flat but carrying an ironclad strength. Sir William will take good care of you. Get some rest tonight and board the ship tomorrow morning to return to King's Landing. After speaking, he gave a slight nod and turned to leave, the hem of his white cloak tracing a sharp arc, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Sir William stood by Viserys's bed, his expression as grave as iron. He can't wait any longer. The pressure from the king's side is immense. He whispered, Your Highness, it seems we have no other choice. Viserys closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 7 days was already much longer than the original 3, and the ghost dragon's growth had far exceeded expectations. But the remains of the glutton were like a treasure trove that had just been cracked open, leaving now felt somewhat regrettable. However, reality was just that powerless. Prepare to go back, Sir William. He opened his eyes, the trace of childhood vulnerability completely gone, replaced only by cold logic and an indecipherable mystery. Tell Halwyn and the others to prepare as usual. Also, have the kitchen prepare some dry rations that are easy to store, we'll need to eat on the way. He needed to prepare for any possible accidents. The next morning, the sky was still somewhat gloomy, and the sea breeze carried an ominous damp chill. Wrapped in a thick cloak and supported by Sophia with Sir William guarding him, Viserys boarded the royal warship, the Claw, the same vessel he had arrived on. Jaime Lannister was already waiting on the deck, having changed into lighter attire more suited for sailing, though his longsword still hung at his hip. He glanced at Viserys's slightly pale face without saying much, merely nodding to the captain before returning to his cabin. Set sail and weigh anchor, destination King's Landing. With the command, the sails quickly billowed, and the warship slowly pulled away from the gloomy cliffs of Dragonstone. Viserys stood by the railing, taking one last look at the island that resembled a giant black dragon and the vast treasure hidden deep within it. He in my heart silently made a promise to the remains of the glutton. I will return, I will take everything from you, and I will soar through the blue sky in your place. The journey was peaceful at first. The waters of Blackwater Bay were relatively familiar. Although the weather was gloomy, there were no large waves on the sea. Viserys spent most of his time in the cramped cabin, seemingly resting but actually continuing to guide the ghost dragon through their connection to digest the 1% of power already absorbed, constantly familiarizing himself with his new abilities and current strength. He could feel the ghost dragon's resistance to fire and high temperatures growing higher and higher. After its shadow materialized, it could even briefly withstand the slashes of ordinary swords, and the intensity and range of its mental interference had also greatly increased. The change occurred on the afternoon of the second day after leaving Dragonstone. The warship was passing through a reef-filled area at the junction of Blackwater Bay and the Narrow Sea, where the navigation was complex and fog began to drift in. A sailor on the lookout suddenly gave a sharp alarm. Ships on the port side. 3 of them. No banners. Mother, they are approaching fast. Almost as the alarm sounded, 3 slender, black-hulled fast ships with sails painted with eerie dark red stripes lunged out from the fog and the shadows of the reefs like ghosts. They closed in a pincer movement, rushing forward at extreme speed, clearly premeditated and having lain in ambush here long ago. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The captain roared at the top of his lungs. The sailors on deck and the few guards on board scrambled to grab their weapons. Jaime Lannister rushed to the door of Viserys's cabin immediately, his face cold and his eyes sharp as knives. Stay inside the cabin and lock the door. He barked at Sir William and Sophia, then turned and ran toward the deck, his longsword already unsheathed, its cold light reflecting his tense profile. The battle erupted instantly. The attacking fast ships did not attempt to pull alongside for boarding. Instead, after closing to a certain distance, the wooden planks on their sides suddenly flipped open, revealing rows of crude but powerful ballistae. Thick bolts wrapped in oil-soaked hemp were lit and fired like fire snakes, whistling toward the Claw's rigging and deck. Are they pirates? Or someone with a different motive? Sir William shielded Viserys behind him, looking out through a gap in the porthole, his expression exceptionally grim. He even looked at Jaime Lannister with suspicion. After all, Jaime's assertiveness yesterday and the attack today seemed too coincidental. The attackers' tactics were very clear, their goal seemed to be damaging the ship to create chaos. A fire arrow pierced the wooden planks near the porthole and thudded into the cabin wall, the flames spreading rapidly. Thick smoke poured in. Your Highness, leave here at once. Sir William made a split-second decision, escorting Viserys and Sophia out of the cabin and moving toward the relatively safe stern. The deck was already a scene of chaos. Bolts were embedded in the masts and sails, and the fire began to spread quickly. Sailors fought desperately to put out the fires and cut away burning ropes. Jaime Lannister was like a white whirlwind, his longsword precisely parrying stray arrows that occasionally flew toward vital positions, while he commanded the soldiers on board to resist the attack. His swordsmanship was superb, but in the face of such long-range fire attacks and chaotic scenes, individual bravery had limited effect. Worse still, a heavy stone projectile from a catapult designed to sink ships whistled through the air and struck the Claw's starboard side near the waterline. Instantly, wood splinters flew everywhere, and the ship's hull shook violently, letting out a tooth-grinding groan. Seawater began to surge in through the breach. The cabin is flooding. We can't plug it. A sailor's desperate cry came from below. The ship began to tilt. Thick smoke, firelight, shouts of battle, the sound of breaking wood, the rushing of seawater, everything intertwined into a symphony of destruction. Jaime Lannister steadied himself on the jolting deck, his white cloak already stained with soot and blood. His gaze swept over the chaotic scene and then toward Viserys, who was being fiercely protected by William at the stern. A flicker of extremely complex emotion crossed his eyes, judgment, weighing options, and perhaps a hint of anger at being outmaneuvered. Abandon ship. Lower the lifeboats. The captain ordered hoarsely. However, the attack's fast ships had already taken the opportunity to close in. Their bows were crowded with fierce-looking men holding bows, crossbows, and grappling hooks, prepared for the final harvest. Their goal was clearly more than just sinking the ship. At this critical moment, Viserys made a decision. On the tilting deck, facing an unknown number of attackers and a sinking ship, the odds of success were slim, and he might even lose his life. With his cheat, he didn't want to just throw his life away like this. He needed an opportunity within the chaos, a reasonable chance to disappear. William, protect the prince. Jaime roared from a distance, trying to fight his way over to save Viserys, but he was pinned down by two attackers who had jumped onto the deck. The hull was struck by another stone projectile, and the ship's tilt intensified instantly. A massive wave hit, causing the stern to lurch upward and then crash down violently. Sophia screamed as she fell, and William also stumbled. In that exact moment, Viserys seemed to be thrown out of William's protection by the jolting, then slid, with a cry toward the heavily tilted port side edge, near the water. Your Highness. William's eyes nearly burst as he lunged forward, trying to grab him. But Viserys's figure had already fallen through the broken railing into the churning sea below, amidst the thick smoke and firelight. The icy seawater instantly enveloped him, the massive impact making him dizzy. Salty seawater poured into his mouth and nose. He struggled desperately, but his heavy clothes and cloak dragged him downward. However, the moment he sank below the surface, the mark on his chest erupted with heat. The ghost dragon, its power greatly increased after evolution, showed its new ability for the first time in such harsh conditions. It was no longer just an intangible, illusory body, but transformed into a tough, flexible shadow membrane that blocked out some of the seawater, tightly wrapping around Viserys's body and providing a bit of buoyancy. At the same time, the ghost dragon's perception spread through the water, guiding him and helping him avoid whirlpools and deadly reefs. He did not move far from the shipwreck area. Instead, he controlled the ghost dragon in the murky seawater like a true shadow fish, silently, swimming, toward a black reef that was partially submerged and far from the center of the conflict. He needed to hide, wait for the chaos to end, and also see who was behind this accidental attack. On the surface, under the dual blows of fire and flooding, the Claw's stern slowly rose, and finally, with a reluctant whimper, it sank into the cold waters of Blackwater Bay. The attack's fast ships circled for a moment, seemingly confirming their target, before quickly sailing away and disappearing into the regrouping fog. Jaime Lannister jumped onto a barely lowered skiff at the last moment. He stood on the jolting boat, now soaked and bloodstained, his golden hair plastered to his forehead. He stared intently at the patch of sea where Viserys had fallen. There was nothing left there but floating debris and oil slicks. There was no expression on his face, only a tightly pressed lip line and a deep, unfathomable cold light in his eyes. Sir Jaime, look at what you've done. I will report your actions truthfully to His Majesty the King. I have already sent a raven to King's Landing reporting this matter. At this moment, William was like a mother beast who had lost her cub, glaring fiercely at Jaime as he roared these words, then walked to the other side of the small boat under the protection of several soldiers. Behind the shadow of that inconspicuous reef, a soaking wet Viserys clung to the rough rock, coughing violently and spitting out the seawater he had inhaled. Cold, lingering fear, the relief of a narrow escape, and a burning rage and doubt were all intertwined in his heart at this moment. He looked up, gazing in the direction where the attackers had disappeared, and then toward the southwest where King's Landing lay. Falling into the sea was an accident, but it was also a turning point. Now, he was missing. For some, this might be a good news. But for him, it might be the beginning of escaping overt surveillance, truly slipping into the shadows, and investigating the mastermind behind today's plot. The ghost dragon emitted a low, powerful resonance in his consciousness, as if responding to his will. The digestion of Dragonstone's legacy had only just begun, and the undercurrents of the narrow sea would be even more turbulent and dangerous than he had known. After all, the original timeline didn't have so many complications. The icy seawater continuously slapped against the reefs. Visories clung tightly to the rough rock face, and every cough brought up salty seawater. The coldness and discomfort of his body were real, but his consciousness was like a blade steeped in ice water, exceptionally clear and sharp. The ghost dragon coiled deep within his consciousness, transmitting a steady and powerful pulse. The layer of shadow membrane had quietly retracted, but it left behind a trace of power to help him maintain his body temperature and resist the cold. He observed the sea surface through the crevices of the reef. Only after repeatedly confirming that the attack's fast ships had long since vanished without a trace and had not returned did he slowly reveal himself. As the thick fog gradually dispersed, the sea surface was left with only some floating debris and fragments of wood. In the distance, two small boats were vaguely visible, struggling to row in different directions, one carrying the surviving crew and guards, and the other containing figures in white robes, heading toward King's Landing. Jaime Lannister had gone back. How would he report? The prince fell into the sea, his fate unknown. When this news reached the Red Keep, how would the Mad King react? Fury, suspicion, or a twisted sense of relief? Viserys could not guess, nor did he care much. Would Sir William's angry accusations cause trouble for Jaime? Perhaps, but perhaps they would be insignificant in the face of the king's madness and the Lannister power. It no longer mattered to him, because over the past year or so, he had confirmed that his Mad King father did not care about him at all. One could even say there was no father-son affection. Only his mother, Queen Rhaella, truly loved him and treated him as her own child. He wiped the water droplets from his face and began to calmly analyze his situation. He now had two choices. First, find a way to return to King's Landing. He could try to contact Lord Montfort of Driftmark, or use the Ghost Dragon's power to control a passing ship to take him back. But what would returning mean? Going back under the Mad King's nose, back to that perilous cage where he could be used as a pawn or a sacrifice at any moment. His experience of being resurrected, or narrowly escaping, would only invite deeper scrutiny and suspicion. Furthermore, he would completely lose the golden time for free growth on Dragonstone, and the evolution of the Ghost Dragon would be greatly delayed. Because King's Landing was currently the eye of the storm, and if his current self got dragged in, he was destined for certain death. After all, he was a Targaryen. Second, vanish completely. Let Viserys Targaryen die at sea and become just a name in historical records. He could rely on the Ghost Dragon's power to change his identity and sneak into the free cities across the narrow sea, or, as he had previously arranged for Montfort to do, blend in among the pirates and mercenaries of the Stepstones. Accumulating strength in silence amidst the chaos, waiting for Westeros to settle, or even for the Iron Throne of the Stag family to change hands again in the future, why couldn't he seize the opportunity then? Although this was safe, it meant completely abandoning his Targaryen identity and potential foundation on Dragonstone, becoming a true shadow. Because he clearly knew the future, the Targaryen dynasty, which had ruled for nearly 3 centuries, had lost its dragons and was now powerless to control Westeros. With no strong internal armies and no powerful external support, the Mad King coupled with Crown Prince Rhaegar, his dear elder brother, who only understood art and romance but was completely clueless about politics, had doomed this dynasty beyond saving. The only way was to force a reset. What if he just let the stag have it? According to the timeline, last year saw the event known historically as the Fall Spring, the tragic tourney at Harrenhal. This year, Robert Baratheon led his army to incite rebellion. If nothing unexpected happened, next year would be the end of the Targaryen dynasty. In terms of personal feelings, he definitely had to save his mother, Queen Rhaella. As for others, he only felt some affection for Rhaegar. However, from a practical standpoint, saving Rhaegar was tantamount to sabotaging himself. Otherwise, even if the kingdom were successfully restored in the future, he wouldn't be the one to become king. After thinking it over, he decided to conceal himself completely and remove himself from the eye of the storm. This was the most feasible approach. Thinking this, his gaze involuntarily turned northeast, towards Dragonstone. Deep within the island's volcano still slept the massive remains holding 99% of the power of the glutton, a treasure capable of causing earth-shattering changes in the ghost dragon. There were also the 7 young servants he had initially influenced, and not only the relatively isolated environment and the ancestral fortress of the Targaryen family, but also the relatively pure surviving Valyrian bloodline in Westeros, though most of it came from the seed of his ancestors. Go back. Once this thought surfaced, it quickly became clear and resolute. Return to Dragonstone, the place he was already familiar with and had begun to manage. He would use the vacuum created by his disappearance at sea to truly hide beneath the shadows of Dragonstone. Jaime and King's Landing's attention had been temporarily diverted, making this the perfect opportunity for him to develop freely. He wasn't giving up his identity, he was going to better utilize the potential future value of that identity. What he needed was an undisturbed base, a secure lair where he could safely assimilate power, cultivate his core followers, and plan in secret. Where else could be more suitable than Dragonstone now? That was his ideal young dragon's lair. Since he had made up his mind, the next step was execution. He couldn't swagger back as a prince, he had to sneak back in secret. He let go of the reef and submerged himself in the sea again. The evolved ghost dragon was more adept at controlling water currents, and a gentle undercurrent pushed him, drifting him in the general direction of Dragonstone. He dared not go too fast, not wanting to attract attention too early, maintaining only the speed needed to stay afloat. After swimming for about an hour, his stamina began to drop. Just then, the ghost dragon in his consciousness space detected signs of life, a small fishing boat casting nets in the nearby waters. There were only 2 people on the boat, and judging by their clothing, they were poor fishermen from Dragonstone or a nearby island. The opportunity had arrived. Viserys took a deep breath and submerged beneath the fishing boat. The ghost dragon's shadow silently spread along the bottom of the hull, clinging quietly like seaweed. He focused his mind and chose the slightly older fisherman on the boat, who appeared to be the leader, as his target. This time, he didn't need to perform a deep servitude brand like he did on Lord Montfort, that consumed too much energy. He only needed short-term, powerful control to ensure they secretly took him back to Dragonstone and forgot the experience afterward. The ghost dragon's power was like an invisible fine needle, piercing precisely through the boat plank into the fisherman's nape. A slight mental shock and the implantation of fear took effect instantly. The fisherman's body stiffened, and his eyes became vacant. Through the ghost dragon, Viserys directly transmitted his intention into the man's chaotic consciousness. You see, a child who fell into the water, in that direction. Save him and quietly bring him back to the abandoned small cove on the east coast of Dragonstone. Tell no one. The instruction was simple and direct, consistent with the fisherman's likely thought process. The ghost dragon's current ability for mental interference made completing such short-term manipulation against a mortal effortless. The fisherman shook his head, his eyes regaining some clarity, but carrying a stubbornness to execute the command. He nudged his companion and pointed in Viserys's direction. Over there, there seems to be something, like a person. The 2 men hastily hauled up the unexpectedly discovered drowning person. Viserys pretended to be unconscious. Driven by instinct, the fishermen did not return to their usual dock but cautiously steered toward a secluded, desolate little cove on the east side of Dragonstone, covered in broken rocks. Because few people came here on weekdays. After docking, the older fisherman carried Viserys onto the dry rocks and awkwardly covered him with a worn-out coat. Viserys slowly woke up, at the right moment, thanked them in a weak voice, and claimed to be a ship boy from a merchant vessel wrecked in a storm. The fisherman nodded, didn't ask any more questions, but their eyes were somewhat vacant. They left behind some fresh water and hardtack, then sailed away. Soon, the specific memory of this rescue would blur and distort in their sleep, leaving only a vague impression of having done a good deed. Step 1 complete. Viserys rested for a moment and ate something to regain his strength. Taking advantage of the fading light and the cover of the ghost dragon's shadow, he moved like a territorial wildcat among the rugged rocks and sparse thickets on the east coast of Dragonstone, avoiding occasional patrols and fishermen's huts as he crept toward Dragonstone Castle. He did not return directly to the castle but first went to the cave located within Dragon Mountain. As soon as the ghost dragon entered, it transmitted joyful fluctuations, automatically beginning to absorb energy and repair Viserys's remaining fatigue and coldness. Here, Viserys once again directed the ghost dragon to extend its perception toward Dragonstone Castle. He saw the oppressive atmosphere inside the castle. Captain Osmond's face was heavy. He had clearly received the terrible news of the attack on the Claw and the disappearance of the prince. He had intensified patrols and security, but his demeanor was mostly one of confusion and worry. Halwyn, Mathos, and the other 7 young men and women wore expressions of genuine sadness and unease, gathered in a corner speaking in low voices. Viserys observed silently, not revealing himself immediately. Returning now would be too troublesome to explain and would disrupt his plans for secret development. He needed an identity that allowed him to move within the castle without attracting attention, and he also needed a few truly reliable hands and eyes who could execute his secret commands. Those 7 initially established servants were the first choice, but a firmer grip was still needed. When the night was deep and quiet, the ghost dragon's shadow moved out again. This time, it infiltrated the servants' quarters of Dragonstone Castle. Viserys chose 3 people. Besides Halwyn and Mathos, he added one more, the old mute servant responsible for cleaning the cellars and some warehouses in the castle. He chose him because he was old and inconspicuous, rarely interacted with others, and often moved alone in the lower levels of the castle, making his actions convenient and unlikely to draw attention. Viserys did not use strong control on Halwyn and Mathos, but rather, while they slept, deepened the subconscious imprint of their loyalty to him. He also implanted a vague belief in waiting for the prince's return, and an implication to remain vigilant regarding certain abnormal sounds or marks within the castle. This was like planting a seed, waiting for the time it would take root, sprout, and blossom. For the old mute servant, Rust, Viserys conducted a more direct but gentle mental guidance. The ghost dragon's shadow swept over his sleeping consciousness, giving him clear instructions: pay attention to anomalies within the castle, especially in the lower levels. If he found specific, hidden marks left by the prince, he was to hide the discovered objects or information under a cracked stone near the path leading to Dragon Mountain, without attracting anyone's notice. Having done this, Viserys used a sharp stone inside the Dragonflame cave to carve the rune that would serve as a contact mark on a relatively hidden inner wall. Then, he silently left the cave and set up a simple but hidden temporary shelter for himself in a natural rock crevice outside Dragonstone Castle, close to the mountain wall and concealed by dense thorns. From here, he could observe some of the castle's movements, and it was close to Dragon Mountain, facilitating the ghost dragon's travel to and from the Dragon Mountain cave where the glutton's remains were stored. Like a young dragon returning to its lair, he was back in the embrace of Dragonstone. Only this time, he was no longer the visible prince, but a phantom, lurking in the shadows. In the days to come, he would hide in the rock crevice during the day, absorbing and assimilating the power of the dragon remains, and honing the ghost dragon's newly acquired abilities. At night, he would use the ghost dragon and the influenced servants to closely monitor the inside and outside of the castle, and begin devising how to gradually establish a truly secret power network belonging to him within the relatively isolated environment of Dragonstone. The storm in King's Landing was still brewing, and he would silently sharpen his fangs and claws under the shadow of Dragon Mountain on Dragonstone. When the storm truly swept in, perhaps he would no longer be the child who needed to fall into the sea to survive, but a great dragon capable of extending fatal claws from the shadows. The dawn on Dragonstone, carrying the scent of sea salt and sulfur, seeped into the hidden cave, waking Viserys who had survived a life and death crisis. Listening to the sound of the tide repeatedly hitting the reefs in the distance, the rhythm was dull and stubborn, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. The ghost dragon slowly awoke within him, like a second heart residing in his chest, every pulse sent a faint hum through his bones. He did not get up immediately after opening his eyes, but first extended his perception, an action that had become as natural as breathing. The ghost dragon spread out from the depths of his consciousness, not physical yet more sensitive than any physical form. It crawled outward against the damp rock walls, slid over moss, squeezed into rock crevices, and spread silently through the morning mist. 50 yards away, an early rising seabird pecked at shellfish on a rock. At 100 yards, 2 fishermen were pushing a worn-out small boat onto the shallows, the sound of the wooden hull scraping against gravel clearly audible. Over 200 yards away, the chimneys of Dragonstone Castle's kitchen began to smoke, the crackling of burning firewood mixing with the vague mumbles of the cook. This sense of control made Viserys' throat tighten. It wasn't excitement, but something more primal: hunger. That feeling rose from the bottom of his stomach and crawled up his spine toward his brain, for he had not eaten since fleeing back to Dragonstone after yesterday's crisis. He even began to swallow his saliva uncontrollably. He crawled out of the cave, his movements as slow as a snake shedding its skin. The morning mist was thick, milky white vapor rolling between the sea and the mountain rocks, perfectly masking his figure. He moved along the rock face, his soul stepping on the slippery volcanic rock, needing to deliberately control his strength to avoid kicking loose stones. Dragonmont stood in the center of the island. The great pillar of smoke swirling around the crater all day long was exceptionally thick today, the smell of sulfur making one's nose sting. Viserys chose a path half hidden by thorns. The sharp spikes on the branches caught his coarse hemp clothes, and he had to stop and use his fingers to pry away those stubborn plants one by one. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped him like a physical entity, but the ghost dragon emitted a silent cry of joy. Not a sound, but a tremor at the level of consciousness, like a satisfied low growl from a beast returning to its nest after a long absence. The skull of the glutton lay in the depths of the cave. Even in absolute darkness, those obsidian-like bones still shimmered with a faint light, as if they had absorbed and imprisoned some ancient starlight. Viserys walked to the skull and did not rush to act. He first knelt on one knee, his palm flat against the cold, hard surface of the bone, feeling the slow pulse of energy flowing deep below, vast, violent, almost carrying heat, like frozen magma. "It's time to begin," he whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the cave. Shadows seeped from his palm. No longer a thin mist, but a fluid as solid as ink, it emerged from the pores of his skin, winding along the patterns of the bone, searching for the tiniest crevices. Once it found a breakthrough, the shadow suddenly plunged in and began to suck greedily. Energy surged. It was not a gentle stream, but a bursting flood. The scorching power poured back into Viserys's body along the channel built by the shadows, impacting every vein and every nerve. He gritted his teeth, the muscles of his jaw tensing into sharp lines, and fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The sweat slid down his temples, gathered at his chin, and dripped onto the rock before his knees with a soft tap. The ghost dragon stretched its body deep within his consciousness, like thirsty roots frantically absorbing water. The form composed of shadows expanded at a visible rate, its edges becoming sharper, the texture of its scales gradually becoming clear, and new bone spikes slowly protruding from its spine. But the burden followed. Viserys felt dizzy, the edges of his vision began to blacken, and a sharp ringing sounded in his ears. He had to slow down the absorption rate to give the ghost dragon time to digest and transform this overly violent energy. On the other side in the red keep of King's Landing, the high stained glass windows of the throne room cut the morning light into mottled patches of color, projected onto the marble floor. Jaime Lannister knelt on one knee amidst those spots of light, the hem of his white cloak spread out, stained with white marks left by dried sea salt. His golden hair was messy, a few strands of wet hair sticking to his forehead, but his back was straight, like a sword plunged into the ground. "My noble Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, speak. How did you lose my prince?" The voice of Aerys Targaryen II drifted down from the height of the Iron Throne, shrill and distorted, like fingernails scraping across a slate. The king's withered fingers were tapping on the armrest of the throne. Those iron spikes forged from the blades of enemies seemed like living things between his fingers, every tap carrying a neurotic rhythm. Queen Rhaella sat on a low chair to the right of the throne, her hands tightly clutching the velvet hem of her skirt, her knuckles white from excessive force, her face bloodless, her lips trembling slightly. They had already received the raven released by Willem on the ship, they already knew everything. Jaime raised his head, his gaze steadily sweeping across the height of the throne, finally landing on the king's face. "Your Majesties, we were attacked in Shipbreaker Bay. It happened suddenly and without any warning, 3 fast ships flying black sails with no sigils. They held the windward position and attacked the waterline and rigging of the claw with fire arrows soaked in tar. The fire spread quickly, the hull began to tilt and then sank rapidly." His voice was devoid of any inflection, as if he were speaking of something inconsequential. He paused for a beat, and this brief silence made the air in the throne room even more viscous. Prince Viserys was in a cabin on the lower deck. An explosion occurred, perhaps a powder keg was ignited, and the blast tore open the bulkhead. The prince was thrown out and fell into the sea. Jaime's speaking speed remained steady, but every word hit the ground like a stone. "I immediately jumped into the sea to search. The waves were high then, visibility was less than 10 yards, and there was a large amount of floating debris and junk in the water. I dived 3 times, and on the last time, I touched a fragment of the prince's cloak, but I did not see him. Subsequently, the vortex formed by the breaking and sinking hull swept me away, and by the time I broke free, the prince was nowhere to be seen. Queen Rayella let out a short gasp, a sound like someone being choked. She suddenly stood up from her chair, her body swaying, and the handmaid beside her hurried to reach out and support her, but the queen brushed that hand away. She stared at Jamie, her eyes wide, her pupils trembling. King Aerys, however, laughed. That laughter was dry and piercing, echoing under the high vault of the throne room, hitting the stone walls and bouncing back, turning into a bizarre polyphony. Attacked, fallen into the sea, missing. He repeated, leaning forward, his elbows propped on his knees. My youngest son is missing just like that. In Shipbreaker Bay, less than half a day's sail from King's Landing. Jamie remained kneeling, his gaze lowered. He could feel the weight of the gazes on both sides of the Iron Throne. Grand Maester Pycelle stood on the left, twisting his gray beard with withered fingers, his eyes hidden in deep sockets. Varys stood on the right, his hands tucked into purple sleeves embroidered with vine patterns, his smooth face devoid of expression. John Clinton stood further forward, his brow furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line. Your Grace, the attackers were well trained. Their ships were modified, with narrower hulls, greater speed, larger sail areas, and abnormally fast turning speeds. The fire arrows were not shot randomly, but concentrated near the waterline and the mainmast rigging. These are targets only an experienced captain would choose. I believe, Jamie spoke again, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the empty hall. Shut up, Aerys said. The king slowly stood up from the throne. His black robe, studded with rubies, dragged across the iron spikes, making an ear-grating scraping sound. He walked down the steps step by step, his movements as sluggish as an old man filled with lead, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. He stopped in front of Jamie and leaned down, his withered face close enough that Jamie could almost feel his breath. Say that again, King Aerys said, his voice very low, with a sticky, whispering quality. Did you really jump into the sea to save him? Indeed. Why? Jamie raised his eyes. At such close range, he could see the dancing fever in the king's pupils and smell the mixture of lavender perfume and some kind of rot on him. I am a member of the Kingsguard, Your Grace. Protecting the royal family is my duty, such is my vow. Duty. Vow. Aerys chewed on the words, his tongue sliding behind his teeth, making a faint clicking sound. Queen Rayella suddenly rushed over, her skirt sweeping the floor. Aerys, what madness are you speaking? Sir Jamie risked his life jumping into the winter sea, and yet you question his loyalty. I am asking him. The king suddenly turned his head and interrupted with a shrill voice, his spit spraying onto Jaime's face. Answer me, little lion. Did you know there would be an attack? Was it your father, was it that old lion Tywin, who arranged this accident? Is it because I made his most prized heir a member of the Kingsguard that he wants me to lose a son as well? Is he so impatient to see the Targaryen bloodline vanish for no reason? Once these words were spoken, the air in the throne room froze. In the distance, an attendant accidentally knocked over a candlestick, the crisp sound of metal hitting the floor exceptionally piercing in the silence. Jamie felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up one by one. He maintained a calm expression, not even wiping the spit from his face, and said word for word, Your Grace, I swear by my honor as a knight and my family's honor that I knew nothing of the attack. If I have committed any act of betrayal, may the gods forsake me and let me fall into the 7 levels of hell forever. Honor. Aerys sneered, the sound squeezed out of his nose. Lannister honor is cast in gold and can be melted and recast at will. Do you think I don't know? Your whole family, including all the nobles of your Westerlands, raise their cups in the halls of Castle Rock every night, wishing for my bloodline to end. Wishing for my youngest son to drown in the sea. Your Grace, please be calm. John Clinton took a step forward, his boot heel hitting the marble with a thud. Sir Jaime's report basically matches the statements of the surviving crew of the Claw. We found the remains of the attacker's arrows in Shipbreaker Bay. The pattern of the shafts is indeed not a product of the royal workshops or the Westerlands, but the attack did happen. Oh. Then who were the attackers? The king turned abruptly, his robe sleeves whipping out in an arc, nearly hitting Connington's face. Who has the audacity to attack a royal ship? Who has the ability to organize 3 fast ships in Shipbreaker Bay? Who wants my youngest son dead the most? His gaze swept through everyone in the hall like a blade. Grand Maester Pycelle lowered his head, focusing on a spot of dirt on the tip of his shoe. Varys sighed softly, a sigh so light it was almost inaudible. Several courtiers standing in the back row quietly took half a step back. Investigate. Aerys roared, his voice so hoarse it cracked. Investigate it thoroughly for me. Varys, use all your little birds. I want to know about all suspicious ships that have appeared near Shipbreaker Bay in the past 6 months, everyone who has bought tar and sulfur, every mouth that has talked about the royal routes. Pycelle, go through the archives and find all records of ship modifications and weapon smuggling from the past 5 years. Connington, mobilize the royal fleet to search every inch of the sea, every reef, and every beach in Shipbreaker Bay. I want him found, alive or dead. He paused, his scarlet lips curling back to reveal yellow-black teeth. No, the focus is to find the mastermind. I want to know who is challenging House Targaryen. As for Viserys, the king glanced at the nearly fainting queen, his gaze devoid of any warmth. That child's body was weak to begin with, coughing as if he were going to spit out his lungs. Falling into the winter sea, with whirlpools and debris, he is likely dead. Perhaps we should prepare for the funeral. Queen Rhaella let out a wail, the sound suppressed in her throat, turning into broken sobs. Her body went limp, and the handmaids hurried to support her, half dragging and half carrying her out of the hall. When leaving, he glanced back at James. There was no blame in those eyes, only a kind of bottomless despair. Jaime remained kneeling, and the sound of the king's footsteps approached again. Aerys crouched down, his gaze level with Jaime's this time. My lord commander of the Kingsguard, you failed to protect my son, the one you should have guarded. You should have been stripped of your white cloak and made to take the black, letting rats gnaw on your toes. Jaime held his breath. He could see the bloodshot veins in the whites of the king's eyes and the bulging veins in his neck. But you said you jumped into the sea to save him. The king's tone suddenly became gentle, almost a whisper, the contrast spine-chilling. This is very interesting. A Lannister risking his life to save a Targaryen. Is it true loyalty, or just a performance for me? Do you want me to think you are brave and then let down my guard? Long fingernails brushed against Jaime's cheek, the cold touch like a snake crawling over skin. I'll spare your life for now, White Knight. Because I want you to personally participate in the investigation and prove yourself with your actions. Varys will give you a list, and Connington will give you authority. You must use every means to find the truth. If it is finally discovered that you or your father are involved in the slightest. At this point, Aerys laughed, a smile so distorted it didn't seem human. Then I will have you stand on the highest tower of the Red Keep in this white cloak and watch Castle Rock burn. I will have your sword melted into gold and stuffed down your father's throat. Jaime lowered his eyes, his eyelashes casting shallow shadows on his cheeks. By your command, your grace. Be gone. Jaime then stood up, his salute so standard it looked like a demonstration on a training ground. He turned and strode out of the throne room, the rhythm of his boot heels hitting the floor even and steady. It wasn't until he turned the corner of the corridor, far from the sight of the Iron Throne and the eerie shadows cast by the stained glass, that he allowed himself to lean against the cold stone wall and take a deep breath. On Dragonstone, Viserys was unaware of everything happening in King's Landing. He was currently busy absorbing power, his back completely drenched. Sweat soaked through his undershirt and clung to his skin, feeling icy cold as the sea breeze blew over him. Inside a cave on Dragonstone, he slumped beside the skull of the glutton, his body leaning against the cold rock as he gasped for air. Every breath brought a searing heat, as if magma were being poured into his lungs. Sweat saturated his coarse linen clothes, items he had picked from the garments left behind by fishermen. The originally gray-brown fabric was now stained in uneven patches by sweat and rock debris, clinging to his skin and outlining the boy's overly prominent ribs. The second devourment was complete. The ghost dragon was coiled deep within his consciousness, its growth starkly evident, improvements were visible in every aspect. The once blurry shadow edges had become as sharp as blades, and the texture of its scales had transitioned from coarse leather to a crystalline luster resembling obsidian. Viserys closed his eyes and sank his consciousness inward. He could see 3 new pairs of bone spurs extending from the ghost dragon's spine, each as long as a forearm with tips so sharp they caused palpitations. The outlines of its claws and teeth were clearer, the joints distinct, and the nails were curved hooks glinting with a metallic cold light. He raised his right hand, spread his palm, and gave a slight mental command. Shadows seeped from his fingertips, no longer a thin mist but solid like molten obsidian, winding and flowing in midair. It changed shape according to Viserys's will, first stretching into a 3-yard-long thin whip, the tip snapping through the air, then retracting to spread over his palm, forming a shield-like sheet with slightly curled edges, and finally withdrawing completely, coating the back of his hand into a black, iron-hard keratin layer that didn't hinder his fingers' flexibility at all. He flexed his fingers, and the keratin layer wrinkled naturally with the movement, like a second skin. Defensive capabilities have increased, Viserys murmured to himself, his voice hoarse from thirst. It can block slashes from ordinary swords, but the energy consumption is also higher. During the final stage of the devourment just now, he had felt his consciousness being torn for a moment. The power within the glutton's remains was massive yet violent, filled with a primal aggression like untamed wildfire surging through his veins. After the ghost dragon absorbed it, time was needed to digest and transform it before it could fully integrate into his body. This process was accompanied by persistent high fever and slight muscle twitching, as if he had contracted some strange disease. He estimated the progress. About 1/10 of the energy within the skull had been absorbed, but the ghost dragon's growth exceeded the total of the previous month. This matched his expected law of exponential growth. The stronger the foundation, the higher the absorption efficiency, growing rapidly like a snowball rolling down a mountain. But it still wasn't fast enough. Viserys pushed himself up against the rock, his legs still a bit weak. He walked to the depths of the cave, where Hesisiples gathered over the past few days were piled. 3 dried salted fish stolen from a fisherman's back window, their scales mostly fallen off and the meat as hard as wood. A few pieces of black bread, borrowed from the castle kitchen's back door, their surfaces covered in a light layer of bran which he had carefully shaved off, an old leather waterskin with repaired stitches at the bottom, and 2 sets of patched old clothes smelling of sweat and sea brine. Basic survival issues were resolved, but his information channels were too narrow. He was like a crab hiding under a rock, able to sense the flow of the tide but unable to see the storm on the sea's surface. He needed to know the dynamics within the castle, confirm the status of those 7 attendants, and even more, understand the reaction from King's Landing. It had been 4 days since Jaime returned. If a fast ship sailed with the wind, the news should have reached Dragonstone 2 days ago. There must have been changes in the castle. It was now time to activate the chess pieces. Late that night, the ghost dragon slipped into Dragonstone Castle once again. This time, Viserys had a clear goal: find Halwyn first. The young servant slept on a bunk in the furthest corner of the servants' quarters, the wooden bed pressed against the cold stone wall. He lay on his side, body curled up and brows furrowed, with a thin blanket only covering his waist. His breathing was alternately rapid and stagnant, clearly indicating a nightmare. The ghost dragon seeped under the door crack like flowing water, crawling along the floor, bypassing scrap baskets, kicked-off shoes, and scattered clothes under the beds of other sleeping servants, finally arriving at Halwyn's bedside. The shadow climbed up the bedpost like vines winding around a tree trunk, finally stopping before the boy's forehead. Viserys did not forcibly invade his consciousness, that would leave obvious traces, like splitting a door open with an axe. He chose a more subtle method. The front of the shadow became extremely thin, touching Halwyn's temple as gently as a strand of hair, then like a key inserting into a lock, it precisely triggered the suggestion, planted earlier. Halwyn trembled in his sleep. He dreamed of a cave. Prince Viserys stood before the massive skull of a black dragon, his back to him, his silver-gold hair fluttering gently in the windless environment. The prince turned his head expressionlessly, but his purple eyes shone as bright as burning amethysts. Then the prince's figure began to dissipate, turning into black smoke and dust starting from his feet, spreading upward through his torso, arms, neck, and finally his entire face merged into the darkness. That humanoid shadow floated toward the rock wall, seeping into the stone, leaving a glowing rune on the wall before vanishing. It was shaped like a looming dragon, its body covered in dark gold patterns. The prince in the dream said, "Remember this mark. If you see it, it means I need you. Do not tell anyone, just as you wouldn't tell anyone about wetting your bed." Halwyn woke with a start, sitting up abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. He sat in the darkness gasping, hand pressed to his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly behind his ribs. The image of that rune was clearly imprinted in his mind, every turn and every curve exceptionally vivid. Strangely, he felt no fear. Instead, there was a kind of mission-like excitement, like the solemnity he felt as a child when he was first allowed to help polish armor. Perhaps the prince wasn't dead, the prince was waiting for help somewhere, and he was the chosen one. Beside him, Mathos turned over, muttering incoherent sleep talk, one arm dangling off the edge of the bed. Halwyn slowly lay back down, staring with wide eyes at the faint outlines of the ceiling beams until the gray white of dawn began to peek through the window cracks. He decided not to tell anyone about the dream, not even Mathos. Because this was a secret between him and the prince, just like in knightly novels where a squire receives a mysterious summons from his lord to complete a mission alone. What he didn't know was that at the same time, Mathos and two other chosen boys had all had similar dreams. The details differed slightly. Mathos dreamed of the rune carved on a loaf of bread, another boy dreamed of the rune appearing by the well, but the core message was consistent: remember the mark, wait, and remain silent. Meanwhile, the mute servant Rust rose in the middle of the night. The old man's movement as he sat up from his narrow bed was as sluggish as rusted machinery, his joints making faint clicking sounds. He stepped onto the cold floor barefoot, swaying as he walked out of the servants' quarters, following a route so familiar he didn't need eyes to see, heading toward the castle's lower storage rooms. He crouched among a pile of discarded wooden crates and broken clay pots, his fingers fumbling on the ground until he found a loose flagstone and pried it open with effort. Under the flagstone lay a stone the size of a hen's egg, its surface carved with the rough shape of a dragon's tail coiling. The old man's dull eyes blinked. He mechanically picked up the stone, rubbing those carvings in his palm before tucking it into the inner pocket of his greasy coat. He stood up, his movements still slow but his direction clear. He walked toward the secluded path leading to the Dragonmont. It was the route he took every day to gather firewood, and the guards had long grown used to seeing this hunched figure slowly walking with dry branches on his back. At the third turn of the path, there was a crack beneath a protruding rock wall, just large enough to fit a stone. Rust stopped, pulled out the rune stone from his coat, and carefully, almost piously, pushed it deep into the crack, even poking it with his finger to ensure it wouldn't fall out. Then he continued forward, as if he had merely paused for a rest. At noon the next day, Viserys received his first tribute at his temporary base. Taking advantage of the gap during the guard shift change, he reached into the rock crack. His fingers first touched the rough surface of the stone, but when he pulled it out, he found it wasn't just the rune stone. Pressed beneath the stone was a piece of hard cheese wrapped in oil paper, the size of half a palm with slightly moldy edges, a small bag of coarse salt with the hemp string tied in a dead knot, and at the very bottom, a folded piece of parchment, coarse in texture with jagged edges, as if torn from a larger sheet. Viserys stuffed everything into his coat and quickly returned to his hiding spot. He checked the food first. The cheese was edible once the moldy parts were shaved off, the salt was precious. Then, he unfolded the parchment. A simple diagram was drawn with charcoal on the paper. The lines were crooked but recognizable. In the center was a simplified outline of the main building of Dragonstone Castle, with several major paths marked around it. In the upper right corner of the diagram, a small boat was drawn, representing the docks. On the left, a volcano shape was drawn, representing the Dragonmont. Several points were specially marked. The door on the east side of the main building was indicated with a cross, with two human figures drawn next to it, likely referring to guards. A circle was drawn around the kitchen's back door. A question mark was placed over the old tower in the northwest corner of the castle. Most notably, a crown shape was drawn on the top floor of the main building, where the prince's original chambers were located, also with a question mark next to it. Viserys stared at the diagram for a long time, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough edges of the parchment. Rust was illiterate and certainly couldn't draw such a detailed diagram. This meant that besides the few people he directly influenced, someone else in the castle had noticed the anomaly and was passing information in this way. The other party using Rust as a messenger showed they knew the mute servant's routine and had observed Rust's recent abnormal behavior. Who exactly was it? He closed his eyes and searched his memory for the personnel of Dragonstone Castle. Steward Reynard Celtigar was a cautious old man with graying hair, always wearing a neatly ironed dark coat and clearing his throat 3 times before speaking. Like Captain of the Guard Osmond, he possessed an almost absolute loyalty to the Targaryen family. The Celtigar house, like House Velaryon, were Valyrians who had withdrawn from Valyria. Captain of the Guard Osmond Celtigar was Reynard's nephew, in his early 30s, with a scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth left from fighting pirates in his youth. He was brave and powerful with good swordsmanship, but his thinking was direct, approaching problems in a straight line like a sword swing. Maester Corwin came from Aldtown, 25 at most, thin as a bamboo pole, with glasses forever perched on the bridge of his nose, spending all day buried in books and herbs, showing little interest in castle affairs. None of them seemed like the type to do such a thing. Viserys crumpled the parchment into a ball in his palm, then opened his hand as shadows seeped from beneath his skin, enveloping the paper ball like black flames. The paper quickly carbonized and shattered, finally turning into a small pile of ash that he blew away in one breath. Regardless of who it was, for now, they at least didn't seem like an enemy. The other party's use of such a secretive method of contact suggested they didn't want to be exposed either, perhaps waiting to see, or perhaps as some kind of test. He needed more information. Late that night, the ghost dragon set out again. This time Viserys was bolder, letting the shadows spread like a spiderweb through the lower areas of the castle, not concentrating on a single point but covering multiple areas simultaneously: the periphery of the kitchen, storage rooms, servant quarters, stables, and guard barracks. The shadows themselves had no sense of hearing, but they could capture vibrations, sense temperature changes, and smell differences in the concentration of odor molecules. Once this information was transmitted back to Viserys' consciousness, his brain would automatically convert it into understandable signals. He heard the guards in the corridor complaining about the hardship of increased patrols, the echoes of their boots on the flagstones carrying exhaustion. He smelled the dried fish being smoked in the kitchen, the scent of burning oak smoke mixing with the salty fishiness of the sea. He saw the candlelight emanating from the top floor window of the maester's tower, the light blurring into a warm yellow glow in the thick fog. Then, in a remote storage room on the west side of the castle, where broken furniture, faded tapestries, and some rusted armor parts were piled, he captured hushed conversation. The voices were separated by a heavy wooden door, but the shadows slipped through the crack at the bottom like liquid mercury. "Are you sure?" a young voice asked, carrying the characteristic rasp of puberty. "It's marked very clearly on the map," another voice responded, more steady, belonging to an adult. "The prince's disappearance is too coincidental. The location where the claw was attacked is less than half a day's sail from King's Landing, yet the attackers were able to intercept precisely during the gaps in the royal fleet's patrols and then vanish without a trace. Haven't you noticed? Some people in the castle lately aren't quite right. Halwyn and the others. Mathos too. Yesterday at dinner he held his soup spoon backward and didn't even notice. More than that, old Rust, that mute, was wandering around outside in the middle of the night yesterday. I saw him when I got up to relieve myself and followed him quietly for a bit. He didn't go to the latrine but headed toward the Dragonmont, stopping halfway to fumble around at the rock wall for a while before continuing. That wasn't a route for gathering firewood, and it was still dark then." A moment of silence. Viserys let the shadows extend inward along the door crack, slowly climbing up the piled old furniture to look down from above. Only a small oil lamp was lit in the storage room, its wick trimmed very short, and the light was dim. Two people stood in the shadows, a youth of about 18 or 19, wearing the simple brown clothes of an attendant, tall and thin with a slight slouch. The other was slightly older, perhaps 25 or 26, wearing a dark wool cloak with the hood pulled low, obscuring most of his face. "What do you want to do, Corwin?" the young attendant asked, his voice lowered further. The one called Corwin sighed, a sigh tinged with weariness. "I don't want to do anything. The Celtigar house has been loyal to the Targaryens for 300 years, my father and grandfather both held shields for the Dragon Kings. I won't do anything to harm Dragonstone. But we need to know the truth: is the prince really dead? If not, where is he? Do these anomalies in the castle, the days of Halwyn and the others, and Rust's night walking have anything to do with the prince? You suspect the prince is still alive, and right here on the island." "I suspect nothing. I am merely observing and seeking the truth," Corwin said, reaching up to tug at the edge of his hood. "I drew that map and had Rust take it out. I noticed these past few days he's always looking toward that rock crevice, right where he puts his firewood. If the recipient is truly the prince or someone the prince arranged, they will understand my meaning. Someone in the castle is paying attention, but for now, they are not an enemy. I am waiting for a response." The young attendant licked his lips, the movement clear in the dim light. "Do you think the prince is plotting something in the shadows? Like in those stories, pretending to be dead and then returning at the critical moment? All Targaryens are plotting something, lad." Corwin's voice carried a complex emotion, like awe mixed with anxiety. "We are the last blood of Valyria. The dragons are gone, but our bloodline continues. Can't you feel it? The smell of sulfur from the Dragonmont lately has been abnormally strong at times, especially at night. My uncle, he manages the shipyards at Driftmark, once said that when dragons were alive, volcanic activity would ebb and flow with their breath. When the dragons died, the volcano should have slowly gone to sleep. But the Dragonmont is an active volcano. But it has been quiet for over 100 years, and only recently has it started showing anomalies. Corwin interrupted him, speaking of the matter. The ghost dragon watched all this, only quietly withdrawing from the storage room after the two left. Corwin, he remembered now. Full name Corwin Velaryon, from a branch of House Velaryon of Driftmark, with no inheritance rights, so he was sent to Dragonstone as an attendant, a form of fosterage. That youth had the typical silver gold hair and sea blue eyes of House Velaryon, though his hair color was slightly darker than the main line, closer to pale flaxen. His blood purity was said to be very high, traceable on the family tree to the line of the brothers of Curlis Velaryon, the sea snake. A keen observer, and of Valyrian blood. This meant he might be more perceptive to things related to dragons and magic, like being particularly sensitive to sounds of a certain frequency. Viserys weighed his options for a few seconds. There was a risk of exposure. If Corwin was a bait deliberately set out by someone, then contacting him would be walking into a trap. But on the other hand, this person had already noticed the anomalies. Leaving him alone might instead invite further investigation. Corwin's ability to observe Rust's abnormal behavior and to draw and deliver a layout map of the castle showed he was monitoring the situation in secret and had a certain capacity for action. More importantly, Corwin was a Velaryon. The family of Driftmark had ancient alliances and marriage ties with the Targaryens. During the reign of the Dragon Kings, the Velaryons had always been the backbone of the navy. This connection ran deeper than a simple vassal relationship. Viserys needed allies, especially a source of intelligence, and this Corwin could become an asset. He decided to send out a signal. Not direct contact, but a signal to let the other party know. Information received, continue observing. At the same time, deep within Maegor's holdfast in King's Landing, Queen Rhaella dismissed all her handmaidens. She closed the heavy oak door and slid the bolt home, then stood with her back against the door panel for a while, listening until the sound of receding footsteps outside had completely vanished. Only a single candle was lit in the room, placed upon the mantelpiece. The flame burned straight up in the still air, occasionally letting out a faint crackle. This was Viserys's former bedroom, which the queen had ordered to be kept exactly as it was. A heavy volume her son had been leafing through before his departure lay open on the small table, a book on the history of Valyrian architecture with parchment pages curled at the edges from frequent turning. A few dried sprigs of dragonleaf, a plant unique to Dragonstone with dark red leaves and veins like burning flames, were pressed between the pages. The bedding on the bed was neatly laid out, the pillows slightly indented, as if the master had only left temporarily and would return at any moment. The queen walked to the small table and ran her fingers over the spine of the book. The leather cover was worn, and the gold-stamped title was somewhat blurred. She opened the book to the page where the dragonleaf was pressed. It was a chapter discussing Valyrian observation towers, and in the margins were notes written by Viserys in pencil, the handwriting so neat it didn't seem like a child's, each letter clear and distinct. The tilt angle of the base of the star observatory at Dragonstone Castle is 17 degrees, perfectly consistent with the Eye of the Stars observation tower from before the Doom of Valyria. This is not a coincidence caused by architectural error or topographical constraints. The builder, Aegon the Conqueror, clearly intended to replicate a landmark from his homeland, perhaps out of nostalgia, or perhaps out of some as yet ununderstood magical consideration. However, it is worth noting that at noon on the summer solstice, this angle allows sunlight to shine exactly into the observation hole, casting a dragon-shaped patch of light on the indoor floor. Could this be related to the Targaryen house sigil? The queen's fingers brushed over that handwriting, her fingertips able to feel the slight indentations left by the pencil. She did not believe her son was dead. A mother's instinct, that intuition deep within her marrow, told her that Viserys was still alive. That child who had been frail and sickly since infancy, coughing as if he would cough up his very organs, that child who would quietly crawl into her bed on stormy nights and grab her sleeve with cold little hands, that child whose gaze was always too calm, as if hiding many secrets that even adults didn't understand, would certainly not disappear so easily into the cold sea. But she could not show it in the throne room. Aerys had gone mad. Completely and utterly mad. He viewed everything as a conspiracy against him, saw all nobles as potential traitors, and toyed with his own son's disappearance as a political bargaining chip. If she showed her firm belief in Viserys' survival, it would only make the king more suspicious, and he might even conclude it was part of a plan. For instance, that she and Rhaegar had conspired to hide Viserys, preparing to bring him forward at some point to challenge the throne. She had to cry, she had to show grief, she had to be limp, faint, and lose her appetite like a mother who had lost her young son. But in her mind, she was calculating, as cold as if she were solving a geometry problem. Rayella walked to the window and pushed aside the heavy curtains. Outside was the night over the Blackwater Rush. The lights in the city of King's Landing on the opposite bank were sparse, a few glimmers flickering in the darkness like the breath of a dying man. If Viserys wasn't dead, where was he most likely to go? Dragonstone. That was a place he was familiar with, where he had the foundations of his past operations. Though she wasn't clear on exactly what her son had done, she could feel a restrained excitement in every letter. Moreover, Dragonstone was relatively isolated, far from the eyes and ears of King's Landing, and while the Celtigar house had limited capabilities, their loyalty was reliable. But she couldn't directly send someone to Dragonstone. Aerys was certainly monitoring her every move, and Varys's little birds might be fluttering their wings in the corridor outside the room. Any obvious action would invite suspicion. She needed a detour, layers upon layers of cover. The queen walked back to the dressing table and pulled open the bottom drawer. Inside were piles of silk handkerchiefs and lavender sachets. She pushed aside those soft things, her fingers feeling for the edge of the drawer's bottom panel. With a gentle press, a small wooden board popped up, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. This was a mechanism they used to pass secret notes many years ago, so long ago it felt like another life, back when she still trusted her husband. Aerys wasn't so mad then. They would occasionally use this method to pass endearments or little jokes they didn't want the courtiers to know. The king had long since forgotten the existence of this hidden compartment, but she remembered. She took a small piece of parchment from the compartment, only a third the size of a palm, with neatly trimmed edges. Then she picked up an extremely fine quill from the pen rack. She dipped it in ink, not the usual black, but a dark brown that was almost invisible on the light-colored parchment, requiring careful scrutiny against the light to discern. The tip of the pen moved, the handwriting as tiny as mosquito feet. Half a mile south of the abandoned fishing village on the east coast of Dragonstone, there are 3 black reefs stacked in a triangle. On the side of the reef facing the sea, 3 palm widths above the high tide line, there is a rock crevice. If contact is needed, stuff the letter into the crevice and seal it with wax, attaching a leaf of dragonleaf. After she finished writing, she waited for the ink to dry completely, then folded the parchment twice into the size of a fingernail. She walked back to the fireplace, crouched down, and felt along the inside of the firebox until she found a slightly darker stone. Pressing hard, the stone slid inward, revealing a walnut-sized cavity behind it. She stuffed the note inside and pushed the stone back, fitting it perfectly. Tomorrow morning, a maid cleaning the fireplace would, accidentally, find the stone loose, curiously, press it open, and discover the note. The maid was illiterate, but she would follow the instructions received years ago and hand the note to an old servant in the kitchen responsible for purchasing poultry. The old servant, while at the market, would, accidentally, drop the note into a basket at a specific fruit stall. The stall owner was a mute but literate. He would pass the note to a sailor who came to buy apples 3 times a week. The sailor would board a merchant ship bound for Dragonstone, a ship that indeed frequently purchased obsidian crafts from Dragonstone, and upon arrival, find an opportunity to go to the reefs on the east coast. She had arranged this delivery chain many years ago, with layers of separation and participants unknown to each other, each layer only knowing their own contact. Even Varys might not be able to uncover it all. But the risk was still extremely high. If any link failed, the chain would break. But she had no choice. Rayella walked back to the bed and sat by her son's pillow. She picked up the book on Valyrian architecture and held it in her arms as if holding a baby. Closing her eyes, her lips moved soundlessly. Live on, my child. Wherever you are, whatever you are planning, you must live on. As long as there is life, there is hope. Mother is here waiting for you. On the 3rd day on Dragonstone, Viserys decided to take a risk. He chose to act at noon, a time when most people were eating or resting, the scent of stew wafting from the kitchen, and the interval between guard patrols was longest, usually providing a 15-minute window. Ghost Dragon wrapped around his entire body like a cloak. It wasn't a simple color change, but light refracting and being absorbed on the skin's surface, making his silhouette blur and distort in one's vision, like looking at something through shimmering hot water, with edges blurred and details missing. He moved quickly along the ridge on the eastern side of Dragonmont, his goal clear, the abandoned pigeon tower at the northeast corner of the castle. The terrain there was slightly higher than the main keep, The masonry tower was 200 years old and originally used for breeding messenger pigeons, but after the last outbreak of grayscale decades ago, all birds were disposed of, and the tower had been abandoned since. The tower had two values. One was its height, providing a view over most of the castle and part of the bay, making it an excellent observation point. The other was a collapsed cellar entrance at the base of the tower, hidden by weeds and fallen rocks, which connected to an ancient network of underground tunnels beneath the castle, dug during the early construction of Dragonstone Castle for secretly transporting supplies or evacuating personnel during a siege, though most had collapsed or been sealed off. During his time living at Dragonstone Castle, Viserys had spent a great deal of time studying the castle's structure. He had leafed through dusty architectural blueprints in the Maester's Tower, slipped into several sealed cellars under the cover of night, and even secretly made rubbings of the blurred Valyrian runes on the walls. Among those passages, a few sections were still usable, provided one knew the correct path. He needed a way to enter and exit the castle secretly, one that didn't rely on the ghost dragon's mental control, but was a physical, reusable passage. The pigeon tower came into view. The black stones on the tower's surface, set in the midday sun, gleamed with a dull luster, reflecting the overcast light like the scales of a giant dragon. The conical tile roof at the top was damaged, exposing several charred wooden rafters. Viserys stopped behind a thicket 30 yards from the tower, holding his breath to observe. There were no guards on patrol. The tower was surrounded by knee-high weeds, clearly neglected for a long time. In the distance, the figures of two guards were visible on the walls of the main keep, but they were both facing outward, staring toward the sea. Good. Just as he was about to stand up, the ghost dragon suddenly sent a warning, not a sharp alarm, but a subtle tremor, like the vibration of distant drumbeats hitting the ground. It wasn't coming from the direction of the castle, but from the sea. Viserys immediately crouched low, pressing his body completely against the ground to maximize the shadow's coverage. He slowly turned his head, peering through the gaps in the thicket's branches toward the bay. A few seconds later, a single-masted sailing ship rounded the eastern headland and headed toward the main pier of Dragonstone Castle. The hull was painted deep blue, and it sat high in the water, clearly not carrying heavy cargo. The flag hanging from the mainmast unfurled in the sea breeze, a crowned stag and lightning. The Baratheon sigil. Viserys's heart thudded violently in his chest, as if someone had struck his breastbone with a hammer. Robert's men. Now. It should be impossible. According to the timeline, Robert should still be facing off against Rhaegar at the Trident River. People from House Baratheon shouldn't appear on Dragonstone during such a sensitive period. The ship docked. The gangplank was lowered, and 3 people stepped off. Leading them was a middle-aged knight, about 40 years old, wearing practical studded leather armor under a deep green traveling cloak. The heraldry on his chest was embroidered on the left, a variation of the Baratheon stag, ivy entwined around the stag's antlers against a background of blue-green wavy lines. House Connington. Nobles of the Stormlands, their lands near the Rainwood, famous for producing quality timber. They were vassals of Baratheon, but not direct household retainers, and the relationship wasn't the closest. The knight, accompanied by 2 attendants, both 16 or 17-year-old youths wearing simple leather vests, stepped onto the pier. Osmond, the captain of the guard at Dragonstone Castle, personally led men to meet them, and the 2 sides conversed. The distance was too great to hear the content, but Osmond's body language was visible. First surprise, then obvious tension, his back straightening and his hand unconsciously resting on his sword hilt. The conversation lasted about 2 minutes before Osmond nodded, made a please gesture, and led the visitors up the slope toward the castle's main gate. Viserys's brain worked rapidly, like gears spinning at high speed within his skull. The arrival of House Connington on Dragonstone at this sensitive time was definitely no accidental visit or trade. There were 2 main possibilities. First, they were sent by King's Landing. Aerys didn't trust the Celtigar house, so he wanted to plant a third-party informant to monitor Dragonstone. Second, it was a probe from Robert's side, wanting to see the state of Targaryen defenses on Dragonstone, or, what were they looking for? Regardless of which it was, it meant the period of peace on Dragonstone was over. The precursors of the storm had landed. Next would be more frequent ship traffic and stricter inspections, perhaps even investigators sent directly from King's Landing. He had to speed up and complete his key preparations before the island was completely locked down. Viserys no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the commotion at the pier drawing attention, he quickly dashed out of the thicket, staying low and running almost flush with the ground. In the time it took for 2 breaths, he covered the 30 yards to the base of the pigeon tower. The tower door was a heavy oak plank with rotting edges and a long rusted lock, held shut only by a rusty iron bar. He pulled out the bar, rust flakes showering down, pushed the door open, slipped inside, and pulled it nearly shut behind him. The interior was dim, with only a few shafts of light leaking from the broken roof, and the air was thick with a mixture of dust, bird droppings, and the smell of damp stone. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, Viserys walked straight to a corner. There was a pile of collapsed masonry, but behind the rubble, at the base of the wall, was a slightly darker area, the trace of a cellar entrance, deliberately filled in with stones, though not entirely thoroughly. He moved aside several loose stones, each weighing over a dozen pounds. As he moved them, his muscles tensed and the veins on his arms bulged. The stones ground together with a harsh sound that echoed in the empty tower. He stopped and listened. Outside there was only the sound of the wind and the waves. After moving the 5th stone, a gap just large enough for one person was revealed, leading down into a dark shaft where rough stone steps were faintly visible. Viserys didn't go down immediately. He crouched at the opening, closed his eyes, and let the ghost dragon's shadow scout the way first. The shadow flowed down the shaft like water, scanning the area within 20 feet. The shaft was about 10 feet deep, turning into a horizontal passage at the bottom. The passage walls were roughly cut volcanic rock, with some areas reinforced by wooden beams, though most were rotten and at risk of collapse. There was standing water on the floor, about ankle deep, which was stagnant and smelled of mold. Safe. Viserys climbed into the shaft, needing to be extra careful with his feet on the slippery stone steps. Reaching the bottom, he straightened up. The passage height was just enough that he didn't have to bow his head. He chose to go right. According to the blueprints in his memory, the right led beneath the main castle structure. The passage was very narrow, his shoulders nearly brushing the walls on both sides. Viserys advanced slowly, testing the ground with his toes for stability with every step. The ghost dragon's perception scouted ahead, avoiding structurally loose areas. After walking for about 5 minutes, he reached the first fork. The left passage was completely blocked, filled with rubble and earth. The right continued onward. He chose the right. After walking another 100 feet, counting the steps in his mind, stone steps appeared ahead, about 15 in total. At the end of the steps was a heavy wooden door, warped and swollen from the damp. There was a thumb-width gap between the door frame and the wall, but the bolt remained firm, an arm-thick oak bar slotted into iron brackets. He pressed his ear against the door. From the other side came muffled voices, 2 women speaking rapidly, interspersed with laughter. There was also the crisp sound of metal clashing, a spatula hitting an iron pot, and a rhythmic thumping, like a wooden mallet pounding dough. The kitchen. This door led to the castle kitchen's storage room, or perhaps a preparation room. Perfect. Viserys didn't open the door but instead stepped back a few paces and crouched down, fumbling in the corner. He found a loose piece of rubble about the size of a fist. He moved the stone and, on the ground beneath it, used small pebbles to lay out a pattern, 3 pebbles in a straight line representing the passage. At the end of the line, he used smaller fragments to form a simplified dragon tail rune, a twisted, with a forked end. Then he placed the large stone back in its original position, covering the mark. Having finished this, he retraced his steps and climbed out of the shaft, refilling the entrance with stones. When he left the pigeon tower, the Connington ship was still at the pier, but the deck was empty. Clearly, the knight and his attendants had already entered the castle. Viserys returned to his hiding spot under the cover of shadows. He leaned against the rock wall to catch his breath for a moment, then closed his eyes and began planning his next steps. First, continue absorbing the glutton's power. The ghost dragon needed at least 2 more large-scale consumptions to reach the qualitative change tipping point. Second, confirm the other party's stance through the information passed by Corwin. He could give a clearer signal, for instance, leaving the same dragon tail mark somewhere in the castle to see if Corwin could find and understand it. Third, prepare for inspections. The Connington men might stay on the island for a few days, and there might even be searches. He needed a more concealed hiding spot, or utilize the passages to hide inside the castle if necessary. Fourth, begin screening the second batch of potential recruits. The 7 attendants were a foundation but not enough. He needed more manpower, especially adults with skills, such as dissatisfied guards or craftsmen who still held loyalty to the Targaryens. Thinking of this, Viserys opened his eyes, his gaze falling toward Dragonmont. Time was running out. He had to complete his transformation before the full storm arrived. When the Mad King in King's Landing, the Stag of the Stormlands, and even those eyes across the narrow sea staring at the Iron Throne all focused here, he wanted to be a variable they could neither ignore nor control. He would let everyone see, the dragon eyes opening in the shadows were more searing than fire. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.